all the other reasons, the reason you said the most likely thing, because you know of all the other reasons, you're just going to act like you don't and try and make me repeat them for you, which I don't really care to do anymore.
Yeah, because they're all false. So a perspective
No, they're
is
not.
not the reason.
They're things taught by you.
I claim they're false.
Yeah, you can claim they're false all day, but Glover's taught me these things. You know, turbidity, turbulence, how we see over distance at different angles, how the lower near the surface, like never, ever, ever. And y'all don't even use near the horizon for your navigation and all that. So that might have something to do with it, right? Because how we see near the horizon is all, I don't know, what's the word?
Oh, yeah, it's turbulent.
Yeah, turbulent. You know, so you do know, right? You do agree with these things.
Yeah, that makes it appear in a slightly different place. It doesn't completely block the light, is my point.
What are you talking about? Light won't travel through a thicker atmosphere. You can prove this yourself. You don't need a sun or a sunset or a sunrise. You just get a light.
Yeah, so it looks like the bottom is blocked. So I'm just going to assume the bottom is blocked unless I have.
Yeah, there you go. You're going to assume the most likely thing to you on what you've been taught is Earth curve. You've never measured it. You just trust it, and then try and tell the audience that there's nothing else that can make it happen, which you just gave examples of things making it happen. Thank you.
I'm going to trust my eyes unless I hear a good explanation not to.
You are trusting your eyes. You just told me how things will be obstructed bottom up due to the more turbulent air. You can't get the information. It's obstructed. It's more turbulent. The viewer can't receive the bottom first because of reasons X.
The bottom of the
what
sun
are you
is
laughing
close.
about? You just agreed to them.
The bottom of the sun is closer than
the
top. The bottom of the sun is closer than the top if the Earth is flat.
That doesn't. You know that doesn't matter. You can say it again. Say it one more time. Say how the bottom of the sun is more closer than the top of the sun. That's why it would never be obstructed bottom up due to reasons other than the Earth curve. Go ahead and say that and make yourself look like, I don't know.
No, I encourage people to do their own research and look at it and come to their own conclusions based on what they see with their own eyes.
Do you agree it can be other things besides Earth curve?
No, Earth curve is the best explanation. I can't.
No, I didn't ask that. I didn't ask the best. Do you agree there can be over a flat plane, things can be obstructed bottom up due to reasons?
No.
You don't? You just gave several of them.
Oh, dude, you just discredited yourself.
Those things
can move several reasons.
Those things can move things around, but they're not going to do a complete blocking of a bright light like the sun.
Well, as soon as my laptop, as soon as my Discord on my laptop actually fucking updates, then I'm going to prove you wrong.
I doubt it.
Okay, no problem. I'm just waiting.
Why do you have to prove him wrong? He's already stated that he agrees there's other things. He just thinks the most likely, and I'll repeat it, most likely to him, what he believes in is Earth curve. After given reasons that on a flat plane, it could happen this way. Might not be, is most likely, right? Jesus, man.
Yeah.
How easy is this now? Yeah, most likely. That means that you think there can be other ways. You know there's other ways. I know that you know there's other ways. You just gave the other ways and then deny that you think there's other ways. It's weird, man. Do you forget that you said that?
I don't remember exactly what I said, but so there may be other ways, but I don't find any of them like plausible. So no other ways that are plausible. How about that?
Well, that shows you hadn't researched it enough, or that you're being dishonest. There's only two conclusions there. You either don't have YouTube or are not willing to research it, not willing to do it yourself, right? You don't even have to get on YouTube. You can prove it yourself in your own space, in your own town, with your own lights, with your own eyes, with your own camera. You don't have to trust anyone. You don't have to go on YouTube, but you can. Or you're being dishonest.
Yeah, no, I agree with you there that people need to do their own research. So like in 2 weeks, you can watch the full moon remain the same size from all night long. So
what does that prove?
That the moon is the same distance all night long.
Or what? Or it's traveling through a medium, through different layers, and can appear to look different sizes, different colors, depending on the medium. Because I see that all the time. See it with the sun too.
The reason we know that's not true is because the stars behind the moon don't change. They don't get.
No, the reason you believe that. You think we see all the stars? I don't. I think they're different sizes, different brightnesses.
I think the moon is
the atmosphere blocks some of them. I think when it gets close to the horizon that you can't see any stars sometimes. Sometimes you can see some of them.
Yeah, so Truth Prevails points out a good point that it's only valid if the moon is a physical object. So I do agree that you can just deny that the moon is a physical object and brush off this explanation.
That's not denying. That's being logical.
What, saying the moon is not real?
No, saying that it's not physical. It could be a point source. It could be multiple different things. You can't prove it.
It looks.
You can only tell us that you believe it. Preach to us, brother, and tell us what the moon is made of.
Sure, I believe the moon is real.
No, preach to us and tell us what you believe the moon is made of.
The moon. Look, you can look through a telescope, and it's fairly obvious that the moon is a physical object in the sky.
Fairly obvious.
You've seen the lunar
man.
Yeah, I mean, people like Truth Prevails want to say that it's not a physical object, and that's fine.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying it is or it is. I'm saying that we don't know, right? And I don't know why you. I don't know why you went to say that that we're saying that just because we can't validate that it's a physical object, and that's the only time that whether it has the angular size of it changes, like that's the only way that would even be valid is if it is physical. So, but why are you going to say, well, at least I'm not saying it's not real? Who said that?
So the full moon doesn't change angular size all night long like you would expect it to if it were a physical object following the rules of perspective. That's what I'm saying.
Should there be a lunar wave in your paradigm, Matthew?
I don't know.
Why would it follow the rules?
Physical objects follow the rules of the rule of perspective.
Anyway, you act like the rules of perspective include the ways the case, but it can be all the is the only thing that affects the moon or the sunset. No. This is how y'all done it over the years. The viewer, which used to say to me, which has you think it's just perspective calls for this and that. No, it's never said that. But perspective is all we're on to you, man. It's over with.
Well, I'll continue to say the moon looks like a physical object, so I'll believe that it is until given some good reason that it's not.
Yeah, nice word of the use of the word belief. That's why I said preach to us, brother.
Yeah, I trust my eyes. I look through the telescope, I trust my eyes.
Yeah, your belief.
Right, I believe.
I trust my common sense. I trust my common sense where it tells me my eyes can easily be fooled. So can yours. And if you deny that, then you're just denying truth.
No, I agree with you. Eyes can be fooled, but it makes sense.
Okay, so are you being fooled?
It makes sense to go with what you see unless there's a good reason not to. I see the moon as a physical object. I've never heard a good reason not to say that.
Preach to us some more, man. Like I said, tell us what the moon is made out of, even though you've never touched it.
Yeah.
Don't have any samples.
I would
believe other men that
do your own research. Like get a telescope, get some binoculars, spend some time looking at the moon, and make up for your own mind what you think it is.
What does looking at the moon through a telescope or binoculars have anything to do with what it's made of?
It's observation. That's how we figure out what things are made of. We look at them.
But
no freaking way you can tell me what the moon is made out of through a telescope. No way.
If you're
not
saying,
even close.
If you're saying to trust your eyes and that everybody should just trust their eyes, then why don't you apply that same logic to the lights in the sky moving? And they're not being a measurement of the Earth moving, and it's all admittedly calculations, right? No measurement of it moving. It's all calculations based on your observations of lights in the sky. So if it appears that lights in the sky are moving, then why don't you use the same logic for that and just trust your eyes?
I do. This is what I say. You should
Or
trust
when you
your
see
eyes.
something that's flat, not curved.
Yeah, you should trust your eyes and go with that unless there's a good reason not to. So if the Earth looks flat and looks like it's not movable, then that's what you should go with unless you find a better reason to say that that's not true.
Yeah, welcome to flat Earth. Plus, go out and measure it.
Oh,
Like
well,
look at a lake and say, "Holy shit, that lake!" I'm almost done. I'll get this point out. Sorry, I mean we're having a good conversation. No issue. I just want to get this point out. So go out on a day when there's no wind, there's no water movement, and say, "Wow, look at how flat that lake looks. It doesn't look like it's curving." And then measure the lake, and it's not curving. What should your conclusions be then?
Yeah, so you should assume that the lake is flat and it's not curving unless you have some other good reason for thinking that it is.
Is that what you've done?
No,
Be
I
honest.
haven't done it myself, no.
You've never looked at a lake?
Well, I mean, I've looked at lakes, but I've never done laser tests or done any measurements.
So it's just a belief of yours, pointing towards a religion. Like, I'm not saying religion as in God. I'm just saying religion as in belief of yours.
Right. So I believe that the Earth is a globe based on evidence, logic, reason, and what other people say.
Globe religion. Yeah, I believe in God
water
because
remain level, so you're logically including the Earth as a ball. I'm glad you're a genius, bro.
Wait, what'd you say about water being level?
You see water being level, so you're concluding that the Earth is a ball. Using your logic and reasoning, you're a genius.
No,
I'm
I
glad
see water
that
being
you've
level.
been around here for fucking 10 years and you still haven't got the point.
I see water being level, and I agree that that should be your default position unless you have good reason for thinking otherwise.
I think you're demonically possessed. That's what I think.
That's not true. I'm not demonically possessed.
You can believe that.
Hey, Bacon, do you want to have a look in chat?
I know for sure.
Do you want to have a look in the chat, Bacon, and look at the top video that I just posted? Watch that top video for a second. Yeah, it only goes for 30 seconds. You can sort of go through it and scroll to the end if you like. Are you there?
Bacon's been gone for about 5 minutes, I think.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then Matthew. We'll go with Matthew then. Sorry.
Yeah,
sorry, I thought it was Bacon.
It looks like you can see farther than would be predicted on the globe.
Okay, so wait up. We're getting to a point here. So see here, we're actually seeing from an 8-inch camera height, or maybe 9, maybe 10. Let's go with that. There should be approximately 100 feet missing, which would put that entire landmass right there underwater. But we're seeing down to about at least 2 meters, right? Now look at the bottom one. Now look at the one underneath it. Same camera height, same position, same location, filming the same area.
Okay.
Can you see it? Have you got to the end?
Yeah. So.
So now we have over 100. Now we have over 140 feet missing.
Right.
Looking at the same area on a different day. So, as an example, all of the big ships that we see, the biggest of the big are about 130 feet tall. So if we were to have a 130 foot tall ship on that bottom, on the bottom video, right by that landmass, we wouldn't see it, correct?
Right.
Because we have 140 feet missing. That's how those houses are at 150 feet. Approximately 140 feet missing. So if we had a 130 foot tall ship right there, we wouldn't see it, correct?
Right.
And in the top one, if we had the same 130 foot tall ship, we'd only have about maybe 6 feet missing, correct?
Right. Uh-huh.
So if we watched the ship go from being completely visible, right, and let's say we're watching it on the video that's from the bottom, and we watched it go out away from us, it would disappear bottom up first, right? Bottom up obstruction. It would get to that point, and it would be completely gone. Right?
Right.
Okay, so therefore, then we've just proven that ships would disappear bottom up due to atmospheric conditions.
Yeah, atmospheric conditions can contribute to that. I think that's not the only reason they appear bottom up.
You just claimed before that there's no other real reason for bottom up obstruction than Earth curve.
Yeah, Earth curve definitely causes that. Atmospheric conditions can influence that to make it happen sooner or later. And so this is why.
How can you claim Earth curve when you can't know the difference between whether or not you're getting bottom up obstruction from the distance where the horizon is from the bottom picture compared to the distance on the horizon on the top picture?
Oh,
how can you claim Earth curve when you don't know the difference in the distance to the horizon?
Yeah, you can't tell if it's because of atmospheric conditions or because of Earth curve. So that's why saying that ships disappear bottom up due to the Earth curve is not a good proof. It's merely it's merely because
you said before that they do.
It's good evidence, but it's a preconceived notion, and it's an explanation of why it happens. And in fact, historically, that's why people started thinking, oh, maybe the Earth is curved because of sunsets and ships disappearing that way. So it's a historical reason. I don't think it counts as a good proof now, because in general, I think that squinting at the horizon isn't going to tell much difference for either side, especially over water.
Yeah, but you realize that you using and saying that it's because of Earth curve is basically fallacious. I'm not sure which fallacy we would use there, but it's basically fallacious, right? Because you can't use and you can't basically say that, well, it's due to Earth curve when we look at those two things, those two videos, and there's no way you could tell which one of those is where the Earth is curving. Right? Yeah, the globe prediction is that there should be 100 foot of Earth curve there, but yet we have one video that has more like 140 feet of missing and one video that has only 6 feet missing. So you can't even begin to predict which one of those is right.
Right, because it's turbulent in atmosphere, and it is circular reasoning to say the Earth is a globe, therefore ships appear bottom up, and that proves the Earth is a globe. So you can't use that to prove the Earth is a globe. It's just what people historically have started thinking about. But I wouldn't use that as
bullshit is what it is.
You can't actually even deduce that there's a globe there or that there's curvature after the horizon when you have a horizon here at two completely different positions.
Right. You don't use that as a proof.
No, but your side does all the time.
Oh, it should.
And I'm sure you probably have in the past as well. We could all guarantee that you have done in the past as well.
Yeah, so it's at least inconclusive, and I think the globe has a good description of why that happens, but I wouldn't call it like solid proof.
Well, have you ever looked at when you're driving on the road and you get the inferior mirage happening?
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know if you've done it recently, but because at the moment we're going to summer, where I'm seeing it a lot. Now, the moment we're at slightly the wrong angle, the infrared that miraging disappears. So the only way you will get a continuous mirage for a long distance is over a flat road. If you have any bumps or lumps or dips in that road, it disappears in that particular area.
Right.
So therefore, how are we getting inferior mirages over 15, 20, 30 miles over a curve?
Because the surface of the ocean is very, it's sea level, so it's not going up and down a lot, and so we're talking about the relative sizes.
But it's curved though, right?
Yeah.
So if you look at a road, and you're driving down the road, and there's a curve in that road, that inferior mirage ends before that curve.
So if it's still slightly curved, you can still see it. It doesn't have to be perfectly flat road.
No, you need the perfect angle from your eyes to the road to see the mirage.
Be right, but the road itself can be slightly curved.
But if the road is curved, then you won't have the right angle in that area where it curves.
Right. So all these things show.
And therefore, how are the inferior mirage continuing?
I just think it can. What are you talking about? It's obviously there. It's not like there's any question. We can see it. The turbulence in the atmosphere is very clear.
Okay, so you're basically just using a reification fallacy, then, aren't you?
I'm not.
You're just reifying.
No.
You're reifying this into the globe.
No. I'm
I'm demonstrating to you that you need a flat surface to have a continuous. I'm demonstrating to you that you need a flat surface to have a continuous inferior mirage. Then you're reifying that, well, no, due to whatever angle or whatever it is, that it'll work on a globe.
So you say it has to be perfectly flat. I say it doesn't have to be perfectly flat. It can be slightly curved. And so which of us is right?
But it's not slightly curved when you should have 100 foot of curvature. That's not slight. That's a lot.
Curvature isn't measured in feet. It's measured in angles.
It's still measured in drop though, right?
So
there's still drop there, right?
Just to be clear, we're arguing about light bending at 0.00 degrees versus 0.01 degrees per mile. That's the whole difference.
This guy's a professional.
Yeah, well, once again,
smart guy.
Still alert on this dude.
He tried to switch it to percentages, degrees.
Measured in. Yeah,
we know, but we know what drop is measured in, right? Feet and inches.
Yeah, drop is due to angle. Angle is
drop from your tangent line, horizontal, zero angle.
Right, so we're talking about angles here.
Right. So zero angle, tangent line, the drop from that, still an angle, right?
Right. You say
measured in feet.
Right. You say it's 0.00 degrees. I say it's 0.01 degrees. I think squinting.
I say a tangent line is 0 degrees. It's horizontal. The drop from that would be the amount of drop from that horizontal. You agree with that?
The amount of drop depends on the angle, yes.
Yeah, zero angle. Yeah, there you go.
So looking at these two things that I've posted as well, they would work on a flat Earth and a globe, right? Because if the surface of the water is flat, it'll have the same effect. True?
Certainly, yeah. The turbulence of the atmosphere is a bigger factor than the curve of the Earth.
Right. Especially so do we see a horizon in both of those videos?
It's kind of hard to tell because.
I mean, obviously, we don't have the sky meeting the ground. We have the ground meeting we have the ground meeting the ocean, which we can say that's a horizon technically.
Yeah, but it's not clear if it's like meeting the water at the water level. You can't really see if there's a beach there or not. So I don't know where you'd call that the horizon, because the sky is way.
Well, obviously, the technical term for the horizon is the apparent position where the sky meets the ground. Okay, but people also refer to the horizon where the water would meet the land. You'd say that that could also be called the horizon as well. Yeah. So we have water meeting the land in two different completely areas there.
Right.
True?
Right.
Okay, so therefore then, considering you have already admitted that this would work, these two pictures work on a flat Earth or a globe,
right?
And there is a horizon on both of them that also demonstrates that a horizon works on the globe, right? Well, it works on flat Earth, right?
Right.
Did we all get that?
What do you mean? Get that he admitted to it and we'll deny it tomorrow?
No, I said I've always said that squinting.
That you just said that a horizon would work on a flat Earth.
And of course, he said that. He has to. You backed him into a corner when he said just a while ago that the horizon is only caused by the Earth curve.
Yeah. So I was saying that squinting at the horizon isn't going to be helpful for either side because we're talking about these tiny little differences in angles. So
what I'm getting at though is that we have a complete continuous denial that there would be a horizon on a flat Earth. So due to these two pictures or these two videos demonstrating that they both have a horizon, you've admitted that there would be that either of these videos could be used on a flat Earth or a globe.
Right.
And now admitted that the horizon works on both of them. Thank you for being a part of the admission that on a flat Earth we would have a horizon.
Yeah, I think the atmospheric conditions could make there be a horizon on a flat Earth, right?
Okay, but you realize that that's a complete denial from literally 99.99999% of people on the globe side, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay. All right. So your position is that there would be a horizon on a flat Earth and a globe.
No, I didn't say there would be. I said there could be. There's a big difference there.
Well, if the Earth was flat, then obviously there'd be a horizon, right?
If the Earth is flat, the atmospheric conditions could make a horizon appear. If there were no turbulence, especially if you go up higher into a mountain or something like that, I would expect to see more just like sort of everything disappear into a distant haze. And so the horizon would be more undefined, which is kind of what you see when you fly above 30,000 feet on the airplane.
Which would happen over a flat plane also, because you're limited to how far you see.
Yeah, that's why I was saying on a flat plane, it would just sort of disappear into the haze.
And because of how we see, you would expect the horizon to rise towards the eye level.
So you're saying, so you're basically saying perspective works perfectly exactly how they say it does over a flat surface?
No, perspective makes things smaller. That's all. It doesn't block anything.
At an angle, right?
But perspective plus atmospheric conditions.
Or up to the vanishing point.
Yeah, things get smaller into the vanishing point.
Like a perfectly level hallway looks like it's curving, right?
No, it doesn't. A perfectly level hallway is not going to look curving. What are you talking about?
You know exactly what I'm saying, bro. You're just being insane.
Well, he's using perspective in a vacuum, and we never have that. We're always looking in a hallway. It's more of a vacuum than out on over water, or looking down over 20 feet is more of a vacuum than looking over 2 miles. But he's just smart enough to stay away from that. That's why it's never perspective when we're looking great over distance.
Yeah, perspective doesn't cut the sun off at the bottom.
Yeah, we know that. You don't have to teach people that. We're teaching you that. We're teaching you that perspective is why the sun goes towards the horizon, and the turbulent air that you're looking through at that angle when the sun gets close to the horizon is why the bottom is cut off. Got it?
Yeah, but when the air is not turbulent,
wait a minute. Got it? That was a question.
Yes, and when
you don't have to teach us anymore.
That doesn't happen.
Say that again. When the atmosphere near the horizon is not turbulent.
Yeah, when you go on a really clear day, and especially if you're up high, where you're away from the ocean, the sun still disappears bottom up.
That's not true. You still have turbulence, more turbulence near the ground. That's why you don't have sunsets that always block at the bottom. Sometimes they just blink out, right? When you get out of that turbulent air, like when you said you have to go up mountains and you would expect not to be as turbulent near the... Yeah, that's why when you go up those mountains, the sun just usually blinks out if you can see far enough. Yeah, it doesn't disappear bottom up.
I've never seen the sun blink
out. That doesn't mean anything.
I'm talking about when
you've never seen it. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I've seen it.
When it's clear, the sun always disappears bottom up.
No, it doesn't.
Always, when it's clear.
When you're near the surface, but when you go up in the mountain, sir, or take a drone, it doesn't do that. It just gets too far away, so the light extinguishes. Just like you can do with a smaller, more local light. Sir, teaching us still?
The sun usually disappears into a cloud day.
Yeah, because if the higher you are, the more chances are there's going to be atmosphere.
So now you're saying it's clouds.
Usually there's clouds. I'm talking about when it's really clear.
Yeah, so am I. Really clear, and the light just blinks out. Like you can do with a smaller, more local light, like a flashlight or a candle. No clouds there, just fades away, just blinks out.
So, yeah, the sun, when it's cut off halfway, it's not fading out. It's just definitely...
I wasn't talking about when it was cut off halfway, now was I? I was talking about when you get up higher in the sky, when you don't get that turbulent air near the surface where it's cut off at the bottom. So then when you get up higher away from that turbulence, the sun gets time and distance away So your limit of sight, or that light information getting back to the viewer with its lens, eyeballs, and brain, right, can't make out the information anymore. So it makes the sun appear to blink out, like it's getting too far away. Amazing. I think you're learning here. What?
No, I just think I'm glad.
Well, that is his name.
No, I am glad that you guys are talking about.
I was going to say the same thing.
Yeah, I think the sunset is one of the best, best observations that people can do. Watch the sunset over the ocean, and I think everybody should do their own research.
Yeah, I agree. Watch the sunset over the ocean as it reaches the horizon, where you reach the more turbulent air, and there's a finite point that the human eye can see because the water appears to rise up towards eye level. So anything past that, it's going to get obstructed, and in that turbulent view, especially over the marine layer, and is going to be obstructed bottom up. Yeah, thanks for playing. Has nothing to do with a physical curving of water, which is freaking ridiculous if you think of it.
It's ridiculous. That's what it looks like.
Yes, absolutely.
To go with what it looks like.
Everything we're taught about water, seeking and finding its level, and every chance anyone can ever get with any tool ever created by man to create a horizontal plane over water, you can't measure it curving. So then it is ridiculous. So what you have to figure out is what other reasons could make it appear to be obstructed bottom up. Oh, wait, you mean when you take a light over marine water especially, or you can do it over flat land too, because you have moisture coming out of it and you have more turbulent air at the surface in a different angle. So you create all that and include perspective, which you can't ever exclude, and then you have bottom up obstruction. Wow, amazing. So let's conclude here. You have an alternate reason than a physical curving of water to make the bottom-up obstruction appear sometimes, because the conditions change, and on other days it doesn't do that. And you can measure the water not curving. What's your logical conclusion now?
I don't buy it. I still think that it looks like the bottom is obstructing.
I don't blame you, man.
So people should take their own.
It take me a while to change my religion too, to be honest with you. I mean, seriously, it would take me a long time if you tried to convince me, which many do on a daily basis, that a creator doesn't exist. It's going to take me yeah, I agree with you, but it would take you a long time for someone like an atheist to convince you that a creator doesn't exist.
Yeah, some people come to the conclusion quickly. Some people it takes more time. So
right. So good luck. Go do your test. I don't think we should. I mean, I think that we're given the alternative. So obviously we've done the test. I mean, I have plenty of videos showing this. I have a sunset blinking out at sea level, which is very unusual. You have to have special conditions to do that. I've only captured it once. But I have also sunrises and sunsets that are warping into different shapes because of the atmospheric conditions, not just being cut off at the bottom or appearing to be.
Yeah, it depends on the clouds and the distant atmosphere.
Yeah, different atmosphere.
Do you mind if I just get you, Matthew, to jump into the chat and have a look at the chat again quickly for a second? I just want to show you. I want to show you one where it's a clear horizon line. There's no inferior miraging this time.
Yeah, Hallett Cove, 12 meters above the waterline. I see that.
Yeah. So the predicted is 7 meters as far as and that's including standard refraction, I guess. That's why I always just include the standard refraction.
Uh-huh.
But see how it's a clear horizon line this time? There's no inferior miraging.
Right.
Okay. And we're probably at about 13 meters missing rather than 7. So that's almost double the predicted amount.
Right. Uh-huh.
And we've got a nice clear horizon line, because a lot of people may turn around and say, but the other picture is an inferior mirage. Well, this is not an inferior mirage. This is clear.
Yeah, that's a clear one. And so it shows more missing than should be expected.
Okay. So then once again, in this position here, if we had a ship that was in that position, let's just say it's a 10-meter high boat, 7 meters of that boat would be missing now, or 6 meters of that boat would be missing.
Right.
right? But yet, technically, there shouldn't be that much of it missing, right?
Right.
Okay.
It's
want to show another.
Yeah, it's due to atmospheric conditions that make more of the boat be missing in this case.
Yeah, that's a good picture, Rick. Here, I like that one.
That's bad. I have one of my own, or several of my own on my computer, but I thought this was mine, but it's not. Bev pointed out that his son took this, so that's Bev's son took that picture. But I have several, like the keyhole, and the atmosphere just makes it appear, and how we see over distance, our brain interpretation, or what information we're getting from, that turbulent part of the atmosphere, which is lower to the ground. That's why when the sun approaches the horizon, it appears to not, we don't get that information. The sun's still there. The sun's still around. It's not gone anywhere. It's not missing. It just appears that way. Our brain isn't interpreting that because we're not getting the full information because of the turbulent air and other reasons. But I mean, you can't teach us. You can't teach us that the closer you get to the horizon, the more turbulent the air gets, and that's why you can't use it for navigation. And that's why the stars disappear, and that's why the moon looks a certain way and the sun looks a certain way. And then teach us that it's Earth curve, not because of the turbulent air near the horizon. Like you can't teach us that. We're smart enough to figure it out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think just the atmosphere itself, man, atmospheric lensing. You put a lens in front of a light and back it away, it's going to set completely.
Yep.
But and here's where I'll tell you that the trig and the perspective, like he's describing, doesn't work. Like if you just take a cloud 2 miles high and you put it like 3 degrees above the horizon, like a little above the tree line, well, six sun diameters above the horizon, where it's not like right on the horizon, and you drive to it, you're going to get there in about 10, 15, maybe 18, just stretching it miles. But if you're going to follow the math, it's going to tell you like almost 40 miles away if you follow the trig. And it gets worse when it gets even lower than that. It gets exponentially worse. But the fact of the matter is, when you look outside, it looks kind of like a little dome around us. The clouds look like rainbows, look like it. Planes flying away from us look like it. It's just the way we see around us. It's the way our eyes work. It's not the Earth as an actual ball. The sun setting is just simply explained by the atmosphere itself, just lensing, period. Rob Skiba showed a good demonstration. He showed just with a lens, after hearing the weatherman saying the atmosphere acts like a lens, and showed a light backing away. It completely set, and it didn't shrink in size. I mean, that's just an easy experiment or test, whatever anybody could do in 2 seconds, or just watch it. Didn't shrink in size, completely set on a flat surface. That's just one easy demonstration explanation. Them act like, oh, it couldn't happen on a plane. What are you talking about? This is 2015 arguments. They're bringing it back. I don't get it.
Yeah, I would say that Rob Skiba knows the true shape of the Earth.
He does now.
Dude, we've showed just letting cold air in with a light on the ground with a camera. Look, light, 3 lights, one like an inch, one 2 inches, one 3 inches, with a camera just sitting on the ground about 80, 100 feet away, just let in some cold air. You got cold air coming in. Bam, the light disappears right in front of your face. First the bottom one, then the second one, and then the third one. Like, these are actual real-world effects. I mean, this is a light disappearing right in... Dude, I remember when Brandon showed it on Brandon's channel in Pebbles on the Pond. Shout out to him. And Jim Panda come in. He's like, that light didn't just disappear right in front of my face. He wound up quitting because he wouldn't accept the fact that he opened the door and didn't even move the camera. And the first light disappeared, then the second light. He's like, there's no way that light disappeared right in front of the camera. It was funny, man. These are just easy little things to demonstrate. It's nothing tricky, just real world effects.
Yeah, air bends light, especially
no Earth curve, flat sun or light disappearing with line of sight. Math is it's fuck all, doesn't matter.
Well, the point is that over a flat surface or horizontal surface like that floor, it takes so much. And then over a curved surface where that light is even further down from the viewer, like further drop, like it's not horizontal, it's down from the horizontal, it would take more of the effect, diffraction or whatever they want to call it, that's following the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah,
I just posted a video of you guys know Jim's Waterworld?
Yeah.
Posted a video of one of his sunsets. Jump in there and have a look at that. It's a perfect example of the sun going down as it goes through the thicker layers of the atmosphere. So I personally think that as the sun's going through the thicker layers of the atmosphere is why it appears to go down.
Not only that, when you're getting further away, the cold air is more prevalent in your sight. But you don't have to let cold air in. You could also take a torch and heat up the. I've seen it on a driveway. Like I'm about to do a video on this. You don't have to just cold air in, because by relative temperature, it make the ground warmer relative to the air around it. You could take a torch and heat up the ground and get the same effect. If you take a torch and heat up the floor that it's on, you'll also get the same disappearance. So, and that's exactly how the world works. You know, it's colder the higher up. And when you're talking all these long distances, you know, then who really knows what's sure? But the fact is, we demonstrated. But I want to check out Jim's real quick, so I'm gonna shut up.
Yeah, I sped it up so it went faster, and I edited a video for Jim. I did about 5 of his sunsets, but I just cut this one out and just did this one because this was the best example of that. I sped it up so it didn't take too long. Otherwise, it would be a minute video. You can see it like really go through thicker and thicker layers.
So as it's going through those thicker layers, is it getting farther away?
They have it in their mind.
It is getting farther away, but as it's getting farther away, it's going through thicker layers and going down and down and down more.
Because it seems to be the
they
same
have
size.
It in their mind that there's this perfect ball that just gets cut off exactly bottom up, dude. Like I said, almost 99 out of 100 sunsets, you're going to see it get wonky into the cloud deck. I mean, you might catch a perfect day where you see it just set the way it is in their mind. It gets wonky, miragey, and freaking or cloud decky. They have it in their mind that it's just this perfect ball just disappearing perfectly bottom up and stay in a perfect circle. They don't have reality in their mind.
Only when it's clear and cloudless that you can see what's actually going on.
That's not true.
Well, I mean, you can see all those layers. You can see it going through the layers when it's cloudless. It doesn't need to be clear, just cloudless. If there's too many clouds around, obviously you don't see it go through because you don't see the sunset.
You can only tell what's clear close up to you. I have plenty of videos that looks like a beautiful blue sky, clear day, and you zoom out and it's all turbulent to hell and back. Like there's no way you can tell if it's clear or not by just looking at it. No way. Matter of fact, on some of the clearest days is when I'm like, holy shit, I can't believe it's refracted or mirage that much or whatever it is, right? It's just, I zoom out a little bit, like 4 miles, 7 miles, and it's all to hell and back. It looks clear,
but even in that
clear blue sky.
Yeah, even in the picture that Rakia just posted, if you look at that, you can actually see. You can see if you look at the edge of the sun, you can see those same layers of the atmosphere that it's going through. It's like a still shot of it.
That sun appears to be closer and in the sky, in the clouds, like near me. I know it's not, right? Like if I travel to that point, the sun's going to get closer, further away from me. But it's just the conditions of the day making that sun appear that way. That's why other conditions make it appear different colors or different sizes or different distances. It's just too easy when you go out on different days. And for years and years and years, I went out every morning that I could and filmed the sunrise on the beach because where I live, I don't get to view the sunrise. So every time I got a chance when I was living in Florida, we lived there 2 months out of the year, or when I would go fishing, I would film the sunrise. The sunsets I get more of, but the sunrise is, the same thing. The conditions change the sunrise just like the conditions change the sunset. I've never gotten the keyhole effect on a sunset. I've only gotten it on a sunrise. You know, it's just weird how the conditions affect the different things.
Keyhole. Sorry, what do you mean by keyhole?
The one up above, let me see what time it is. At 12 a.m., the second picture, not the fade out, but the keyhole. It looks like an old door where you take the key out and look into the other room. That's called the keyhole effect. I mean, you see how the sun is like, you know what the old keys look like in the olden days that lock the doors?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I think, yeah, right. Yeah, okay, that one there.
So now that looks like a keyhole without the key in it, and you can look through like you used to look through into the other room through the keyhole to see if anybody was in there or whatever. So that you're looking through the sun, and it looks like water and land and clouds up above or whatever. That black part about midway through on the left, that's a cloud. It's not land.
Yeah, well, I've got I've got another one that I could. So I've got another one that I can post, but unfortunately it goes for probably about 4 minutes. But in that one there, you see the sun get to almost halfway on the horizon before it even actually touches the horizon. So it just keeps going down and down and down, and you see a tiny little gap between the horizon and the sun. It just keeps compressing and compressing and compressing and compressing, and then eventually touches the horizon. But it goes for about 4 minutes.
They have it in their head. There's this perfect circle that just gets cut off perfectly bottom up and stays a perfect circle every day. They don't have reality in their mind.
Yeah, you see that perfect circle when it's really clear, when it's dry and clear and no clouds. Then you see what's really going on. That perfect circle.
The thing is, Brian, like unless you're out there filming it all the time and you have a lot of you have a lot of film of these things. Like, I mean, you never see those layers that the sun goes through when you're just looking at it because the sun's too bright. You can't see that.
I would say it's hardly ever a perfect circle. It always like bulges out at the bottom or mirrors down or reflects towards you or whatever and appears in different shapes. Always, like almost every sunset is different. I've filmed thousands and thousands. I would say hardly ever it's a perfect ball and just goes down and gets cut off. Hardly ever. Watch that video. You'll like that one, man.
Yeah, I've seen Witzer play that one before. That's good.
That's one of my favorite videos. It's been shared all over the world. People are crazy about that one because it has the boat, but that is at sea level. I'm on a pier on a bay, filming out towards the northwest. So this is summertime. In the winter, it sets way, way to the left, like 30 degrees further underneath a bridge. You can't even see the bridge in this video. But you can watch the island.
Yeah, that's a good one, dude. That's a real good one. And dude, I don't care what the measurements say, dude. The sun and the moon are bigger on the fucking horizon. I don't care what just sticking my head between my legs. I don't give a damn about any of that. Way bigger sun and moon on the horizon, dude. I don't know, man.
You've measured it?
No, I ain't talking about measurements. I'm just telling you what I see. It's just like way bigger. I mean,
everybody knows it appears bigger. The question is it actually big?
Sometimes it's scary big. Like every now and then you'll see the moon, like a Mortal Kombat moon sitting above the horizon. You're like, what the F is that? And it just gets smaller. I don't care what the lens says. But what my eye lens says is that bitch is bigger on the horizon.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the angular size. Like if you actually measure how big it really appears in the sky.
We really know your script, man. He's talking about something totally different. So you don't even have to bring up your script. Like when you use, I don't know how you would measure it. Like when you use the filter, I'm sure you can show us the video when you use the filter and measured the angular size, or you're just going by what other people have told you.
No, Brian's right that when the moon rises, like a full moon rises right on the horizon, it looks huge. But in reality, the angular size is still about 0.5 degrees, the same as when it's directly overhead.
That's why he said appears. Sun does the same thing because of glare mostly. The atmosphere causing different colors and shapes. That's what we're talking about. So the atmosphere makes the moon appear, or you have references. I don't know, man. It just hits me weird when the same people come for years and years and automatically, as soon as they hear keywords, go to the same exact, like they don't remember talking to us. They don't think because we've been here for 4 or 5 years, we've heard that exact same statement using the exact same words from a person who's never done it yourself.
Yeah, just repeatedly hitting you with the truth. That's all.
Yeah, that you've never done it yourself. You have no clue. You're just repeating your religion. That's why I said preach to us some more, man. We've already heard the sermon. You understand what I'm saying? We've heard your sermon. We don't believe in your religion anymore. You don't have to repeat it. You don't know it's true. Like, you don't know that's true. You don't know the moon is physical, but you can keep preaching it all you want. I posted pictures of the moon that I took myself. It appears physical to me, but I'm smart enough to know from what I've learned over the last 6 years, my own experiments to tell me that I can't tell you that it's physical.
Yeah,
no way, no how can I prove that it's physical by that picture?
Yo, I have seen a lunar wave, like, with a telescope. Like, my family has a crazy ass fucking telescope array, and I saw that shit firsthand.
Do you think a lunar wave proves that the moon is not physical? I don't see how
it proves that whatever the fuck they're like, if they're gonna ignore it, then like, I know I'm not the only one that's seen it, and if they're gonna ignore it, then I don't know. Yeah, I mean,
it's fascinating myself, bro. It's fascinating to see it because it comes in like pairs. And then, dude, I shared the video of Sean Hawkins saying Crow lives near an airport. He debunked him. It took me like 10 minutes of just asking him over and over, do you know where Crow lives? Do you know where? Because we could easily show you what happens with the ripples from planes, and it doesn't look nothing like that. It's not a consistently moving, just right over and coming in pairs. I think the lunar wave's fascinating, man, myself.
Yeah, dude. So my my family member, he has like a fucking crazy, like, I don't know how much money he has, but all of his stuff is automated. You know, he's retired and he just watches the sky all night. And he has 2 telescopes. They're all like literally like, he controls it all from his Apple computer in his office. They're outside. He can look at whatever. And I was just at his house, just, sitting there with him for like 5 hours, and I seen that shit, and I was like, "What's that?" And he was like, "I have no idea."
So yeah,
that's cool that he has
the happen. Real quick, last thing: was it around the equinox when it happened? Do you remember?
I can't remember what time of year. I think it was. I mean, it was actually like summertime. I want to say, like maybe like, I don't know, like May or so.
Might have been near the solstice, June 21st or something. So with this huge telescope and all the hours of observations he's done, your relative, what conclusion has he come to about the shape of the Earth?
I don't think he's questioned. He like most people, he's never questioned the shape of the Earth. And of course, I can't talk about it because I would be ostracized and whatever. But yeah, I think most people, if they were trained to think the Earth was a boot, they would just, the Earth's a boot. That's what you've always been taught. Most people don't question their reality.
Yeah, have a look at that sunset one that I just posted, Ricky. There's a big oil tanker going past the sun.
Yeah, that's a nice one. So the oil tanker blocks part of the sun, but the ocean directly beneath it isn't blocking any of the sun. Is that right?
Isn't what?
The oil tanker is blocking a portion of the sun, but the water directly beneath the oil tanker is not blocking any of the sun. Is that?
The sun's further away than the oil tanker, man. The oil tanker's in the foreground. The sun's in the background. Come on, man.
Yeah, so
You're
the oil tanker is blocking part of the sun, right?
Yeah, just like a cloud would or whatever.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, no problem. No one disagrees with that. And no one ever says that if the water is curving, that it would cause bottom-up obstruction. Just in case you're going to bring that up later, too. Like, it's weird, man. What are you talking about?
No, I'm happy to hear you say that the oil tanker blocks the sun.
Why wouldn't it?
Yeah, why wouldn't it?
It definitely would. I think that the water directly beneath the oil tanker is also blocking the sun.
You can't see the water underneath the sun.
There's water under the oil
because
tanker.
the water, yeah, the water past right at the bottom of the oil tanker and past the oil tanker is in the foreground where the water is appearing to rise to your eye level or the viewer's eye level. The sun is at a further distance.
Right, it's in the foreground of the sun. That's all I've been saying.
It's in the background of your view of the camera.
The boat is in front of the sun.
Weirded out. You put a light where the boat is and you're going to see the whole light. You get it?
Yeah, so the boat is in front of the sun. That's all.
Okay, so if you move that light further away, the same distance above the water, and the water just happens to be horizontal, the bottom is going to disappear first because of what reason again other than Earth curve that you just admitted to?
Earth curve is the best explanation.
Oh my God, he can't do it. He can't do it.
Turbulence.
Are you trolling us?
Yeah, he's trolling, man, because we just showed him videos of the shoreline that he admitted that it can be the turbulent air. But when I say it's set for the Earth curve that you just admitted to, what would make the light disappear or the ship disappear if it went further away? Go ahead. You can say it, sir. We've heard you say it before. It's all right.
Oh, yeah, the turbulence. Or,
oh, yeah, turbulent air. All right, good. So now we can move on.
No, I really like this this picture of the oil tanker going in front of the sun. I think that's
maybe tell us how it's Earth curve again, so you can get that in one more time, just in case. I don't know. Someone didn't hear it the first 10 times you said it. When asked specifically if it's not Earth curve, what else could it be? God dang, man, this is getting ridiculous. This is getting too evident.
No, this is perfect. I would say the oil tanker is in front of the sun.
The oil tanker is in front of the sun. Who said it? No one said it's behind the sun.
Yeah, I would definitely say the oil tanker is closer to the viewer than the sun is. Yep, brilliant.
Yes.
I think it's not a big step to say that the water directly under the oil tanker is also in front of the sun.
Yeah, the water that you can see up to the vanishing point of where it rises towards eye level is definitely in front of the sun. Yep.
Perfect. So if there's water between the sun and the viewer.
Of course. That you can't see.
We showed you a demonstration of the sun going through the layers of the atmosphere. I could literally every single sunset or probably sunrise as well that you see, you'll see that, provided that it's even partially clear. You'll see that.
Why are we rinsing and repeating with a guy who's already admitted that it could be obstructed bottom up due to other reasons if it was over a flat plane? That's concession. End of it. Just because he believes and wants to preach to us that it's Earth curve has to be, right? Because of his religion. Not because he measured it. Only because he believes it.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
It's ridiculous, actually. We've gotten to that point, right? And it's not just with him. That's why I call it a script. It's everybody.
Dude, they're so shills, Rakia. Like, there's no way you would just come in here and recite some script for however many years. Like, dude, there's no way these people are for real. Like,
no, I don't think any of those flat earthers are shills. What are you talking about? I know they're reciting scripts, but they're not shills.
No, Matthew, you literally measured. You literally measured that the sun is about 4,000 miles away, right? But you still believe it's 93 million.
No, we measured
what the hell?
We measured an angle and calculated the distance. I did this with Kevin, flat Earth dude, at one of the flat Earth meetups.
Yeah, like but I'm saying you're denying your own measurements. Like it's like what is happening?
Uses his serpent tongue to fucking slither through these conversations, bro. You're just saying a bunch of gibberish. And the only people that understand you are fucking insane globers like yourself, dude. You're not actually saying anything when you come in here.
No, he claimed we'd
be better off just saying gravity.
We didn't. I was just correcting him.
We measured the angle to the distance of the calculatory angle of the sun. We didn't actually do anything.
I actually think the monotone voice is to get dead giveaway. I think someone who was just doing it because they have to, or that for whatever reason, right? It doesn't have to be paid. But is that monotone? There's no way you're this passionate about something and your voice doesn't reflect it. People that's just not the human way.
No, I know I'm right. It's fun to be right. I think that's part of the reason.
You haven't even declared that you're right. You said it's your belief.
Yeah, my belief is
correct. Yeah, you think your belief is right. Congratulations. That's not being right.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
That's just having faith in your belief.
That's just having an opinion. Oh my God, man. You're not this dumb. You can't try and tell me you're this dumb.
I'm not dumb.
Yeah, I know you're not. That's why what you're saying is ridiculous. Like you're just spouting off stuff now. Come on, brother.
I don't see that.
It's just a robot.
It's true because you believe it? Is that really your statement?
No, I'd say it's true and I believe it.
You haven't proven it. You said it was what you believe. You definitely haven't measured it.
It's the other way around. You believe it, therefore you think it's true.
Right. That's what belief means.
Oh, now we're going to play the word. Script 101 again.
Yeah, define your terms. Understand correctly.
Yeah. But being human and just having a conversation has dick all to do with that. You know what dick all means? It's probably not in the script, right?
I think it probably is important to understand what the terms mean if you're going to have a discussion.
Right. Exactly. And we know exactly what you mean, brother.
Do you support Israel?
Yes, I'm a Zionist.
Well, then that's the problem, then, isn't it?
Why?
It's just. There's no debating it anymore. He's a shill.
I support the latest thing, guys.
Well, no, I was just saying that I think Israel should be in charge of Israel.
You an ally to trans people?
No. Trans people are deluded about their sexuality.
That's a totally different thing, though, because Israel's technically being in charge of Palestine right now. They're not being in charge of Israel. They're trying to be in charge of Palestine. And in fact, no, Israel is inside of Palestine. Thank you very much.
No,
what was it called before 1948?
It was part of some other country.
No, maps, everything, all have it listed as Israel. There's actually old, well-known Israeli people who call themselves Palestinian because they lived there before it was called Israel. So you're 100% wrong. You're provably wrong. It's Palestine. It's always known as Palestine.
Sure, I think they should take it over, and Israel should be in charge of all.
Anyway, let's get off of that anyway. We will get off of that topic.
Sure, fair enough.
You're just patently wrong. Yeah, anyway, guys, we got a pretty good concession that there'd be a horizon on a flat Earth, that those videos represent of a flat or globe. So I think that's a pretty good concession.
Could be.
Well done.
Yeah, good job, Plane. And you too, Rakia.
Good job? I don't know about that.
Yeah, I mean, well, you're a shill, so you're just gonna keep repeating your shill lines.
Matt, does the CIA pay pretty good? Because I'm kind of interested.
I'm not paying.
I'm not going to discuss my pay here. That's not important.
We just need to know, man. We want to know if we need to change careers. Is it worth it?
Yeah, I'm not going to say anything about the pay.
Hey, I just posted a short video in chat with the sun, a replicated sun that's behind the clouds and above the horizon. And it shows all in one. It shows the sun setting, not shrinking as it gets further away, and shining up on the bottom of clouds, all in 4 seconds. This is 2015 shit. I don't believe we're arguing about a horizon on a planet.
Fucking snap.
I would have to fill the photo or site or the whole ground. That'd be the only way there wouldn't be a horizon, is if one or the other filled the whole vision. It's not even possible. It's ridiculous, dude.
Let's all just say a prayer for Rob Skiba. Thank you very much, Rob.
Yeah.
Beautiful video by him. He did some brilliant work.
When I first was looking into this, that was important to see. And then after hearing the experts say that the atmosphere acts like a lens, and then to show that happening, that satisfied all my questions all at once. The sun hitting the bottom of clouds, and then I found out that the globe had problems with that, with the angles and the math. And the more you look into it, the more you see that it doesn't work on a globe. The devil's always detail, and the globe gets problems with all this shit, and it's easily demonstrable on flat surfaces. That's why the globe is allergic to demonstration. They just have all these bullshit stories of how physics changes at different scales. The great scale negator, like Travis calls it. Like,
stop
all this shit.
Stop demonstrating things that go against their fucking beliefs, bro. What are you doing? God, you're putting them into a lot of really big hardship. Why are you being so mean to the globers?
It's about trusting the government, bro.
Trust the government. Government good. Government keep you safe from boogeyman.
The government's good. Beep boop.
What's that one from the
I know the government are liars, but why would they lie to me?
The leader is good. The leader is great. The leader is good. The leader is great.
Never lies. Beep boop.
No, it's funny because they know the government lies and they say that the government lies, but they don't fucking. You just say, "Oh, but why?"
But then they take the juice anyway.
They got to fool you to rule you.
Isn't it funny how when you think about it, where like most of the people who would call themselves globers took the juice, and those who would call themselves flat earthers did not take the juice. And who were the ones that ended up technically being right on that one?
Yeah, I got a booster just last week.
It's a weird flex, bro.
Well, yeah, that's not.
Hey, you know what's funny? You know what's funny? If you commit suicide, you're not going to heaven. Sucks for you, bro.
I don't think that's true.
You know that you're actually going against the majority of science by doing that. You realize that, right? The majority of science now, the overwhelming majority, is proving that they are extremely detrimental to your health.
Maybe not if you're like a lizard man.
Maybe not. Maybe not if you're getting paid by the CIA and they give you a special serum to counteract it.
Matthew's been taking adrenochrome. It negates all the bad effects from the vaccines.
Listen, I'm not going to talk about how much adrenochrome I have or have not had. That's not part of this conversation. But I will say that it was on medical advice that, the booster is part of what medical professionals advise you to do.
Was it medical advice or was it fucking... Did you have to have it to keep your job, bro? I think that's what it was.
How old are you, Matthew? How old are you, Matthew?
52.3.
And what do you think? What do you think your statistical? What do you think? What's the word for it? Fuck.
My expected life.
Yeah. No. What do you think your chance of dying from the boogeyman is?
Very low.
Then why are you getting boosters?
So that I won't get sick.
You realize that
that's what's
all evidence right now is pointing to the fact that every single person who has got boosters, etc., are the ones who are the majority getting sick.
I haven't seen that. I haven't gotten sick.
Okay. All the evidence is pointing to that now. There is multiple peer-reviewed studies on it now. Multiple.
Yeah, I want my immune system to be as strong as possible.
Then why are you getting boosters?
It trains my immune system.
No, it does not. It gives you spike proteins. It doesn't. It gives you spike proteins. It does not train your immune system at all. You're thinking of old vaccine technology, not what's happening now. Not what you got a booster of. That has nothing to do with boosting your immune system.
What happens to those spike proteins?
They go for your brain.
Nope. My immune system recognizes them and builds antibodies.
No, it doesn't.
Mine does. I don't know about yours.
That's what the boosters are for.
The boosters aren't for boosting antibodies.
Basically,
no, they're not. But they don't boost antibodies.
He knows more about the globe than what's going on inside of his body.
They create
the spike proteins recognize the V. I don't know how to get out all the information properly, but you're not producing antibodies.
Your body's producing more spike protein over and over again. It's teaching your body to do that, which is terrible for you.
Yes.
It's mRNA, so it produces a limited amount of spike proteins. My immune system reacts.
It doesn't produce a limited amount.
Creating
They'll hang around for months. The longest study so far is 6 months, and then they stopped the study, but they were still there. They lied to you when they said that they were gone in no time. They lied to you when they said that they just stay in your shoulder. They don't. They go into every single organ of your body. That's what all the autopsies have shown. They show spike protein in every single organ of your body.
Myocarditis is through the roof.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm
Myocarditis?
going to trust mainstream science on this one.
This is mainstream science.
Right.
This is mainstream science.
It's still recommended by mainstream scientists.
It's also causing blood clots.
No, actually, you'll find that it's being less and less recommended. And they're in a situation now where if they literally just come out and tell you now, yeah, we totally screwed up, they'll have massive lawsuits because there's just such fraud that's happened. There was fraud in the original studies done by Shizer. There was provable fraud done by Shizer in the original studies. They actually had in the British Medical Journal went over the original studies and showed that there was a 36% increase in serious adverse events of those who had taken the Shizer compared to those who got the placebo. That was in the original study.
You ever heard of sudden adult death syndrome, Matt?
I watched Suddenly Died, that one movie. Or the documentary.
I don't understand how you can believe what you believe, man. You look at the Earth, right?
Because his entire life relies on it.
Flat and not moving, but you believe in the globe. Then you go, I watched Die Suddenly, and like all the science is pointing to this is bad, and you're like, no, it's good. Like, what is going on with you?
This guy has spent 50 years sucking the cock of all of the government officials ahead of him, right? So he can't unsuck all of those cocks and just go back like, oh, I was wrong.
No,
I have to quit my job now and find another way to support my family. That's impossible, bro. It's too late. Like, you'll call yourself a Christian and then not read the first fucking You scriptures the Bible. You just don't acknowledge Genesis at all.
I'm a Christian and I acknowledge Genesis.
What is a firmament?
Sky or expanse.
You're a genius. Oh my god, bro. Okay, so there's water in space. What's that? Is there water outside of infinite space? How does this work?
Rakia is the correct word.
Yeah, Rakia is the right word. That's the Hebrew word. It means sky or expanse.
Well, then why didn't you say that since you're a genius? Why didn't you correct me then?
Because that's a Hebrew word. You didn't ask what.
You knew what I was talking about, and you still fucking defined it wrong.
No, you said firmament, and I said a better English.
So we said the same thing, and you still defined it wrong. Why correct me?
But God doesn't lie, so I think that you need to read carefully what He says.
Oh, brother.
But what does it mean again? What did you say it means, Matthew?
Rakia means expanse
or sky, dude.
An extended surface or expanse.
Yeah, there you go. Vault of heaven.
Extended surface or expanse.
Yeah, I'd say expanse.
What did he do? He separated the waters from the waters. So is there water outside of this infinitely expanding space, or is space water? Because your entire belief system and religion makes no sense with what you're trying to say you believe.
Yeah, the waters above and below. I don't know what the waters above are. The waters below are probably the seas.
Well, you don't. What do you mean? The waters above will be the same thing as waters below because you don't have a fucking direction. You have no sense of direction. Up is down. Down is up. What are you talking about? I don't know about the waters above, but what are you talking about?
I'd expect that maybe that's the atmosphere.
Same thing.
Are they looking at space being a superfluid now?
I don't know about that.
It's not about the Bible. It's about discrediting it. That's why space isn't water, right, Matthew?
No. I'm mainly concerned about discrediting
you
the
don't
falsities
understand
of
what the globe purpose is. That's why you're sitting here defending it, and you've got these fucking mixed, wish-washy belief systems, bro. You don't even know what you believe in.
No, I have a really clear, defined belief system that's internally consistent.
Oh.
I just think that some of the ideas that the Earth is flat are demonstrably don't fit the evidence and observation. So, I'm not anti-Bible. I'm anti-flat Earth.
Hey Matthew,
the
I want
Bible
you
literally
to
says
go ahead.
that it's stationary and on pillars. How does that work on a ball, Matt?
Oh, it doesn't on a ball. That's why I take those to be figurative.
If you could take a look at the live stream text, Matthew. I'm going to tag you so you can find it.
I see it.
So if you look, you have to click on them. If you look at the first one, Rakia, right? That's the thing that it means, but it comes from a root, and the root is Raka or Raka, and that means, and that's the other image that I posted is a screenshot from Bible Hub. Raka, to beat out, stamp out, beat out, or spread out. And they hammered them out as a plating, has offered they were made broad, had offered they were burned, hammered, a plating at the altar. I crushed and stamped them out in the mire. So so this thing is the object of the sky is something that is solid, that is beat into submission, beat into its form. It's not gravity that does it. That's what the etymology of the word means.
Yeah, so that's
just where the word came from. Figure of speech.
It's a figure of speech. That's right. Obviously, there's nothing solid up there. We can see right through to the stars and the sun.
Is glass not a solid?
Then why are there heavy ass clouds above our heads at all times.
It was clear today. I mean, there was clouds above this morning.
It was
but
clear
not all
today.
times.
Well, congratulations. It was clear today for you, but for me, it was rainy. So, anyway.
Well, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to say that there's a dome over us, because that would be saying something like the all pressure requires a container, and then reify that container to be an actual.
Oh, that's crazy.
Well, that's what I'm saying is there's more than one heavens, more than one firmament. You have a firmament where the clouds are that support the clouds in their weight. I mean, clouds, the cumulus clouds are extremely heavy, bro. And that's far heavier than
this
like
be like the same
water
way
that's
that
on the ground. So
chamber works. You've got like a bunch of different liquids and like a cylinder with like different objects with different densities. Wouldn't that just be the same way the thermosphere, all of these things work, levels of the atmosphere?
Yeah, I mean, that's why a big oil tanker can float, because even though it's really heavy, it still can be up above the rest of the water. So it's not surprising that clouds can do the same thing. They float in the air.
But in their specific place where they can hang out in, you know.
I don't know.
Hey, where's the second Gaussian surface?
I'm not sure what you mean by second Gaussian surface.
Talk about Israel again.
Yeah, I don't understand why it's hard to think that some of those verses are figurative, like shall not be moved forever. That could be that's Psalm
not what it says, though.
112:6.
Okay, do you know how heavy the air is at sea level?
Yes.
How heavy is it?
15 pounds for every square inch.
14.5 pounds per square inch, 1 kilogram per square centimeter. Since air weight has a certain density to it, right? And then you have clouds, which are much heavier. Do the math, right? So, like, how much does a cloud weigh? The density is about 0.5 gram per cubic meter. 1 cubic kilometer squared or cubed could contain 1 billion cubic meters. Do the math. 1 billion times half, or 1/2 times 5 million grams of water droplets in a cloud. That's about 500,000 grams, or 11 million pounds, or about 551 tons.
Sure, I'll buy
that heavy cloud just floating over your head because
Yeah,
the air below is even heavier, right?
Right, it's
because
more,
of
denser.
density.
Yeah, it's denser.
Density. I thought it was gravity, though.
Clouds are actually stronger than the force of gravity. That's what we all just learned.
This is what I'm talking about. Is density. It's a relative density equation. It has gravity's got nothing to do with it.
So more dense things do fall down, and less dense things go up. That's why helium balloons go up, even though they have mass.
Agreed.
Yeah, and that's why we don't float.
Right, because we're more dense than the air above us.
Right, so you don't need gravity.
Unless we're in water, where we're more buoyant, less dense than the water.
Well, some of us are.
Same thing, but in water. You still don't need gravity there, though. And
right, some of the things that sink in the air will float in the water. That just proved that Matthew is not AI, because I just fed him a logic bomb. It just caused him to divide by 0.
What density works? Everybody knows that. What are you talking about?
Oh no, it's supposedly everything is because of gravity, like the whole firmament, the atmosphere, the roundness of everything, right?
we didn't have
Even the
gravity.
centrifugal motion.
Everything could be perfectly explained.
Yeah, so gravity is why more dense things fall down. They work together.
You're just giving a fucking another. You're just giving density another
That's called
name.
specific. That's called specific gravity, Matthew.
Yeah, so density.
Yes, relative density, aka specific gravity, which Newton first worked on.
It's over. When are you gonna figure this out, Matthew?
So why, if I set a wooden block on a steel table, why is it pushing against the table? The wooden block is less dense than the steel table.
What does it have to do with anything?
It's not moving, and yet there's a force there.
It's sitting in air, bro. Like, are you retarded?
Dude, yeah.
I'm going to give you my source, you guys. It's right here. It's a USGS website. So, hey, that's science, right?
Did you really just say if a block is on a table, why is it pressing on the what the fuck?
Yeah,
if we are on the ground, hey, listen, if we are on the ground and we know we're not flying because we're more dense than the air, if I stand on a table, there's no difference. Like, there's literally no difference at all. You can't just say gravity now that I'm on a fucking table.
Yeah, I'm talking about your feet pushing
little wooden block on the ground.
Yeah, I'm talking about the bottom of the wooden block is pressing against the steel.
Right. Is it in the air? Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude?
It is in
like
the air.
It's more denser than air.
Yeah, so I'm not talking about things moving or dropping. I'm talking about things sitting still. Gravity is what pushes things against still.
It's not the weight of the fucking object itself. You're just giving fake forces.
As a Bancraft machine and a Corona motor. That's just poor shit. You can't prove that's just math, Matthew.
I like math,
dude.
You don't have. You have no experimentation to back up gravity. Like, stop lying to yourself.
You just like to be able to tell students that they're wrong and do it again. And you're going to need to use this never in life.
What only fall to the ground with gravity. What the fuck, dude?
For millennia before you were born, your ancestors had no use of this stuff, but you need to know it now. Yeah.
All the ancient civilizations that like basically created the world wonders themselves, they all knew the earth was flat, but they were so technologically retarded and we're so more advanced than them apparently.
Which ancient civilization thought the earth was flat?
Oh my
We are living in the zombie apocalypse right now, guys. Like, everybody's a fucking zombie attached to their TikTok.
Every single one.
The ancient Greeks. Oh wait, no, not them. The ancient Egyptians. Oh wait, no, not them. The Chinese.
Ancient Egyptians. Yes, they did. What are you fucking talking about? Are you insane? They had a fucking specific thing where there was a firmament with the stars inside of the firmament.
Yep. They even thought that the place of the dead was under the flat Earth.
Down where the sun went at nighttime? Under the Earth?
No, the sun didn't go down.
The sun's always above the horizon.
It went to the ocean.
Whoa, isn't that a crazy thing?
Under the ocean. Came up.
It went into the ocean. The ocean is the abyss, which means it's like out of your view because the water that's in the air you cannot see. It's extinguished. So this nonsense about light years. You ever heard of the tired photon theory?
No, tired photons.
This is advanced physics. I mean, tired photon theory. The theory is that anything over 15 light years, the photon would change and no longer be a light particle, but decay to a radio wave.
I haven't heard of that.
Because it is a radio wave, bro. It's on a wavelength, a radio field frequency that you can tune, and it will give you a certain wavelength of light. Just like a radio beam, you can tune that. It's part of the same spectrum, bro, because it is magnetism. It is the creative force, magnetism and electricity.
Yeah,
That's what everything is.
As a electromagnetic wave, right? That's what light is.
Yes. That's what everything is. That's what all existence is.
Hey, Matthew, if you really love Jesus with all your heart,
yeah,
you'd accept the truth regardless of whatever were to happen to you in the external world.
Right.
Yeah.
I know you're a smart guy, but you're playing a bit.
I'm playing what?
I know you're playing a bit because you have to maintain your integrity for your position.
No, I'm not playing a bit. This is what I actually.
Your little YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Do you think, Matthew, that if you actually came to the realization that the Earth was flat, you could come out and say so?
Yes, I would be. Yeah, I think it's important to be honest about what you believe.
But would you be able to reconcile with the cognitive dissonance all of these years?
It's like, it's more than just flat Earth, though, because you can say it's just flat Earth he'd have to accept, but he'd have to accept so much more shit that he just can't do it. So I was just pretty much locked for now.
I think his voice changed now, the monotone. Now he's trying to be more inner.
No, I think.
I mean, I love you, Matthew. No homo.
I could change my mind.
No homo. But I love you, bro. You know?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like most of us here are brothers in Christ, so and that's fine. That's the one thing that matters. And sister, truth prevails.
Point.
I mean, no, who was here? Flatsy was here.
We're all fractals of the Creator, the Ruach, the breath, the Holy Spirit. That's the breath of life, the breath that makes your chest move.
Fractals. That's an interesting way to put it. I hadn't thought about it that way.
So we are all
in His image,
made in the image of God.
Right, right.
Originally, Adam was created. We were created for what? Companionship.
Yep.
He had angels to do whatever he wanted. Hell, even Satan himself cannot do what God says he is not allowed to do. Kind of makes you wonder. Like the whole story of Job.
Yeah, I read through Job recently.
And back then they were talking about the Mazzaroth and the laws of heaven, and can you lasso the Pleiades and bring forth the Mazzaroth before its appointed time? That's the zodiac.
Yeah. And the answer is no. I mean, only God can do that.
Matthew, what do you think the straight and narrow is?
Straight and narrow refers to the path to finding our way to God through Jesus Christ. Some people say, oh, there's many ways to God. I'm like, no, there's only one way. Jesus is the only way. But I will say that there are many ways to Jesus. You know, some Muslims have dreams about him. Some people hear through their family. Some people read about him. So the narrow path is accepting the truth that Jesus is the only way to God.
Some people are actually born with the name that says God is salvation, and that is the gift of all man from God, or gift to man from all God, to all man from God.
Yeah, God's gift is available to every single person, and I think God will make sure that each person
that's what
has
your name means.
Yeah,
that's what your name means.
Yep.
Gift from God.
Yep.
Actually, gift to all man from God, right? And Joshua is God is salvation. So literally, right there, what does that tell when you look to Christ?
Right.
Look to Messiah. In case anybody hasn't noticed, the way that events in the world are unfolding is following the script exactly. What script? It's available in every hotel room. It's a reason why they freely put it out.
Do you think that Zionism actually goes against what the Bible says?
Yes.
Matthew declares himself a Zionist.
Do you know what the Hebrew word for high priest is?
No.
Who were the ones that were judging these people and punishing them in Germany?
Odysee?
Yahtzee.
Hmm.
No, I'm saying Yahtzee because you hit the nail on the head. That's what that name means.
Nazi means high priest?
Yeah.
In what language?
Hebrew.
I didn't know that.
So when they did away with that system and brought about the system of man, basically the way of the nations, man's politics, political Zionism. Oh, we have to have a nation in place, and then after they establish the nation in the place, they go, oh, we still have to have the nation in the place. Oh, we're so victimized. That superiority complex. I'm against any kind of form of superiority because nobody is superior to anybody.
You have to realize as well, Matthew, that the Zionists believe that they're superiorly above everybody.
Almost like they're the master race or something.
Yeah, I think everybody's equal in God's eyes.
Not according to the Zionists, not according to people like Netanyahu, who calls the Palestinians
have no idea.
Animals and dogs and deserve to die.
The Christian Zionists don't even know what it means to be a Zionist. They just know that Zionism is a good thing. It means a home for Israel and that they have a right to survive and all that. But they don't realize that they're champion for the Noahide laws to be instilled in this nation. They're already on the books. They have yet to be installed.
What are those laws?
It's time for martyrdom. Renounce the name of Jesus as an idol or get your head removed. Noahide laws. Look it up. I'm tired of sounding this bell. Finally, people are listening. We're at the 0 hour, man. That means midnight. No, and it's 12:02. Look at that. All you hear is wars and rumors of wars. Constantly.
Well, they got to keep us peons, scared of something.
Well, the thing is they keep everybody ignorant of it by going to a program in a church that's a 501c3 whore of Babylon daughter.
Not my church.
Well, if you have a pastor, they're a Freemason. If you read the King James Bible, that's the Freemasonic version.
Which
Geneva
Bible?
predates it, and there's differences. This is what I'm talking about. We need to preserve the correct version in stone in many languages all around the world in high places, high cliffs. If there is another submersion, liquefaction, earthquake that causes the ground to rise, it will still be there in all memoria.
Which translation would you recommend for English speakers?
Geneva. $15.49 or $15.99. It's your choice. It's up to you. But it predates the KJV, and this is where it comes from. And you can see where some of the differences are. Like, for instance, when you look at the consequences of the generational curse, those who make idols and bend knee to them, the King James Version says up to the third and fourth generation, like the iniquity of the father will be visited upon the third and fourth generation. But of those who hate me, and showing mercy upon thousands who love me. That's not what it says. The Geneva says this, and it's in Old English. It says, visiting the sins of the father upon the children up to the third generation, and a fourth of all of those who hate me will suffer this generational curse as well. But showing mercy to the thousands who love me. That's what it says. You can look at it and be like, oh, holy smokes, this is different. And there's just subtle differences like that. But they have, in order for a different version of a manuscript, like if it's an ancient manuscript, you can create a version. You have to change it by 10%. And then you can copyright it and make money on it. So, just saying. A lot of this stuff is philosophy. A lot of this stuff is talking about you as the body of Christ, right? Does that mean you eat the bread? No, he says, partake of this, for this is my body, and you shall become my body. Drink my blood, for it shall flow through you. He didn't actually say, drink my blood. It's a metaphor. You got to look to what the Greek says. When they repeat things, that means something. Like, for instance, Revelation 6:2. Behold, I saw a pale white horse, or a white horse, whose rider was given a bow. That word is Stephanos, and was given a crown. Well, that word is, or no, excuse me. That word is Stephanos. The other word for bow is toxon. The word toxon translates directly to a simple piece of fabric. Bow, like a ribbon. And the crown in Greek is diadem, not Stephano. Stephano is the string that ties the crown around the head. So it's like a bandana or something on the forehead, right? Or something that you would put over your face when you're disguising yourself. I mean, I don't want to say the words, but everybody knows what happened 2 years ago, 3 years ago. But, yeah. So when you start looking into the words, start looking into the interlinear and what the words actually are. That's the meat of the issue. Spit out the bones. The bones is what you used to think the meaning is. Because the words don't translate to English. You have to understand what they're talking about in the root language by looking to the root of the words, like I did with the firmament with rakia. Rakia from raka. Raka means something pounded out, something solid like metal. And the rakia is an expanse of this pounding, of this metal that's been stretched. Not saying a dome, just saying there's something that says, nope, you cannot go past 72 miles. Now, did anybody catch the Starship launch? The fake X Starship launch? Because supposedly he got the go-ahead to pierce the firmament. And this was 2 days ago? Wait, what day is it?
Yeah, I thought they had gotten the go-ahead recently, but I don't think they've launched it yet. Maybe they did.
That's a bold claim saying it was fake.
Fake X? Anyway, so you don't think that you didn't hear anything about it being launched? I haven't either. But this one, when they launch it, it doesn't have any roll program. It's going to go to Apogee. If you're not a rocket nerd, Apogee is at the very top of its flight before it begins to have freefall.
I'm seeing a news story that says they're planning to launch it on Saturday.
Oh, wow. Okay. Like, I'm pretty sure nobody here knows anything about Twitter or X or anything like that. But for some reason, I can't do anything on X. Nothing will post, nothing will load, just blank screen. And Twitter no longer works. It gets directed directly to X.
Browser.
No. No use in that platform anyway. It's for doddering old fools thinking they're making a difference on politics, not realizing they're useless idiots. Useful idiots, I bet. Useful idiots. Exactly, his name was not Jesus. His name was Yahushua. Some people say Yeshua, but it's Yahushua. In English, direct translation is Joshua. Because there's one other Israelite, the one that took over after Moses, who had the same name. Joshua.
Yeah, he had like a common name.
Yeah. And then it was translated into the Greek as Aiso, and then into the Latin as Isus, and then into the English in the 1600s has Jesus, but yet the King James version in 1611, after the J was introduced to say King James, it's still Iesu, the Greek version. Just a little bit of information. Not Isus, but Iesu. See, what happened is in the past, all the language was lost because they were using pictographs, and we don't know what the hell those pictographs mean. We don't have a key to decipher it. Nothing survives of that world to bring it forth today, right? So we got to have a language key by using the Vesica Pisces seed of life. Platonic philosophy drilled into the stone, carved into the stone face as a cipher key. Yep, creator of everything that is in the heavens. That's everything that is in the heavens. On the earth, beneath the earth, even the evil, right? Even the parasites. It is all his handiwork for a purpose.
I'm not changing the subject, but sorry, man.
Implanted the globe idea in somebody's head. Sorry.
Oh yeah, I was just going to say, hey guys, have a look in the chat and have a look at the video that I just posted quickly. This thing I filmed one day, right? There was no ships because I checked I checked my marine app. There was nothing in the area. I don't even know what this thing was. But have a look at it. It's got structure. It's like in a Fata Morgana. There was no ships there. There was nothing. I have no idea what this thing was. Sorry, you can continue conversation, bro. Sorry, man. I didn't mean to interrupt. So I'd post this. People can have a look. It's pretty bizarre.
Where did you capture this?
I'm in South Australia, man. It was just off the shore where I normally film from, and it was like there was nothing there. There was no ship there. There was nothing. I have no idea.
So that almost looks like a rectangular cubic building of some type, right?
Yeah, I know. Bizarre, isn't it?
No. It makes sense. It checks out based on what's going on right now, and the fact that there's clouds. Don't think I'm a nut, okay? Just hear me
you're
out.
a nut. I'm just joking. Yeah, go on.
New Jerusalem is equal in height, length, and width. So it's a cube. And it's in the clouds. And will be seen before it lands. And before it lands, Messiah will come and destroy everything with fire. Judge everybody. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. People don't realize what happens when he comes back. He's not going to save you. You are to witness what happens. Blessed is he who endures to the end.
Yeah, I filmed this twice as well. Yeah. Sorry, man.
That's pretty interesting, man.
Yeah, I filmed it twice. And like the first day when I filmed it, which was this day, there was no ship there or anything. But then the very next day, there was a ship in that same area. And I thought, oh, maybe it just didn't come up on the Marine app. But then 2 days later, I filmed this thing again, and again, there was no ship there.
No
I was
way.
like, what the hell? Yeah, there was no ship there again. I was like, what the hell?
Dude, it's like perfectly like what's kind of crazy is like how much atmospheric distortion and stuff there is, but like that structure itself seems like extremely crisp and like the lines seem straight.
Yeah, well, to me, it looked kind of like a container from a container ship, but I'm like, well, clearly there's not a container ship there because you would see the whole ship. You know, I was just like, what the hell? How bizarre is this thing?
It would be much too large, too.
Yeah, exactly.
There's in this world, and like to be a normie is so boring, and just to ignore everything. It's so cool being a truth. Like I don't know, it's so cool being us.
I mean, read the Bible. Even in the Bible, it says it is better for you to empty your mind and come back as a child. So the mind of a child. Think back when you were a child, the programs you used to watch, those were all meant for a reason because they knew what was going to happen in our lifetime. All of these things are teaching us things. Like, for instance, if you're in the States, they're reading Rainbow on PBS, public broadcasting after Sesame Street, right? So the Reading Rainbow, the truth is in a book. You could do anything and be anywhere, go in time, be an adventurer, do whatever you want because the adventure is in the book. You read it and use your imagination, right? Use that gray matter. So you think as a child, and remember the truth is in a book. The Reading Rainbow. What is the rainbow? God's promise, His covenant, not to flood the earth again.
Who's that talking?
Joshua Matthew, I think.
Yes.
Man, that's so cool, Plane. So have you been that's the second time you observed it?
That was the first time. I haven't made a video of the second time yet.
That's so cool, man. You gotta like hunt that thing now.
Yeah, I was just like, I was actually stopping people, going, "What the fuck is that?" I was just, and then people were like, "Oh, I didn't notice it." I'm like, "Have a look at it." I'm like, "There's no ship there." Look at my marine app. There's nothing there. I'm like, "What is it?" And these people are like, "I don't know, man. That's fucking weird."
Whoa. Yeah, dude, there's just like unknown stuff out there. That's so cool, man. That's just it's just so weird. Like, what is it, a building that goes invisible? It's so bizarre.
Or maybe it's what they're building on the other side of Antarctica, on the other side of the pole, like Bird said, and we're able to see it.
For the speculation, dude, like it's time to just start building a drone, dude, like and going and trying to explore it. Like, fuck it. Like, I'm so over it. I'm sick of talking about it.
That's kind of what the whole idea of bringing it to a forum is eventually people get sick of it. That's what I feel the whole conspiracy theory is about it.
Yeah, if everyone put their money together, that's in a $70 million jet that's fast enough to where it can outrun their missiles that are going to try to shoot it down.
Dude,
go over there.
Bro, you could just it could just be a small drone. Like, it wouldn't even have to be that big. They wouldn't know the difference between it and a bird. I mean, maybe, well,
dude, 23 years.
But it wouldn't have to be that.
Survived for 23 years. There's no more Antarctic Treaty after 23 more years. It expires.
Yeah, well, I don't care. I don't want to explore in 23 years. I want to do it now. I'm talking about like I want to do the North. The North would be easy to do.
Right, that's what I was thinking, but China thinks they own it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, they'd have to like figure
They're
out
nowhere
that
near the North.
It wasn't a bird. You know what I mean? Like, it wouldn't have to be that big, and you didn't have to. You wouldn't even have to fly it that high. Like, dude, I've literally lived in the Arctic for like over 6 months a year, every year. Like, it is flat as fuck. The Arctic Ocean is flat as glass. So you could fly.
Yeah, man. I reckon we all fund your idea of. I reckon we all fund silly questions. Building a solar powered drone.
Yeah, dude, I have the badge. I can fucking drive my truck to Endicott Island if I want. I can just get a job there. They love hiring me there.
How much do you think it would cost to build a drone?
Dude, I don't think dude, honestly, bro, I don't think it's going to be that much. I don't think I'll need any funding. I think I have plenty of money. I just need to I just needed to decide that's what I'm going to do. That's all I needed.
Let's do it, bro.
Dude, for real, we're going to I don't know, man. Yeah. And then next, I want to do, I just want to launch some shit at Antarctica. I mean, seriously, I don't know what the environment's like down there, but I know what it's like in Prudhoe.
I'm just loading up another really cool Fata Morgana. It's a different one. It's not the same thing. It's an actual ship, this one. Have a look at this one when it loads in. It's pretty cool.
Dude, your photography is so badass, Plane. I love, dude, that guy was like, it's gonna, you could just kind of you could just, listen to him spiraling or how ridiculous his claims are. It's so perfect.
Yeah, I'm putting together an entire presentation, which I've been doing for ages, because obviously I've got life getting in the way, and I've got about 550 slides of it so far. But it's like I almost don't need to. I just need those two things. Those two things are enough to just, demonstrate what I want to demonstrate. But I've actually got another one. I think I was mentioning it the other day or yesterday, maybe on a different server or something, where I noticed that same area, there's a thing that I call the Buddha, which is 30 miles away, and then those houses. And I'm actually always noticing that the Buddha and those houses are always relatively in the same position, no matter what the conditions of the day are. So whether they seem to be dropped or whether they're raised or wherever they are, they're always relatively in the same position compared to each other. And I've just been thinking that, well, if they're like 15 miles away from each other, shouldn't there be enough refractive conditions going on to make them in different positions to each other, different days? Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that makes perfect logical sense. So just to read, reiterate, like they're the perfect distance away, so like they would be uniform.
Well,
they're like,
yeah, like one's 15 miles from me, and then the other one's 30 miles, so it's like double the distance. But when you look at them relative to each other, even though, like, you know, let's say on one day you got a really heavy inferior mirage, and therefore the horizon looks really high, but those two things are relatively in the same position. And then if there's a day when I can see literally all the way to the ground, those two things are still relatively in the same position. But you would think that the different refractive conditions would make that thing far beyond go up and down in a totally different area, in a totally different space. Is that making sense?
Yeah, it does. But they're wow, okay. That's like, yeah, that's almost not that's almost the opposite of what you would think would happen.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I just noticed this the other day. I was looking at them, and then I was like, "Oh, this doesn't really make sense now that I think about it." But yeah, that video just came through, man. Guys, have a look at that of this ship. It's pretty cool.
Listen to this fucking.
I used binaural beats for this one. Yeah, what do you think of that one? Silly questions. Did you watch it?
Yeah, I just got, like, right when we started talking, I got to the end. Yeah, dude, it's so cool.
Yeah, I've caught some pretty cool Fata Morganas. I've got another one where, like, literally the whole, I got about 2 hours worth of this whole section of land with all of the houses, the whole lot was just doing crazy stuff, warping in, warping out. One house got 3 layers of houses on it, and then it went into these just windows. It just looks so cool. But I was on the jetty when I filmed it, so there was a lot of people walking around, so it's really, like, there's a lot of vibration. So I think I've edited about 15 minutes of it so far, and that took me 4 hours to get all the shaking out. So it's going to take me a while to do that one.
Dude, so I'm in Colorado, and I want to try to pick a couple peaks and try to get like me and a buddy a couple peaks and do some like long distance laser do some laser tests up on the mount, like see if we can like how far we can see from peak to peak.
Do the mirror one. If you're going to be up on peaks, do the mirror one. What do they call those things? Stonograph things or whatever they call them, like the mirror flash.
Yeah, dude. I really want to try some of those because they like if we're seeing way too far. Like, okay, what I really want to do is I want to get like an infrared lens for a camera, and just like you would, like the military has, right? Because all of that's supposed to negate refraction, and then plus altitude. Like that would be some pretty good evidence. It would be really hard to refraction that away,
Yeah, definitely. The higher elevation observations. That's what they keep telling us to do. Do the higher ones, and then we can't deny it. Okay, fair enough.
Exactly.
The thing is like I've done some filming from like 100 feet high, and it just doesn't really change anything. You know, if it's an inferior mirage day, all it means is that the inferior mirage is further away. And that's from 100 feet. You still get it.
Yeah. It's just so cool that you go out and do that.
Yeah, I've had about the past week off, so it's the longest I've had off this year. I mean, I did some filming yesterday. I was in Cairns yesterday, and I did some filming there. But I've taken it easy for the past few days. I've had too much going on. I'm going to Japan in about a week, or less than a week. So I said to myself, I'll take two of my cameras and I'll film 1 or 2 sunsets while I'm there, so I can get some sunsets from Japan, which I think will be cool.
Konnichiwa. Ohayou gozaimasu.
Konnichiwa.
Is it pretty cheap
Sorry?
Is it pretty affordable to fly there from Australia?
We've got a carrier here called Jetstar, and they had half price. So yeah, I think it wasn't too bad. I think it cost me like $700 for return flights. 700 Australian, which is only like less than 500 American.
Watashi no name wa Josh Tesu.
Yeah, I don't understand that much Japanese anymore, man. I used to know Japanese reasonably well.
It's just basically, hello, my name is, and then you say, so, watashi
what did you say?
Nama wa watashi no Nama
sorry, I didn't quite hear what you said, but yeah.
Watashi no. Like,
yeah,
what does she know?
Yeah, watashi wa nome. Namae.
Namae wa, and then your name, and desu.
Yeah, sorry, I do know that one.
Yeah. Yeah, as soon as I said, what does she know? You're like, oh yeah, that's right. Like, thank you very much. Don't touch my mustache. Doi tashimashite. Yeah.
Yeah, I dated a Japanese girl. Well, I lived in Cairns for a year, like in the year 2000. So I actually dated a few Japanese girls, but I hung out with a lot of Japanese people, so they didn't know much English, so I had to learn Japanese. But that was 23 years ago. It was quite hard to learn the language to start with, but I think once I started picking it up, it was all right. But now for the past 22 years, I haven't really spoken Japanese. So
yeah, my grandma hasn't been speaking it very much lately either, and she's full-blooded. Was born over there. Moved over here when she was like 20. But the thing is like she can't remember hardly anything because she doesn't speak it. So like that's a problem. Like use it or you lose it, you know.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I
So
used to
that
actually
means
be able to write.
the dragon demon beast that people mislabel as the Antichrist is multilinguistic, which means he's fluent in many languages, right? Which means he's in every nation twisting their leaders. So it's like,
Yeah, hold on a second. I'm on my laptop at the moment. I'm going to change to my phone, so I'm just going to disconnect from here, and I'll be back in a minute.
I'm sorry to ruin your Black Panther party. So, okay, change the subject. Conspiracy theory, right? Black Panther. Why do you think Marvel came out with the Black Panther? Disney authorized Black Panther to come out. There was a group of militant people, like in the 60s and 70s, called the Black Panthers, which spawned the Bloods and the Crip gangs. Now, when you do a cursory search on the internet for Black Panther, and even like Huey and all that, you're going to come up with some cast member on the Black Panther movie, all about Wakanda, right? Just like with Frozen. Just like with Frozen, when you look up Disney, Walt Disney, Frozen, because of cancer for future possible cure, because he actually did that. You can't find that now. Everything that you find is the damn Frozen movie.
Oh, yeah, you want another one of those? Died suddenly.
Yeah,
before
it's a
that
film.
little documentary that Stu Peters made called Died Suddenly. If you typed in "died suddenly" into Google,
yeah, it's a film now.
You just had hundreds of thousands of things that would come up of just articles on people that died suddenly. But yeah,
this is the only
now it's a
way.
film, and now all you get is that.
It's the only way they can suppress the information is obfuscation. It's not just subversion.
Something to do with Black Lives Matter as well. There was also another thing called BML or BLM.
Yes,
I can't remember what that was, but I remember people telling me.
Bureau of Land Management. The Bureau of Land Management here in the States, like all the open country roads, like there's land that nobody's living on. You can get that from the Bureau of Land Management. That's who's in charge of it. It's a government agency like the Bureau of Investigation, the FBI. So this is the BLM, the Bureau of Land Management, not Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, so there was something that happened with them or something, wasn't there? And now whenever you type BLM in, all you get is Black Lives Matter. You don't get any of that information that was.
There was the Bundy Ranch, and there was also a ranch up in Nevada where they confiscated the land, took people off of it because there was rare minerals like uranium underneath, and the government wanted it because of this new gravity bomb.
I remember the Bundy Ranch story.
So get this, as if nukes aren't scary enough. What's scarier than an atom bomb? Gravity bombs. Yeah, they're check it out. Look into it. We're developing a fucking gravity bomb.
I thought you said gravity bong.
Yeah, someone's thinking the gravity bong too much.
If you believe that, then I shall sell you the London Bridge from right here in Lake Havasu City back. I don't know how you're gonna ship to Australia, but yeah, we can ship it. We can sell it. give it back. I don't know how we got it. Some guy ended up buying it in a raffle. Old man McCulloch. But yeah, if you believe in gravity bombs, oh, they're gonna create a mini black hole just like you see in sci-fi movies. Yeah, okay. Here's a bridge. Very cheap.
Yeah. Yeah, well, there are people out there that'll believe anything.
Like the moon landing.
Yeah, there's one classic example.
Or aliens.
Oh,
or UFOs. So you mean the government has sat there and told you for years that ain't no such thing as ET, ain't no such thing as UFOs. It's government equipment, secret space program stuff that, secret aeronautics and secret development, stealth and stuff like that. So we're going to go ahead and just let you run with the UFO to keep the stigma about it. But in reality, it's military craft. To where all of a sudden now they're going, oh, these are UFOs. UFOs are real. They're not of Earth. That means they've got vehicles to a point to where they're going to be real vehicles, but they're made by us, by like Northrop Grumman and stuff like that. I mean, people don't see this. I mean, there's no such thing as aliens. Those that came from space, people say, and down here, those would be like the fallen ones, bro. Even Aleister Crowley knew this when he summoned the demons and he drew them, and they looked like these gray aliens. And he says, today we call them angels and demons, and this is what they look like. This is Lamb. He's one of the top archetypes of one of the fallen ones. This is what they look like. We call them angels and demons today. Tomorrow they will call them something else. And then after he died, these UFOs supposedly started popping up, and NASA was developed. So, and that's a pretty interesting thing with Aleister Crowley and all that, because you look into JPL, and I'm not talking about Jet Propulsion's laboratory, but even though it is the same thing, they just purged Jack Parsons' name off of it because he's a pedophile and Satanist and all that, occultist. So they removed him because he blew himself up making. This was on Big Bang Theory of all things, because Sheldon Cooper, his name. Well, let's just say he's related to that guy. It's Parsons. So, anyways, there's another little loophole, just like with
in the show, he's related to him. Or in...
No, the actor is related to him. The actor's name.
Oh, the
is
actor's
Parsons.
Yeah. Ah. Oh, how about
so, that? Yeah, bro. So I'm just like, dude, you can't be joking, bro. So, like, you sit there and you look into it, and like JPL, L. Ron Hubbard of Scientology and Dianetics, and a million poor-selling space novels and sci-fi novels that flopped. Failing sci-fi novelists created a religion that took over the world. Yes, I'm speaking out against Scientology. So when you sit here and you look at it, you're like, okay.
Come on, man. I mean, they do got people believing that a whole bunch of aliens got caught in a volcano or whatever. Like,
yeah.
You got to give it to them.
Right?
You've done pretty well if you convince people of that shit.
But no, bro, you sit here and you look at the freaking at the whole of everything, ancient aliens, right? It's just Scientology. Oh, man, there's no way that man could have built this because we don't know how it could have ever been done. Well, here's a chisel, here's a stone. Give me some time, Oh, look at this. Here's my magnum opus after 25 years of study, my masterpiece. Isn't that beautiful? Nobody else can replicate this, and only I know how to do this technique because I've developed it over 25 years of carving. So that is my masterpiece, which would be this building or something like this, or the statue. It's not built by an alien.
Have you seen that the Coral Castle?
Yeah, built by one man.
Built by one man, Edward Scarlin or something. His name was, wasn't it?
Yeah,
that place is insane.
and he says he knew the secrets of the pyramids, and I was like, "Yep." I'm not going to tell you anything more about it.
The classic is he actually moved it. You know the story of him moving it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's amazing. With the truck driver comes back and is like, what the hell? Because, like he got everyone to, sorry, I got a phone call coming in. I've got to jump off.
All right. But yeah, coral is fairly light, but still those are large multi-ton blocks. A ton is a ton. Feathers are lead. Still a ton. So pivots, leverages, mathematical equations that are based off of the golden ratio. That's it. Seed of life stuff. Flower, fruit, the tree. Don't think that the Rosicrucians are evil. You need to look into the origins and who they actually are by those that are the Rosicrucian. People are deceived. R.C. Christian was not the Rosicrucian. The rose and the cross is what Rosicrucian means. The cross is the body. It's also what our Messiah died upon. The rose signifies your heart, the seed of your soul, that is evolving throughout your lifetime to hopefully a point of enlightenment, of wholeness and spiritual quest, of fulfillment where it blooms. And you attain mastery. It's the basis of Christianity. Oh, secret societies are evil. No, actually they're not.
Wouldn't that depend on the society?
Because there are different orders that have infiltrated the lodges and the fraternities and pulled them aside with a different agenda. This is what everybody talks about up at the very top, but they're not even like a part of that. They're actually Illuminati. That's because it's not Freemasons. Like, read Morals and Dogma. Read all that stuff. Morals and Dogma is the Texas district during the Civil War. So, of course, they're going to teach them lies every step of the way to make it seem that slavery is just. Because it says in the Bible. So, they're all men that have the same moral structure. And they cast religion and politics aside when they're in their meetings. Outside the lodge, it's normal business. This is with any society, any fraternity. Inside the house, the sanctum, you're closed off from the outside world. Now it's house business. I mean, hell, the American Legion, is the American Legion evil because the name Legion means we are many? Because that was the name of the demoniac? The name of the demon and the demoniac? The word wicked means to twist. So when they take what is evil and make it good, and take what is good and make it evil, that means wicked. And we live in a wicked world, which it means twisted, inverted. Wicked from wick. Wicker, Wicca.
Then when they refer to a male
Dude,
witch
that
as
was
a
weird.
Wiccan.
Hold on. You got something going on, bro. I hear like straight up like R2D2 signals coming from your mic before you start talking. That was weird.
From me?
Yeah, like interference.
Is it still happening?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, hold on.
Oh, you're on your phone, huh? That's probably why.
Yeah.
Yeah. No worries. No worries, mate.
Is that better?
It's just it's all good. It just happens. It's because that channel. Or it's charging.
No, it's just connected straight into the phone. That's all right. If it's being weird, then I'll just be quiet. I'll just listen.
No, it's fine now. I was like,
Oh, okay.
whoa, that was weird. Somebody's blasting radio waves at him. You're being attacked. Are you
Yeah,
targeted?
so you're mentioning like Wicca, and that sort of thing. So, what do you think? The word Wiccan, which is a male witch, does that have anything to do with that as well?
Somebody that is twisted in their teaching, they don't know what they know. Just like, okay, so witches, Wicca is a part of Hermeticism, right? Hermeticism is a study of magical arts. That's part of the fraternity of the mystery schools. The mystery schools has to do with secret societies, and it's all about the mystery of God. And how over the centuries the prophecy fulfills. Now, mind you, it is always done through people. Now you know the truth. These people don't know what they know. They're keepers of the knowledge, but they don't know how to look into it to see the underlying message, to see the truth of it. It's all pageants, plays and stuff, ceremonies on certain days. So it's just, they don't know what it's echoing to. So there's a few of them you got to watch out for. Okay, it's called the Brotherhood of the Black Serpent and the Boulier. Right, Boulier means black bald. It means bald, like a ball. Boulier means ball in French. So the Boulier Society is a society of black men, free black men, and they are known as the betrayers of history. Obama is a Boulier. And members of the Boulier refer to themselves as archons.
Yeah, what's your thoughts on the idea of them just fucking redoing the Egyptian king setup? You know about that? Like how there was like one in Egypt. There's like one king from that was like so. The alternative theory is that like all the Egyptian kings were white, and that there was one black king, and that like he disgraced it, so they wiped his face off of the fucking the hieroglyphs. And so some people think that Obama is like this remake of this Egyptian tale. So like when everybody finds out how fucked up it was, they're gonna go back and try to delete him from fucking the presidential
What was
registries and shit.
what was Akhenaten's name before he changed it and declared that the Aten is the one true God?
Or was it Tutmosis or something? I don't know if I'm not mistaken. I don't know.
Tut what?
Tutmosis, right?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Moshe.
Yeah. It is. What do you think about that though? The idea that they're gonna like it's like we're reliving Egyptian history, and that they're gonna like basically scrub out the one black guy's presidency because of how corrupt it was.
You know how people sit there and say that we actually speak Hebrew in reverse or something like that? That's total bullshit. We actually speak Egyptian. The word Horus means the sun. There's 12 aspects of Horus, which are the 12 hours of daylight. Doesn't matter where you are, a sundial has 12 divisions. They were known as Horuses. Today, it's spelt hours. The language is still around.
Horizon. You know, I love all that. And even the story of Osiris and all that. It's interesting.
Like, yeah, exactly. Horus or horizon from Horus, right? So it's like everything stems to a root language, something that happened there in the beginners, the ones that began something. Now, what time period was that? Possibly before a deluge. Definitely at a time before the sands, when it was a lush paradise, before all land became ice, before the Ice Age. What is ice? It's water.
Yeah, I'll say that again. I'm a little busy, but that's interesting. Ice and Osiris. That's interesting.
Atlantis. The time of Atlantis is the destruction of paradise, where the vapor canopy was still in the sky and would descend every night before it crashed and the coldness crept in. When the coldness crept in, the vapor canopy formed water, and that's the flood. That's when Atlan went under water. Atlantis. Atlan east. Atlan under the ice. Atlantis. It's the Ice Age. The Ice Age was the time of Atlantis. Doggerland? That's a vast land that was buried under the ice and then became buried underwater. They still find artifacts. Their fishers fish things up, which is in between the island of England and Denmark and on to Germany. And the island of England, right, which is where the English language comes from, correct? It's named after the people of that island. So why are they called English when that island is not really called England? So why do we call it England? What is the name of the British Islands? Any guesses?
Yeah, I'll say it again, bro. I'm listening. I'm just fucking busy as fuck.
England, right? What is the name of that island? Because it's not England. It actually has a name. the name of the land.
I want to say Britain, possibly.
No. Britain's a union.
Oh, wait. Do you mean like the Siberian?
No.
Like that?
Pretty close. Berea is Irie, which is Ireland.
Right, that's right.
Scotia is Scotland. But what is England? Anglia. So the name of the language should be Anglis, not English, right? Angelos, angels. It's the language of angels. Angelos means angels. Angelo means angel. It's right there in German.
Is that suggesting that the angels are Aryan then?
No, it means they're retarded because the English language is retarded.
Yeah, what you thought about like
butterfly makes no sense.
Well, I don't know. I
It's
think
something
I like
that flutters by. Not a butterfly. It's not butter. And it doesn't fly. It flutters.
Yeah, the English
As it
language.
moves by. You know what I mean? It's like, what happened here? Like, it's slang. It's the cutting of the root of the language. That's what it is. And people think, oh, it's perfectly fine. We live on a planet. No, we live on dirt. You don't live.
You know what though?
On a wandering
the thing
star.
though, man, is England. No, the thing though about English is that, and this is what I've gathered anyway, is what English allows for is for like hyper distinction. Like so, like the idea is like a lot of languages like don't get as precise as the English language is capable of, if I'm not mistaken.
Especially if you're able to use context for definition, right? So you could sit there and give a word that many people wouldn't know, and then give your definition of that word and the structure of your proposition, and then even possibly bring about the idea that you're trying to convey by a definition, like a verbal definition. Like what I mean by definition is your meaning of that word usage, as an example.
Yo, Eggshells up in the chat. What up, brother? There, he might be busy.
Yeah, Britain's a union of islands. Yeah, Island of Man, all that stuff. Wales.
No, Union Jack.
Yeah.
Isn't that interesting too? Did you ever watch that show Lost?
And some people say they live in the United States of what? Mexico? Yeah, it's called the United States of Mexico. Then there's the United States of America. So there's another oxymoron of somebody calling themselves a Mexican American when Mexico is in America, anyways, and they live in the United States, anyways. Like I don't see.
Yeah, but that's all. That's all fucking
stupid tribalism.
Well, no, that's also fucking what's his name? Saul Alinsky, dude. Saul Alinsky and all of those like concepts of like divide and rule and like
yeah, it's all imaginary borders.
It's all multi-cult. It's literally what they've done to divide the people is create those kinds of terms. That's what I've garnered. Like, the only reason these people talk about all that shit is so that there is more division within the people. Mexican American, everyone's like, you're an American, that's it.
This guy just used Wikipedia. Hey, if anybody watching happens to have their phone ready, I got a QR code that I'm about ready to pop up. It's going to explain everything about these so-called Wikipedia peoples, because they don't understand that even Wikipedia itself states that they are not a credible source, and anything on there is pure art by the user who's uploading it, and anything that claims that it is true is an act of vandalism.
Well, yeah, you ever heard like they used to say like English was the land or the language of the fairies, like it was like a magical language.
Yeah, well,
And like
not the fairies, the fae.
yeah, okay, interesting.
Yeah, the fae. Different. Which is like fairy, but the fae folk were like druidish people, like before the Romans brought Christianity there. But then you had the Picts as well, which kind of matched the same people, the natives that were living in Florida. They had tattoos and were naked, fair-skinned, and they were red because they painted themselves red to block themselves from the sun from getting sunburnt. So red man means painted red. It's not racist. Fucking idea of race is racist. Just like your idea of superiority is racist. Guess what? When Charles dies, there's no more legitimate heirs. Because he's got a vasectomy. All those children are bastards and they're not his kids. Oh, man. That's why all this shit's happening right now, because he's in poor health. And so everybody was all fucking flipping out and talking about how, what do you call it? Maniacal laughter. Oh, man.
I mean, it sounds
after
kind
the
of
Queen died. You love it. Oh, man. But yeah, like there's this big sob story of when the Queen died. I'm like, who cares? It's not our Queen.
Definitely not mine.
She's just a landlord.
And I don't even live anywhere where she has any powers.
Yeah, but still 20% of our tax money goes right off the top to her, and then it goes to paying off the loans on our debt. Or the interest on our debt, not even the debt.
Not for me, but
Huh?
someone who
No,
lives
I'm saying in the United States.
She's not even Australia's queen anymore either, because our government basically sold them out. Well, I mean, she wasn't.
Anyway.
Well, yeah, but I mean, even like when we changed to become a corporation, then we don't really have anything to do with them technically anymore anyway. They're not really our king or queen.
They have no right. She's a freaking German, illegitimate bastard child of Churchill anyway. Well, let me guess. Somebody's going to post, oh, that's a conspiracy theory proven false.
All the kings and queens are useless.
Yeah. Even the government, they don't realize that there's another power that controls everything behind them, the principality. And it's not a human power. Shit just happens.
What kind of
the
power
principality?
is it?
It's called the principality. It's the ruling powers over nations. And then you have, that's what we struggle with. Our struggle is not with flesh and blood. It's not with people. It's with principality and powers. and spiritual wickedness on the high places.
Some kind of woo-ha god worship.
It's a spiritual warfare, right? So everybody sits there and talks about, oh, well, this politician, fuck him, and well, this politician, he's a cocksucker, and all that. No. They're just people. When you look at it, right, it's not them that control things. Even a king doesn't control his house. The servants control the house. You get me?
So it's not. No.
A pyramid structure, there's many people underneath the leader.
Sure.
So it's not the leader that's in control. He's just a shot caller. It's all the peons underneath that are doing all the legwork, that are doing everything. And the principality is when these people have come together and said, we're going to conspiracy to do this and enact this so we get our way for this. And it starts going down a wormhole, right? It's not the people that are doing it. It's not the politicians that are doing it. It's the nature of the game of politics. It's corporatism. It happens in corporations.
I think it's still people.
People go on strike.
Yeah, but it's people going
but
on
it's
strike, not spirits
no,
going on strike.
no, it's not people. Did I say spirit? I said principality.
Yeah, you said that it's spiritual forces.
Google principality.
Yeah, you said
And then
it's not
powers.
humans.
Powers. What does powers mean? Our Constitution
depends.
of the United States of America says power to the people.
Sure, and the president is
Power
the
means
people.
freedom. It means freedom. Liberties.
John Lennon said power to the people. I don't think the Constitution mentioned it.
It does say it.
It does?
Yes. This is derived by the people, for the people, of the people, and by the power of the people to elect for themselves a form of governance separate from the landlords in England.
Sounds like people. I think it's still people in charge, not some kind of spiritual thing. Drum roll. And then nothing. Most useless drum roll ever.
Principality, a territory ruled by a prince or princess, or from which such a title is derived. The position, authority, or jurisdiction of a prince or princess. Sovereignty, the seventh of the 9 orders of angels in medieval analogy, or angelology, or whatever it is. So
Then
that's
I don't
principality.
live in that kind of place. Then I don't live in a principality.
And then the powers are speaking of the very rights that you have. The God-given rights, the unalienable God-given rights. The spiritual wickedness, the wicked means you take what is evil and say it's good. And you take what is good and you say that's evil. Oh, we don't do that. That's evil. That's what they do.
But I don't live in a principality then, because we don't have any princes or princesses here.
I don't think you believe in God.
No, I don't.
Exactly. So why are you even trying to rebuke me? The conversation was nothing about you. You just come in here and popped in and opened your mouth, inserted foot.
Yeah,
I'm sitting here proving you wrong, and you're like, well, I don't believe it. You don't believe Webster. You don't believe Webster about principality.
Hold on.
You're a fucking numpty.
hold on. I said I don't live in a principality because we have a president. So there's no fucking princes or princesses here. So I just wrecked you then, right? And I have no disagreement with the definition of principality. And I don't live in one.
Who's associating a principality with a prince?
I'm the guy who just with the manic laughter. I don't remember his name.
Oh.
Joshua Matthew 4:20. He went on deafen because I don't know. Butthurt maybe. But Dan is doing it. The definition says that it's Dan just posted it. So did Joshua. But yeah, we haven't had a prince in I guess more than maybe never. I guess never.
Come on, Issa. Are we self-governed? Isn't that the question? This is Issa's shit right here.
Yeah. Well. Yeah, but it's just so thick. Where to begin? Where to begin? But but I'm curious about the. Or I missed the reference of prince to principality, because from what I gather with principality is more of like a spiritual thing. It's the way I've always interpreted that. Like we fight not against flesh and blood, but against principalities. You know what I mean?
I think that's what he was saying too. Like in terms of principles, like what's the principle?
Well, principalities, I think, is more about like that's a good work. Good. Maybe did somebody post the definition? I heard that. I don't know if they posted principality, but
yeah, it says a principality or sometimes a princedom can either be a monarchical, feudatory, or a sovereign state ruled or reigned over by a regnant monarch. I don't know what these words mean. That's why I said it's your thing. You know what this stuff means.
It's interesting that it does draw the parallel between like a prince or some kind of like king. Because that makes.
I'm gonna have to look at principles now. What it really
Always remember, your principal at the school is like a pal, so it's your principal.
He's on my permanent. He's on my permanent record.
And then your principals is an LE. Yeah, what blows me away is how many people can't fucking spell properly. Like, just like not necessarily in here or in these forums. Never mind that, but like just in the real world. Like, if you ever, it's just amazing, right? The inability to spell of like most people. It's fucking unreal to me.
There's two principles. Did you know that?
Well, that's what I mean. The principal and the principal.
Huh. Principality.
Well, principal is like the actually, that's interesting too, because it's the principal of the school, right?
Yeah.
So
look, I know you're fucking retarded. So here, read this, motherfucker. Read it. What does it say? What does it say? Can you read? Can you English?
Oh,
it doesn't say president. It doesn't say president there. So you
can you read it? What does it say? Main, comma, principal, comma, chief, comma, dominant, comma, larger. Do you know what comma means? It means a different idea, a different word. Right?
Like
so
the comma
most
man,
important.
like the comma man.
So who is the most important person in your country? The president, right? Who is the chief of your
the president
country?
Isn't.
The president,
the president, right? No. The president has no powers here. Nothing. It's just a face.
By the way, Helsinki used to be called Hell, and it is literally built on 7 hills.
Oh God,
read the box saga.
Fucking Christ! It's never been called hell. Fuck off.
HEL. Before World War One.
It's never been HEL.
You fuck off. You fuck off. You're not even Sami.
No. I'm not Sami. No, they live in the north.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you
That's
Finnish?
what they say. That's what they say about Helsinki because they're in the outer ring. Hell's not a bad place. It was a place of temperance during the extreme cold. This is in the Bach saga.
How convenient. It's cold. Let's go to hell. I don't want to. Come on, we're going to go to hell. Go. It's warm there. We should go.
Again, it's not an English word. It's a Finnish word.
It's either Miami or hell.
See, also remember this though, man. This thing, like this information, is like it's a luxury. It should be, you know what I mean? It's a luxury. You know, it's not something. Like how interesting that like life is so in depth. Do you know what I mean? That like we can parse out these etymological, philosophical, historical ramifications. You know what I mean? Like it's fucking interesting. You know. Like it's amazing how like
I agree. How few people throughout history have the opportunity to just believe itself. You know, like if this popped up at a dinner party anytime in human history before, like 20 years ago, not even that, except to stand around wondering. Or maybe somebody would have a website with that etymology in it, but like most people do.
yeah, dude. Like, remember like arguing with your friend like the actual quote from a movie, and like having to go like rewatch the movie to find out. You know what I mean? Like now you can just type it in and be like, "What did he actually say?" And it's like, "This is what he said."
Yeah.
Like fucking.
Yeah,
I don't know how fucking.
Yeah, that's the whole fucking
film. You'd ended up
Mandela.
getting like 6 cartons of beer on it.
Say it again.
I'm saying once you finally get around to watching the movie, you've been riling one another up so much. Now the bet is like 6 cartons of beer.
Yeah, you got a bet going. You're both wrong. Good. Yeah. You know, that's why I think like even to Joshua, I was just gonna say like don't, or you know, at least I've learned enough in this fucking shit. It's like, you know, whether people love it or fucking hate it, at least you know how good and pleasant that we can discuss it. You know what I mean? And whether or not it's like whether or not someone gets it or not is, you know, whatever. I don't. You know, I don't know, but that's interesting. Like, yo,
So-
man, you're onto some hip shit though. I dig it, man.
Because I looked into this stuff and I was like, interesting. So it means like a cold place. Hell, HEL.
But
Here's
Helsinki
another
has never
thing.
been called hell. That's just a lie.
Here's the other thing. 1550 trading town
Hey, yo,
established
never
by
mind you.
Gustav I of Sweden.
Never mind the
So
fact.
Swedish king invaded and established the colony on the islands.
So Helsinki was never called hell.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
It was called Hälsingland. Or the name came from Hälsingland from Sweden. And it's Helsingør, and then it became Helsingør, and now it's Helsinki.
Well, you know where hell comes
what
from.
is-
That term,
what does
like,
Helsinki mean?
etymologically? Like etymologically.
Yeah, what is the
You'd
name
have
mean?
to go to the. It comes from the etymology of the word Hälsingland in Sweden. And that, I don't know where that name comes from. Helsinki has never been called hell.
Well, real
Never.
quick. The etymological term of hell, though, HEL, is actually just means to cover. That's why you have like helmets and like so like the hell is like
Oh yeah.
cover. You know what I mean? So
The
it's just
hill come from
interesting how that.
hell is underground.
Right. Like
That's
something
the underworld. Yeah,
covered,
the underworld.
Right.
I'm not
Nice
talking about
work,
the
guys.
underworld.
That was a good path. You're right. You guys got there finally. Under something.
Yep.
Good work.
Yeah, I always thought that was. I mean, because I'm like more of an allegorist when it comes to the. I don't know if that's even a word, but like I'm into the allegory of these philosophical religions, etc., and like the concept of hell. You know what I mean? Being like like even think of like I always think of like if I'm not dead and I'm not in jail, then motherfucker I'm coming. You know what I mean? Like you know what I mean? Because it's only hell when you're dead, and you can't fucking make a choice. Your arms don't work. You know what I mean? Like that's hell. That's fucking hell.
Where you coming into?
What's that?
I'm just fucking with you. I was asking where do you come into? You said you were coming in all sorts of places.
Oh, where am I going? You mean? Where are you going to say? Where are you going?
So we're coming in.
Yeah. But I mean, like the idea of like like the idea of like being afraid to like talk to a chick or something like that. You know what I mean? Like people get froze up or like whatever. But the point is like you're not dead. You're not. You know what I mean? Like you have choice. Like if you're at a bar, like how lucky you are. You better go over and say hi. You know what I mean? Like how dare you? Like
I like the. Have you seen the comedy skit from? Who was it who talked about the retard in a bar picking up women, like the ugly guy? Has nothing to lose, so he gets all the girls because he's just not afraid.
Right.
Hold on, check this out. I just found this out. According to this entomology thing, the Dutch is also hell, Hel. Same with the Old Norse. German is holy. Gothic is Haldia, hell, concealed place. The Norse is Nylir, or cavern, from to cover or conceal or save. So when you're sitting there and you're looking at this stuff, you start trying to see what it goes to. Like, see also the old Frisian hilly. So there you have the Orlanda in it as well, according to what they say, with the old Saxon Hela or Hela. So the Hellenistics, right? The Egyptians, Cleopatra, the old Greeks. Do you get me yet?
You're hella bored.
A lot of words.
You guys were the centerpiece. You guys were the ones. Well, not you guys, but Sweden were the ones that pushed this whole idea forward, which puts us in the way the world is today, with the struggle.
Wait, so what
It
are you
wasn't
implying about
you.
Swedish people?
It was from that area.
Was what the heathens or something?
No.
What are you implying about Swedish people?
Alexander, like Macedonia and all that shit, bro. Danes, Dan.
What?
The Danes and Dan.
Oh. Hell in Helsinki, Danes and Dan, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, it's kind of weird how like Helsinki is like some kind of weird way of saying it reminds me of Hell's Kitchen for some reason. Sinky. Hell's Kitchen, Helsinki. I don't know.
Your mind's in the gutter.
Like New York.
New York.
I was getting lower.
That is definitely the fucking garbage disposal of hell.
I like the Helsinki. That was pretty good.
There's an interesting flight that goes, I think it's from Amsterdam to Finland, and it's AY666. It's the number, and it goes to hell.
Nice. Going to hell over a flat Earth.
Ooh, check this out. So
yeah, I heard two jokes that are just fucking hilarious, dude. Have you guys heard these jokes? The fucking flat earther dies, goes to heaven. whatever. Oh, I forget
Oh, I
the
haven't.
thing. And Flat Earther dies, goes to heaven, and the archangel, whatever, is there, and he says, and the Flat Earther says, is the Earth flat? And the archangel, or no, God. He says that he comes before God, and he says, is the Earth flat? And God says, no, stupid. The Earth's a globe. And the Flat Earther goes, damn, this goes higher than I thought. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's a conspiracy when fucking God speaks.
Yeah. So, but then the other one is this one: is that what happened? Like, what did the Glober say when he came home and found his wife fucking another guy? I can explain everything.
Must be a sex robot.
That's pretty good.
Oh God, this joke's been on my mind for the last couple of days. Shout out to New Perspective. Oh God, this or no, I don't even know. That might have been Riggs or something. That's fucking hilarious though. Holy shit.
Hey, I just heard. Did you mess that joke up, or was it?
I got to laugh, so I don't know how much I messed it up. But yeah. Dude,
It
that
goes.
shit is so funny.
It's just that he goes. So Flat Earther dies, goes to heaven, and God says, "Look, it's a spinning ball. You were wrong the whole time." And then the Flat Earther goes, "Oh, this goes higher than I thought."
Oh shit!
I don't know where you got
love
Archangel. Archangel.
Those two jokes are so fucking great.
What was the other one?
What does a baller say when he comes home and finds his wife fucking another dude?
Oh, that's right. I can explain everything.
I can explain everything.
That's good. That goes back to the whole robot.
Refraction?
Remember that? No, remember like you come home and you find your wife sleeping with another guy, and then she says that she didn't do it, and she says it was an animatronic guy that looks just like the neighbor.
Sex robot, yeah.
Sex robot, yeah. Remember that?
Yeah.
They had that baller that was defending it, and was like, "Well, it could be, I guess. Yeah, you're right." He doesn't want to admit it, so he believes that.
You gotta do something with apparently fucking and not actually physically fucking.
Right. It's apparent. It's apparent and physical, supposedly, according to the ballers earlier tonight. Anyway, that was funny. Yeah, there needs to be better. I have another Flat Earth joke. I think I told you that one, Issa, a while back, or you had a follow up for it, I think, which was why are Flat Earthers always so high? Because they're anti-gravity. Why are ballers always so down?
It's like a 2015 maybe.
Yeah, exactly. It was, I think, or it was 2017 or something. But
no, I used to always like just don't like gravity.
Didn't you follow it up? Didn't you say why are the ballers always so down, or why are the ballers always so mad? Because gravity's got them down.
Oh yeah. So, well, I used to have, dude. I always liked. I had the two shirts. I had the one shirt that was like, the Earth is flat. Fuck you. And then it said like,
nice.
Then the other shirt was the Earth's a globe. Fuck you. And then on the back it said gravity, bitch.
Nice. You actually wore those? Did you have those made?
No, I got a couple. I think I might have worn the gravity one, the baller one. Gravity, bitch. But that was years ago.
You're cutting out on your mic right now.
Dude, I believe it. I waited 20 minutes to fucking like on a call where it's like, you are the 11th person in line. Like I waited like 20 to half an hour, dude. The guy fucking answers the phone. He's like, hello? And then he's just like, hello? Hello? Dude, he fucking hung up on me. I wanted to cry.
Shit.
I just wanted to cry, dude. My mic on my phone sucks.
Must have been important. 20 minutes?
A little bit. Yeah, it was important. It is important now. Not even, dude. It was this weird fucking. It was like, like so weird. The fucking.
He
Dude,
was
it was like
probably
the
just
weirdest.
sitting there breathing. He
It
probably
was
went,
so fucking
okay,
weird.
please hold.
Yeah, no, and then they were like, "You are the."
Just breathe in on the mic.
It's so weird, right? Just somebody's job. They outsourced it to India. Like, in just 2 minutes.
Oh, just wait 1 second, please. I am experiencing very high call volume. I must
Very
place on
high
hold.
call volume.
This is a Joseph Smith. How may I help you?
Yeah. Yeah, this is
How
Senor
many
Smith. How
Globers?
can I help? Yeah, fucking all Indian accented. No doubt.
How many Globers does it take to change a light bulb?
How many?
None, because the house is rotating under the light bulb.
On its axis.
There was another one I thought of that way. Yeah, like it takes one to hold it, the other one's to rotate. It comes out to like 10, and like 3 to like theorize on how you didn't need to the ladder turned and you couldn't feel the ladder turning and all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
The light bulb starts contracting.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and this motion speed is relative, so
time dilates and the light bulb goes out.
Right.
Okay, I've got one. I've made this one up on the spot. Why do globers use decimals? Because they can't explain. No, because I can't explain what he's trying to get.
Oh, your mic's stuck so bad on that punchline.
Because
Start
they
over right
can't.
now.
Because they can't deal with irrational problems.
Say it again, but you're gargling on the punchline.
I'll work on it. Hang on.
Because they can't deal with irrational numbers.
So an Earth mathematician and an Earth geographer walk into an Earth bar that's sitting in the country. They're not relevant. And the bartender says, "What do you have?" Together they smile and say, "I'd like to have a radius. I'd like mine 8 inches per mile squared." And the other says, "Make mine quadratic."
That's not the end of the joke, is it?
Yeah.
Oh shit. I don't get it.
Come on.
Some jokes are so bad they're funny though. I actually.
You want to know this is a very bad dad joke. What do you call a cow with no legs? Ground beef. Because it's on the ground.
Nice. Yeah. Well, you don't have to explain it. We get it. Yeah.
No, that's part of the joke.
That's a tough joke to explain, actually.
Yeah.
That's part of the joke is explaining it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Hey, what do you guys call a flying bagel? A plain bagel.
Oh shit. Now we're going here, huh?
Dude, I had to, man. I'm a dad, so.
What about the no idea? You know the no idea joke,
Unidentified flying oval?
It's a plain bagel because the Earth's flat, motherfuckers.
Why did Lisa fall down the swing?
Wait, someone was telling another joke, or was that a hot mic? Whoever it was
No,
low.
why did Lisa fall from swing?
Why did Lisa fall from the swing?
Yep.
Why?
Electrostatics.
No, she had no arms.
Awful.
Terrible.
Where do bad rainbows go? To prison, but they get a light sentence.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Eat a dick.
That's a good one.
Okay, science professor.
Yes, they go to a prison. It's a light sentence. It gives them time to reflect.
Oh,
on top of that. It was hard to catch him, though.
What's the difference between 3 dicks and a joke? Your mom can't take a joke.
Okay.
Gross.
What's gray and comes in pints? An elephant.
Oh.
What did the sadist say to the masochist? No.
What came first, the chicken or the egg?
Neither. It was the microzyma.
It was a rooster, man.
First, we need to figure out if the chicken and the egg actually exist.
It was a trick question all along. Because if you would have said it's a trick question, it was a rooster. Leave the class.
The chicken could just be a brain in a jar.
Your mama's so fat that your dad doesn't find her attractive anymore and left her.
What? Who said mama's fat?
I said, your mama's so fat that your dad didn't find her attractive anymore and left her.
That's a joke?
Not how those things go, man. It's more like your mama's so
That's just mean.
Bitch tripped over a cordless phone.
Oh, yeah. Your mama's so stupid she studied for a COVID test.
Too soon?
Your mama's so fat she left the house in high heels and came back in flip flops.
Flat Earth lollipops are just AE maps, suckers.
You know how ballers, or you know how ballers are gay? Because they love balls.
They won't let go of them either.
So bad.
Yeah, that's how I talk about football fans, though, because they love the person that has the ball and throws it, and that's always their favorite, is the person that catches the ball, picks the ball up from between another man's legs, and then throws it to another man or hands it off to another man. They love that shit.
Go get that guy with the ball.
Same with baseball. They're throwing each other's balls.
Yeah, exactly. Always ball handling. And I don't like hockey either.
Hockey's good.
That's because there's no
we are
ball.
good at it.
It's the only non-ball.
Yeah.
It's the only non-ball sport.
And there's a lot of balls in sports.
Yeah. And you know why the football is called a football in America? American football. Called a football. Why?
Yeah, that's weird. They don't kick the ball too often.
Right. Well,
It'd be a
if
handball.
now let me explain it. A 2x4 piece of lumber is not 2 inches by 4 inches. It's more like 1.75 inches by 3.75 inches. Right? They're Jewing us on like skimping us on some lumber here. So that's the same thing that applies to that. So
it's weird that we call 2x4. We call 2x4 over here too, even though we use the metric system.
Really?
Right.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, it's about perspective.
It's still 2x4 and 5x5 and everything.
Wow.
It has nothing. It has nothing to do with the measurement. It has to do with the perspective.
Further you go, the perspective makes lumber disappear from the bottom.
Because the surface of one is equal to 4 of those lengths.
It's the ratio.
Yeah. Yes. And then the other one would be like, I can't remember what it would be, the overall length or the kerf or something like that. I can't. Yeah. Anyways, so it's all like, it makes sense when you're looking at that, like the UV11 brackets for hurricane hangers when you're doing joists. The reason why it's called a UV11 and all that stuff, or a UV11 not for floor joists but for like decking, is because you look at it, it looks like a U. It could also be a V, and it also looks like an 11.
Hold on, if you get a like a big stack of 2x4s, what's the usual length that they are over there?
88 and a quarter, or 88 and 3/4 inches, like standard stud length. I mean, you can get them any size, but if you want studs, it's usually pre-measured, pre-cut.
Because because over here it's usually, if you buy a bundle, like a big sort of bundle of those, that's 4.2 meters usually. So it's like 14 feet roughly.
Yeah, I okay. Every time I hear the word meter, I think a yard. which is 3 feet.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's 3.4. No, 3. Yeah, no. 14.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
Yeah. 14 feet, yeah. Because it's weird that we have 4.2 meters. There's no logical reason for the length. It's not 4 meters, it's 4.2 or 3.8.
Can you count out the kilometer? Can you start walking and count out the kilometer?
Driving now.
Driving? No, I mean walking. Can you count your pace and say, okay, 1K, 1 click?
Ah, okay. Yeah, no, because it's 1,000 meters, so it's not anything to do with any body parts.
However, the mile is 2,000 paces.
It depends on the person, though.
No, that's what the Roman mile is 2,000 Roman paces.
What's a pace?
And we're a pace is 2 strides of a soldier in full gear.
But depends on the soldier, right?
No.
Ah, yeah,
They weren't that big.
yeah, sure. Yeah. It's sort of subjective, though. I mean, I can hop on 1 meter steps if I want to. Just have to measure them.
Roman soldier.
That's what it's based off of. That's what it was based off of, which means no 2 distances are going to be identical, especially done in a later time and measured out and walked out by different people, different record keepers to place the stone, because one person's gait will be different than another person's, right? So that's what it's based off of. That's just a basis off of it, like how we get the name, and the name Mila, right? Mill.
Yeah, there's Milla Miglia. A lot of Italian things.
It's still metric. It's still metric.
Well, it's not. It's not metric. It's not based on a meter, but
oh, it's 2,000 of something. It's still metric.
no, that doesn't mean that it's metric. If it's based on a meter, then it's metric. I think that just
what is a meter? What does meter mean?
That's the they have it in Paris. They have it in Paris.
Oh no! Hold on.
The standard meter.
Okay. So, what is something called that keeps time? Like the technical term for a watch.
Chronometer.
Chronometer.
Yeah. But meter is just for measuring.
Thank you. Thank you.
But that's not the distance meter. It's like time.
No, but that's. I'm saying that's what the word means. It's a measurement. So anything measured is metric, volumetric. Yeah, doesn't mean it's the metric, the French system, but yeah, because it's all based off of like the light speed, isn't it?
But if you're talking about the metric system, then it's totally different than a mile. Oh, the first. Oh God, you don't like the metric system for this. The original.
I just have no experience with it. I'm used to thou, not mil. Micron. I'm not used to micron. I'm used to mil.
First meter was 1/10 millionth of the distance from the North Pole to the equator, and now it's different. Now it's meter is the length that light travels in a vacuum in X amount of time.
Yeah, I thought it had something to do with the speed of light.
No, nothing to do with the Roman soldiers' feet. They don't.
And a kilogram, they figured out how much a gram weighs by the carob seed or something like that, and then converted 1,000 equally balanced seeds, or 2,000 equally balanced seeds, put them together, and then figured out the exact weight in gold and cast it. And that was the object of the standard unit of 2,000 grams, isn't it?
Yeah, there's like a reference rate.
They had to do something.
Then again, kilos and grams are not weight; they are mass.
Yeah.
That's all
the same mass. The same mass, but what is mass?
Yeah, and when I measure my weight, I measure my weight in kilograms, not in Newton.
But is mass density?
Is mass per volume. No.
It sounds like density to me. Like I don't really grasp what mass means. I think it's just one of these thought experimental words.
Density has also
like an
volume
idea.
in it, so it can't be density.
It's like how much of something is crammed into a space, right?
Yeah,
like trying to redefine
the
it.
amount of stuff.
Right. So it's like the same meaning. That's what I'm saying. It's like the definitions are very similar. Why have a difference in it?
Because 1 liter of
Like
water
displacement.
and 2 liters.
Displacement is how you define mass, right?
No, because you can have a steel cube and a ping pong ball that displays the same amount of volume, but the mass is different.
I think the steel is always going to displace more water than a volume of air.
It's the same volume. Like if you have a cubic meter ball of wood and the same size ball of steel, the mass is different, but the amount of displacement is 1 cubic meter.
And we need to sell to them the importance of the metric system, which is then know that will, if that's of water, you know what it will also weigh, and you know what temperature it will work. You know, like if something's like something liter-esque, you can estimate its size. The important thing about the metric system is not just that the numbers are in thousands rather than stupid fractions, but it's that the numbers between weights, volumes, and temperatures are interchangeable.
Okay, this whoever this guy that's too chicken shit to put a name and verify, all you have to do is just put a name and it'll put a number after it. All I know is G. I don't know what your name is. I've never met you before, but no, I never claimed to know. And you're sitting there saying that I answered myself indirectly when I said that's what density is, not mass.
You should definitely argue with the guy.
Talking about good white light.
Yeah, I don't know what his name is. He's just a G. Like I don't know if
It's good white light. He likes to argue. You'll enjoy him. Come on
Isn't
in.
good white light a flat earther, if I remember correctly?
Not consistently.
this is one of these
because he's
people that
asking about-
listen to Drace's talk about incredulity arguments and fallacies way too many times. He thinks he's a philosopher or something. You're not a debater. You
I
don't
like
even
him.
talk.
I like him asking about the cause of density because flat earthers always ask about the cause for mass and gravity and everything, but never question density. They just say density.
Yeah, I think it's one and the same. The cause of density. It's like how much of something is inside of something.
Yeah, but that's just a ratio.
But what that something is, I don't know. Yeah, but what that something is,
Then
I don't know. It's
then
It's
it
relative
really can't be a
density.
cause for
Remember,
anything.
it's relative density too.
yeah,
Sure,
so
but then
it's
that
relative
can't
to
be a
the
cause
surrounding
because
area.
it's just an amount, so it can't cause anything. It's just
Yeah, because if you've got dense relatives, the chance that you're dense is quite high.
true.
The thing is with density, it's different than mass, bro, because you can have the same you can have two things that have the same mass and different densities. And if they're different densities, that means they're different volumes. You understand?
Yeah, they can have different densities.
No, because
and same mass
then
or
mass
same
just means
different mass and same density.
how heavy something is. How heavy something is in that medium.
Well, not
all mass would
necessarily.
mean.
That's weight. Weight and mass are not interchangeable. Though we use it interchangeably, they're not interchangeable. And like same thing with density and volume. That's different. They're subtle differences, but they're still different.
So how do you measure mass? How would one measure mass? How does a scientist measure mass?
It's hard to tell, but we have the periodic table that tells you
that's the problem.
According to NASA, it's a teaspoon when they're measuring stars.
Because they see an atom, which is named an atom, and the whole system was built because it's non-divisible. To say it's made up of smaller things that are divisible, and based on the amount of things inside of an atom, inside of this molecule, we know how much mass it has because of how much things are inside of it.
So this guy, good white lace, asking me, why are things dense? Density is basically how much things are compacted together. But that doesn't equal mass, because mass is literally the amount of material that you're made out of. So you could be made of more material and not be as dense as somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Or something else.
Yeah, but who asked you that question?
Good white light.
Good white in the chat. But you can be a thick guy who's not fat.
Oh.
Your volume is smaller, but you weigh more because you're more muscle mass than fat.
Muscle, exactly. Muscle mass. Yeah, right there. Muscle mass weighs more than fat because it's more compact matter.
Yep.
Well, also, fat is more buoyant than
More
muscle.
dense.
Yeah.
Muscle is more dense than fat.
Muscle is more dense, but fat floats because what is made of oil.
It's less dense.
And densest of all are people who disagree about whether verticals are parallel.
Yeah. I think good white things are compact because of intermolecular bonds.
The way to explain it with electrostatics, like not all materials have the same amount. Theoretically, not all materials have the same weight, right? Per like let's say per square inch, right? For example, like you can have clearly there's elements that are heavier than others. Why those elements heavier? Is it because they're more dense, or is it because there's more material in them per square inch, right? It's kind of the same, but the idea is that in their paradigm, the mass can stay the same, but the weight can change depending if you're on Earth or you're on the Moon or Mars or whatever, or even within certain places on the Earth, your weight could change, which has been actually demonstrated to be true. They've done laser experiments where they've seen the pull of gravity to be relative, contrary to popular belief. So it's not just 9.8 meters squared everywhere you go. That's a standard measurement, but they've shown through laser experiments that actually acceleration can change, which means that weight can change.
That's a well understood part of it, right? Things closer to the equator weigh less. There's also like more local fluctuations than that.
Globe, Earth, Jew, Goldsmith.
But what is weight? That's the real question. What is gravity, right? That's where it gets real technical. But it has to do with
what you will have to do for your.
Because there is like this pull down, this downward vector, but what that downward vector is pretty much a mystery. But I think that electrostatics has the best theory regarding what gravity is, aka gravity. You know what I'm saying? What that pull is, and it has to do with the what's it called? The downward and at the basically at the most fundamental level, there's a elemental charge. And there's like a downward push. Now, it's not just buoyancy and density. There's also like this downward electric push or dielectric push towards the inertial plane. It's that. Ken Wheeler talks about it. Whitsitt's been talking about it a lot lately. There's a lot of people talking about it. Napalm.
Well, yeah, it's an actual experiment you could do where you like you can literally make objects float, right? With a Van de Graaff machine and a Corona motor.
Yeah.
And there's no experiment to do that with quote unquote gravity. You can't. There's no. They can't. They can't isolate gravitrons or whatever, and reverse. Make shit float. But you can with electrostatics. That's why it's like flat Earth has all the experimentation. The Globers have nothing. They have math and pseudoscience.
The law of octaves, interesting. Okay, so it's using vibrations as musical keys of octaves as an assemblage for the first periodic table, Mr. Mendeleev. Let's see here. I'm sitting here looking at this stuff. I think it had something to do with the relative density or displacement versus the weight of an object of a known molar mass, right? So like something that they know of, like whatever it is that they obtain, like I think a couple grains of sand or of the sample or something like that, and they weigh it against oxygen acid, I think is what the literature says, if I recall from when I went to school. But what is the oxygen acid? Would that be peroxide, or would that be water, or something completely different?
Peroxide's not an acid; it's an oxidant. Like it's the opposite of an acid.
Yeah, so water acid would, or excuse me, oxygen acid would be water because it's oxygen and hydrogen. And then the element oxygen, once again, which is the elemental acid. So I'm thinking peroxide because it's HO3 instead of H2O or H23. Yeah, whatever.
So basically,
it's got extra oxygens.
regardless of like buoyancy and density, if you can manipulate the pull, the downward vector, if you can manipulate that, your weight would change regardless of your mass and buoyancy, regardless of buoyancy and density. If you just leave that aside for a second, if you can manipulate that downward vector, that pull, whatever it is, your weight could change. And the speed, that the acceleration that you hit towards the Earth would change. And apparently Ken Wheeler has demonstrated this in the lab, and others people have done these experiments where you can manipulate that pull, slightly manipulate it. It's not like you can make a person float or like a car float or anything like that, but like small objects like a styrofoam or a dime, things that are lightweight that doesn't require a lot of energy to compensate that pull.
Yeah, and that's what he was talking about. Austin was talking about how they have those meters, or it's like a ball and a vacuum, whatever, but it's the only thing that changes it is when there's an electrical storm, right? Then they actually can detect a change in the device, right? And it's just like you're saying,
Oh, okay. So oxygen acid is not to be confused with keto acids, right? But it is also known as an oxocarboxylate acid, which is a type of an oxalytic. So oxalatic acid, oxoacid, tyranny acid is an acid that contains oxygen, specifically the compound that contains hydrogen, oxygen, and at least one other element, with at least one other hydrogen atom bonded to that oxygen, which can dissociate to produce the H plus ion and the citation of the anion of the acid. So, yeah, it's electrophile. So, what it is exactly? Looks like chromium. It's a whole bunch of different acids. So any kind of acid, elemental acid, solid like phosphorus, chlorus, chloronic, pentachloric. So chlorine, because it's easily bonded with hydrogen. It's usually all chlorine. There's some that contain carbon with the CO2, but those are short-lived and usually destroyed, so they don't use it. But like, it's all determined. The mass is determined by how many particles are in a structure. How are they able to measure that in the first place? That's what I want to know. Instead of, I don't want to talk about Ken Wheeler.
Well, no, well, you're talking about atomism. So, in their theory,
I'm
there's
not talking
particles.
about atomism. They say there's a measurement, that they determine the measurement of gold,
Yeah,
which
I
was the
get. I'm
basis
trying.
of
I'm
everything
trying to
else.
explain it to you. Give me a second, right? So, in their paradigm, there's particles, right? There's material things. Like they're looking for the quartz, right? They're looking for these things, or the God particle. They already found the quartz, but they're looking for the God particle. They got new gluons and all these things. But when you really look down, and the deeper you go, what you end up with is, they're talking about vibrational strings now, right? But in our paradigm, it's always been vibrations, right? What's the charge? What's at the fundamental level? You have an elementary charge, right? Not a particle, not a material thing. What you have is a charge, right? It's a vibration. And when you look at the periodic table, if you just substitute the mass for
A
vibration,
bolt of
which
lightning doesn't weigh anything.
which Walter
It has
Russell,
no mass.
he made his own. Hold on, Walter Russell made his own periodic table, and he organized the table of elements using vibrational frequencies, and it's honestly beautiful, beautiful. And what you have is that at the fundamental level, you have an elementary charge, and that charge is affected differently. So material is affected differently, depending on the vibration, the natural resonance frequency that it has. And the Earth has a direct pull on that charge, just like magnets. It's different than electromagnetism. There's like 7 different levels of magnetism. I don't have them memorized right now, but if I had the list, I could read them out to you. There's literally 7 different levels of magnetism, right? And this one level acts on that elementary charge of all matter. All matter has a distinct elementary charge, and the amount of mass that it has, or the amount of weight, changes because of that charge. It's kind of complex. It's actually a little bit beyond my level of expertise. But from listening to all these guys talk about it nonstop, I've managed to gather, a little bit here and there. I would see if someone like Nate Palmer Witcher was here, they could elaborate a little better for you, or maybe New Perspective. He knows too, or I don't know who else in the chat wants to speak up.
I'll speak up for just a moment. Okay, you can't weigh something you can't see. It's pretty much impossible. They say that photons are massless particles. Protons are 4 times less heavy than electrons and neutrons and all that kind of stuff. So I don't know where you're going at with that.
I'm just saying that he's talking about particles. I'm talking about vibrations. That's basically the difference between atomism and electrostatics. That we're talking about vibrational frequencies, resonant frequencies. They're talking about particles and atoms and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but I just chimed in at just the moment when you were saying how you can weigh something like lightning, where lightning is simply just an ionization of air molecules, as far as we know, even though we can't see.
Yo, what's up, Andrew?
Yo. So,
Yeah, you're right, bro.
Yeah, you can't weigh something that you can't even see or prove it exists. Even though in physics and electrical engineering, they say that something is happening, but we can't prove that's actually what's happening. You can just see the effect of it, just like you cannot see sound. You can see the effect of sound, but like you cannot see electricity. You can see the effect of it. So you can't weigh something that you can just see the effect of. It goes against every law of like normal logical reasoning. I mean, if you can prove me wrong, I'd love to be proven wrong. I always accept the fact that I can be proven wrong. But so far in my 41 years of being alive and all of my years of education, then yeah, prove me wrong. But so far it's just a whole bunch of nonsensical stuff. It's sort of like the moon landing and flat Earth, or sorry, globe Earth. It's nonsensical. So I mean, prove me wrong. I don't know. If you have something to provide or share or stream, then I'd love to see it. But I mean, I have physics textbooks, electrical engineering textbooks I can show you. And so far, it seems like a whole bunch of gibberish. There are certain things we can measure. There are certain things we can test, we can see, we can smell, taste, hear. But everything else is, it's a far stretch. And no, I'm not a glober. I'm not an atheist. You've heard me say that before, but when you're going to make a claim about something, and I challenge globers about this all the time, and they just come up with, oh, well, you can't disprove it. Like, well, no, I'm not the one trying to prove it. You are. But then it just goes back into this circular reasoning or circular argument of, well, you can't prove it. And like, well, you can't prove it either. I'm sorry. They say, you can't disprove it. But I say, no, you can't prove it. And it just goes, it's a back and forth kind of situation. So the burden of proof definitely is on the person making the claim. And then they say, well, you can't disprove what I'm saying. Sort of like, well, Santa Claus actually has 45 reindeer. You can't disprove that. It's a weird type of dichotomy to get into.
Andrew, I have a present for you.
Oh, really? Awesome.
It's a newspaper archive that you could dig up trivia out of.
Oh, awesome.
Type in flat Earth or anything else in here. I just ran it in chat there. Yeah, I'll DM it to you.
Cool. Yeah, and by the way, yeah, we're going to be doing our next trivia for charity coming up. That's going to be in a few weeks for someone.
Do you know who the recipient is yet or not yet?
We do. I'm not going to. If you go into the Melodome and.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
I got you.
This will be helpful if you want to do themes by year or anything like that. You could search a news archive.
Yeah, I'm always looking for new stuff. I mean, I write 95 to 99% of all the questions on my own, and sometimes people send me questions, or sometimes I know who the people are, so I have to look up questions from like Globebusters and things like that. Well, I just listen to stuff for a long time, like, oh, that's a fucking awesome question that people probably won't remember. So that's where I get some of the questions from, but most of them I'm just looking up on my own. So yeah, this is awesome. Thank you very much. Wow, holy shit, this is detailed. Wow.
Yeah. It's great.
Wow. How did you fucking find this?
I think somebody opened it up. I think it was a pay thing, and somebody gave me a link that just seems to work. And you can type in whatever you want in a search, like a year or something, and it seems like an older archive.
Well, I'm definitely gonna save this to one of my
Your buddies, Jaron sent me a present today. A link list, like I forget what he called it. Let me see. Because I sent him that actually last week, I think, or earlier in the week. So he sent me back something he called the Flat Earth playlist, full of stuff. I haven't really checked it out yet, but it looks like all links.
Yeah, I haven't talked to Jaren since Vegas, so I don't know. But I did have some pretty awesome conversations with Jaren about different kinds of topics and stuff like that. Great time.
Are they going to do Flattoberfest in Vegas again, Andrew?
I don't think Karen wants to do that. I think she's getting a little bit burned out on it because of how much effort goes into it. And Karen, I'll say this: Karen is awesome, but she doesn't put nearly as much effort into it as the other people do. Because I was there helping like set stuff up, break stuff down, and other people put in a fuckload of effort. And this guy named Commercial Sound and Video, his name's Nathan, and these other guys, they brought like $60,000 worth of equipment, like the entire stage, all the lighting, all the sound, and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, Karen does a great job with it, but I think she's getting a little burned out, and I think she said she wants to do it again, like coming up next year, but it's going to be on the East Coast, which if she does it again, I'll definitely take time off of work again and fly out there.
She begged us to do it ourselves on the West Coast. She really did.
I mean, you got to think about if I were to challenge anyone here right now to replace her and do what she's doing, most people would probably just back down. They're like, it's not worth it. But I mean, she's putting forth the effort. She has an online presence, so a lot of people already know her, and they know how successful it's been in the past. And that was like number 7, like her major conferences. So everyone's like cheering her on, like, hey, yeah, let's keep doing it. But if she stops doing it, who's going to pick up the torch and carry it?
If it's on the East Coast, like, where do you think it'll be, Andrew? Like, are they in Florida or something?
No, she's in North Carolina, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Wait, South Carolina, North Carolina. It's one of the Carolinas, something like that. And that's where they had a few of them in the past. So I'm in California, so I mean, going to Vegas, I still had to fly out there because it would be like a 12-hour drive versus a, hour and a half flight. So I just flew out there. But in regards to where it's going to be, I couldn't tell you. But she'll probably do it somewhere near where she's at because they have a whole bunch of people out there that are definitely going to attend.
Yeah, I'd go on the East Coast. West Coast is a little too far for me, but East Coast, I'm with it.
Yeah, and I haven't been to the East Coast. Oh my, it's been a long time. 10 years, roughly. So, plus the East Coast is a lot cheaper than the West Coast in regards to a lot of stuff. Hotels and, food and car rentals and gas and all that.
They should do it at Foxwoods Casino. Foxwoods is the biggest casino probably in America.
I've never heard of Foxwoods, but Karen's idea of actually having it at a casino was actually a really good idea because that was amazing. Because there's like in between presentations and stuff, there was so much stuff to do. And Sam's Town was a really, really great venue that she chose.
Yeah, Foxwoods is basically Native American territory. It's all a bunch of Native American land, and they built one of the biggest casinos in the world there, bro. You never heard of Foxwoods? Yeah, man.
What state is that in?
Connecticut.
I never heard of nothing in Connecticut.
Yeah, they got Mohegan Sun and Foxwoods in Connecticut.
Name something else in Connecticut.
I don't know. I don't know much about Connecticut.
Dave Weiss lives there.
Oh, good answer.
That's all I know about Connecticut.
All the New Yorkers move to Connecticut and they commute to New York to work, but they live in Connecticut, like the aristocratic ones.
Did you go to the one in Greensville, Andrew?
No, that was
the
the first one I
Burbs.
went to. I've been to several like small meetups with people in the South Silicon Valley area, but never one that was like as big as the one in Vegas.
How many people showed up to the last one?
Well, it's kind of unknown because at one point almost every single seat was filled up in like the auditorium area, and there were still people out in the hallways. Some people probably didn't even make it to the beginning. I think it
As
was
many as 400, around 400 probably though.
I think it was upwards of 600. Because some people are just they're not even there for the presentations. They're just out there to conversate, meet people, take pictures, that kind of thing. They're not even sitting in the seats. But at one point I was looking around and almost every single seat was filled. And I was one of the ones that was helping set up, just as a volunteer, like all the tables and the chairs and stuff, reorganizing stuff so that all the there was these big structural support beams that had these mirrors on them. So we tried to move all the tables and chairs out of the way so people could actually sit there and like see the stage. And I counted many hundreds of chairs, and they were almost all filled up, and there were still people in the back of the room that had to stand up. And then there were still people out in the hallway, just smoking cigarettes and smoking weed and all that kind of stuff. So I couldn't tell you exactly how many. Only Karen could. But she says she sold out of all the tickets, and there were still people buying tickets at the door. But I haven't talked to her ever since the whole thing happened. And that was, 3 weeks ago? Something like that. A little over 3 weeks ago.
Have you ever met Mark before?
I've spoken with him. Yeah, I've emailed him. I actually called him. And I talked to him very, very briefly, but he was he couldn't walk more than 5 feet without someone coming up to him and asking a question. So
Oh yeah, it's always like that.
well, I mean, that's how it was for like pretty much everybody, every presenter there. It was a great time, and the best way that I can explain that, as I've said before, some people experience extraordinarily tragic and horrifying events throughout their life, which causes like nightmares and night chills and PTSD. This is the opposite for me. I can just think about being there and I can go to sleep very, very easily. It was that fucking amazing.
Like, are you saying it was like a healing experience for you or something?
In a sense, yeah.
But like, how so? What do you mean? Just by having that fellowship, like that brotherhood or something?
Yeah, I didn't show up with anybody. I was there by myself. There was only 2 people here from the Bay Area that I know of that, like some other people that I've met before here in the Bay Area doing Flat Earth meetups. And I got to meet them, but still, I was only hanging out with them for like, 20 minutes at a time, roughly. And then from there, I got to meet all sorts of other people that had messaged me on Telegram or through email or whatever else, or had come into like just a Discord or whatever. Get what I'm saying? And then I got to meet them in person, and there was an energy level there that I've never felt before. And I'm not going to try and relate this to someone that like suddenly finds Christ or Buddha or Muhammad or whatever, but if I could explain it in a way like that, if I ever felt it, I would say it was something like that. There was an energy level there that it doesn't go away.
Whoa, that's cool, man. Like high frequency people, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I've never experienced that in my entire life, so I will never miss that again. I don't give a fuck. I'll quit my job if you can't take time off. I'm like, all right, I quit. I'm going to Flattoberfest. That's what's gonna happen.
That's cool, man. It's awesome.
I think there's a lot of different levels of how that happens with people. I don't know exactly how everyone experiences that, but I did. Plus, I'm not going to deny the fact that I took many mushrooms when I was there, chocolate mushrooms. So that definitely helped.
Yeah, that's where all the love came from.
Well, no, it wasn't like the entire time. I was just microdosing, but just sitting down and talking with people that I'd never met before, and just the level of love that I felt between them, because there was no confrontation whatsoever, aside from that one Glober that showed up and he had 4 million views, or sorry, 4 million subs on his YouTube channel, and he was basically just there trolling. And that was the only confrontation. I tried to talk to him, but he interviewed Dave Weiss, Witsit, Jaron, Mark Sargent. Basically as many of the presenters as he possibly could. And he was just fucking trolling them the entire time. So that was the only confrontation that really happened. And he got kicked out, I think. I didn't see that happen, though.
Was he just, like, when you say trolling, was he being, really disrespectful, just...
No, he was acting like he was a flat earther, but he was asking stupid questions. And then during Mark Sargent's... Was it Mark Sargent? Yeah, I think it was Mark Sargent. He got up there and was asking a bunch of questions to Mark, and he spent 15 minutes. It's on Brian Stabley's channel, the entire interview. And then at one point that I didn't see, he got back up there again, and as you know, because they had a line of people that were willing to ask questions to the audience and stuff, or to Mark Sargent, and I think I was in the bathroom at the time, and he ended up taking his shirt off and running up in front of the stage, I'm a Glober again, I'm a Glober, something like that.
It was his mic drop moment that he had planned the whole time. And it didn't come off dramatic. Everyone's just like, what?
Yeah, and it was, I don't know how many kids were there. There weren't very many. But Karen's rule was if kids that don't need a seat to sit in are free. But if they don't need a seat, if they need a seat, you have to pay for a ticket because there's a limited amount of space. Even though it was a pretty big auditorium. And doing that in front of potential children, I think was extraordinarily disrespectful and inappropriate. So, I don't know the guy's YouTube channel or whatever, but I don't really care to watch it. I don't like trolls.
Hey, good puss light. I've had enough of you, and it hasn't even been a week. I don't know where the fuck you came from, but I promise you're going to go away. All right? Now, come on here. Don't talk shit. If you want to say something about me or to me, you can, but I'm not going to play your fucking game where you would think shit. The shit you think is fucking retarded. The things you say, fucking retarded. Your cleverness is out, dude. Good white light, you're out. I'm gonna fucking push you out every fucking time I see you. Fucking thinking you're clever over there, calling me names. A flip flopper? Really? Good luck with that one. Good the fuck luck with that one. Clown. Sorry.
I don't know who that is, but I am going to mute and deafen because I need to take a shower, but I'll be back in a little while.
All right, homie. I'll be off work soon. I'll holler at you.
Cool. I'm going to play some chess later tonight, too.
Yes, sir.
Dude, flat earthers, we got all the good ideas, dude. These Globers are just... They're so pathetic. It's so weird they follow us around, too. I don't know. I still think that's weird.
They're flat, those guys. So, they don't even count as normies. Once they're Globers after 5 or 6 years, They're just one of us, really. They're part of this community. I always accuse them of it. They definitely don't have their own community. They're sitting in ours.
Yeah. This good white light. I was talking about working in Prudhoe Bay, and he was like, "If you worked at the North Pole," I think he's probably really young. He's probably like 12 or 13 or something.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Really, he sounds like a kid.
He just thinks he's smart. He's over there in chat thinking he's not smart. He thinks if he makes accusations that he's achieved something. Dude, I am dealing with it. You're inexperienced. You're unknowledge. I should know better than to talk to you in chat. You know you could come on here, but you're a pussy. So stop it. All right? You haven't exposed me. I'm not having anything to deal with except you. You're what I have to deal with.
Deal with it. I always think of a pickle. Deal with it.
It's like, you're not flat enough. That's his problem. He's like, you're not flat enough.
Wait, is that his deal? He thinks he's the ultimate
He's
flatter.
calling me a flip flopper because I said half of what we say is bullshit. So he's mad at me for being on
here. Wait, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm just like reading his thing, like, yeah, why doesn't he just come in here and talk? You said 50% of what Flat Earth says is bullshit.
Yep. But I'm not denying it. You're having trouble dealing with it.
Oh, I see. Talk like, were you addressing the Flat Earth Society or something, Dan?
No, basically I say, when I talked to McToon today, and I'm like, dude, it's like this. Like half of what we say is bullshit. It's a fucking weak extension of something that isn't even there. Then of the other 50%, half of that's explainable. And then I'm left now with about 25% of what we say to work with. And then I'll take a coin toss on that shit just out of nature. So I figure I'm about 12.5% solid going forward.
Allow the triggering to begin.
And then it seems like a low number, but I'm used to that shit. Being a Macintosh guy, I've always been like 10. And if you had 12% or 12.5% of something, it's actually a substantial percentage if you're cutting deals. So I don't mind being only slightly right because they think we're all the way wrong. So I'm going to give them some wrong. Yeah, they're right. We are wrong about a lot of stuff. So he's mad because I give them that.
A what? Agree? I don't know. I'm not a. I'm asking silly questions, bro. That's what I do. Yeah.
He's got you as a follower. We don't even know each other. You're following me everywhere.
This is the way of the silly question.
Oh man, so
stressful. Here, man. Be nice.
No, I hassled him. He just thinks he's too smart. What's going on, Flatman? Is that you I heard?
Yeah, what's up, buddy?
Hey.
You working, dog?
What you been up to? Yeah, I'm at work, dude.
Nice.
Did a Mandela effect presentation today, and I fucking tried to make friends with McToon, figuring it would be easier than fighting him all the time. So I had an hour-long talk with him. That's what this guy's uptight about. I haven't listened to it yet. Fucking McToon, man, that guy. Fucking difficult.
Man, good white light, dude. You I'm an 1800 rated chess player. You could never be that good. Yeah, this guy's really stroking his chess piece. I'm the best, the smartest.
I met this dude at a Grateful Dead show, and was in Ventura, and he was collecting pieces for his own chess set that he was making, and he had stones against crystals, and he kept showing me. He was showing me each player and each piece, and how he kept upgrading them to get better and better. You know, and he held up. He was all high, and he held up this tall piece, and he goes, "Look at my queen, dude!" And it was this tall crystal, you know. And he had been telling me about how he upgraded all, and he got to the queen last, you know. And he looks at me and he goes, "Dude, one day my queen will be my pawn." He was so excited to continue to upgrade his set. It was so funny. One day my queen will be my pawn. He was so into it.
I think I'm gonna go to bed. Oh yeah, hell yeah, I'm going to bed. It is so late. What the fuck am I doing up?
All right. Talk to you later.
Peace out, brother. Good seeing you.
I'm done too. See you later, Flat Man.
Yo, Globus, are you there? How's things?
Good morning. JT, what's up, brother? Hey, just dropped the kids off at school, and I'm gonna go home and see if I can get some running done. Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna be trying a different program. I got Houston Marathon coming up on January 14th, and I've done the same book. Pete Fitzinger has a book called Advanced Marathoning, and I've just followed the same exact stuff for all my marathons. But my results, they've been pretty tight, pretty close, but I'm trying to break through and kind of get quicker, even though I'm getting older. So I'm using this rundot.com, and it uses like AI, and it'll analyze your workouts. It'll look at your heart rate variability, like your rest and everything, and it changes your workouts on the fly. Like whatever you get daily is it's looking at your performance from the day before. And I don't know. I didn't really think I was going to mess with much AI stuff. Like I haven't really used Chat GBT or any of that stuff, but I don't know. I was like, with training, why not? Oh, yeah, sounds cool. Yeah, I think we should use AI for sure. I've also kind of been low motivation, and I've got a hypothesis that I've been doing way too many like reels, like real short, I don't know, random things that are exciting or funny or hilarious, and sharing reels and looking at reels and watching truther videos. And I'm passionate about the truther stuff. I mean, I love it. The last 2 years I've learned a lot, and it's been fun. But you can kind of burn yourself out. You can put too much energy into too many random little things and not have enough focused attention on, like, let's say, marathoning. And I hate to say it, but I probably need to do a little diet in my life with the random screen time. No, I hear you, bro. Yeah, that's why I stepped away from Discord and everything for a while. Yeah, I will say that I'm really trying to like launch a few businesses and look into different investment opportunities and stuff. So I've been consuming content like nonstop, because you can get way better than a college education online. But yeah, I hear you. Sometimes I'm like, dang, dude, I need to stop being on here so much. Just on the phone in general. But yeah, what I'm saying is I've kind of pivoted away
from just like truth or content, and I'm, trying to like learn about making money. So it's a lot to it.
Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, your energy's been high. Like as you've come back and the different plans you have, I want it to be lucrative, like not just in it for the money, but dude, you've got the skills and the talent of sharing information, and how much effort and work you put into it is more than most people put into college. So, it sucks that, like you mentioned the other day, somebody just gets on and talks random stuff streaming and makes millions. Yet you're so censored. They don't want it.
There's like this whole wave for the last few years, right, where it starts on Twitch typically, but people they go live every day, so that it does take like commitment and consistency and stuff, but they just literally press live and just sit there. They sit there and read the chat or read their phone. They just literally just sit there for hours, and they make millions of dollars, and they react to like unimportant things, etc. So I'm trying to find like a happy medium to somehow merge it, but I think that the best thing is like I don't ever want to sacrifice the value of the content for money. I would never do that. So I'm just trying to figure out the best way to like, I have a few options, right? Like either I have to kind of put the content on the back burner and find like start working somewhere else, or I have to find a way to make money while doing content, because like, you get it. But like as of now, I'm spending hours finding all these papers and articles and creating all these PowerPoints and then presenting them for nothing. And like I literally cannot sustain myself like that, right? I mean, especially like making children and stuff like that. I have to figure it out. I think we'll figure it out though. I'm just trying to like do a lot of research, figure out the best way to do it.
Yeah, for sure. The sad thing is, folks want the truth for free, or they expect so much. And I mean, if everybody that watched would just do like $3 to $5, like, here you go, man. I enjoyed that. That was well worth the time. It's better than Netflix. It's not brainless activity. Here, go buy a coffee. If people would pitch in on the regular, it'd be fine, but they don't. And that's kind of sad. They'll watch, I mean, like these other streamers, like you said, it's ridiculous, and people are just chunking money at them.
Yeah, because they just get they get quantity of followers that pay $5 a month or whatever, and then what's crazy is like not only do people not really support. To be fair, you're censored into like a corner, and truth. There are so many of them. Like you can only do so much, right? But I think what's crazy is I allowed monetization to stay on one of the last streams, and there's like multiple people complaining about it in the comments, like, oh, the ads are running. Oh, there's an ad that keeps popping up, and I'm like, I can't believe that you're playing ads and all that stuff. It's like, bro, so not only do you not want to directly support it, I'm supposed to like spend hours to make I have a family, dude. Like, what is wrong with these people? You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, an ad played. You're gonna complain that an ad played. Now, like, I don't even know if I'll allow the ads to keep playing, because if it doesn't really make much money, which it probably won't, then it's not really worth it, right? Because I think ad revenue, you have to really get lots of views to start making money. But to me, that's just crazy, bro. Like it's one stream has some ads on it, and they're just everyone's complaining about it, and I'm like, yeah, I guess I just don't understand it. I think that's such a bad vibration. It's like, yeah, I know ads are annoying. That's why I pay for YouTube Premium, dude. Like I don't even like YouTube, but I'm not watching ads. So, I pay for YouTube Premium. It's like, I don't know. It's just kind of weird to me, bro. It's weird to me, but I've learned like this is like the move is honestly, it's not to like capitulate to those people. It's just to ignore them. And try to get the message out to more people by kind of expanding what I talk about and expanding appearances, showing that I can like make captivating content not just about flat Earth, and kind of cast the net wider. And so that's the plan.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, people don't get it, or they're self-centered. If they're worried about an ad, they're worried about the wrong things. And like, I do premium as well. Like, I'm on YouTube just as a tool, even though it's kind of lame. Their censorship and stuff. I'm not going to watch commercials on the internet, and even if I have to pay a monthly fee, that's fine. I mean, I watch enough different content creators that I know it helps them out when I'm a premium, even on Rockfin. So like Rockfin and YouTube, no problem. Just pay the fee and know that you're helping the cause.
Yeah, man. Well, like think about something. So it's 2023, right? So like you can learn way more than any college degree online, right? Like not even close. Like if you want to learn, like I've learned so much about the proper way to start businesses, and then I'm looking into like real estate and stuff like that. And I mean, it's going to take years because like my credit's awful and blah, blah, blah. But the amount that I've learned for free on YouTube is way more than you would ever learn in like college or something. And so you can look at it like that, right? Oh, I pay $15 a month for like unlimited education, depending on what it is I want to learn about. And then another thing is, if you really want to get serious about stuff, that these places offer courses. So like there are courses for everything, and it's way more optimal than like college education. So to me, I look at it like that. No, I don't agree with YouTube on everything, just like I wouldn't agree with the university on practically anything. I don't agree with how they run everything, just like I don't agree with many universities having free speech zones. That's not really the point though, right? It's like a toll. Like you pay $15 a month for like unlimited information. But anyway, what I'm saying is I found out there's really nothing that you can do that someone's not going to complain about. And so it doesn't really matter what people say. I think that only like it gets to Jaren a lot too, like more than it does me. I think it's because we're so censored that people that, just like I was saying yesterday, like people are more vocal. Like the haters are more seen, or like the people complaining are more seen. Like whereas in normal situation where like say these people have millions of views, there's haters there too, but no one cares. In fact, there's so many people not being a hater that the haters don't even feel comfortable talking or complaining. You know what I'm saying? But in this arena, they do feel comfortable because there's only a few comments, there's only a few views, blah, blah, blah. So it's like something I have to grow in. Is like, who cares? I just don't care what people. I don't care what people say, but because it doesn't matter. Like if they can go make content if they want to, you go make content without any ads. Like whatever.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, the truth of the matter is you're impacting a lot of people. And I mean, when I was at Flattoberfest, I had many different conversations with people that you'd be surprised, like just typing out just a chat, not even a super chat. Like these are people that are wanting to super chat, but they say their heart rate goes way up. They get super nervous. I don't know what it is about, some people being nervous about that kind of thing. And I was encouraging them. I was like, hey, if you want to say something in the chat, just type it out and hit enter. Don't even think about it. We're all family. But the truth of the matter is the haters, like they're so shallow, and it could be fake. It could be bots. It could be paid. But the people that are really genuine and they care about the information that you're creating, and like they have a love for you because you're offering solutions and like basically cures for cancer of the mind. And I just think that you and Jaren probably don't even know or realize how much impact you're making on people's lives and helping them. Now I wish these folks could, figure out how to super chat, because that'd be great. But in the end, I mean, ultimately, this is how I live my life. All I care about first and foremost is, am I making the Father smile? The Heavenly Father, He's smiling at what I'm doing with everything. And it's not easy to kind of keep your mindset wrapped up in that way. But Yeah, the positivity that you've gotten like more calm in debates, and you just smile, and you're just like, okay, this guy's not getting it. Rather than like passive aggressive tones and stuff like that, you're just like, all right, chill. I'm gonna just stay chill, and that's been super fun to watch you grow in that.
Oh yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, I'm really kind of viewing the whole debate thing a lot differently now. I think it's I'm not gonna. I messaged James. I'm like, look, man, and I love you, and I'll always like, I'll do you favors and stuff like that on occasion, but I'm not doing these debates with random disingenuous people for 4 hours. I'm not doing that. If people like T Jump are getting paid every time they come, and they just literally don't prepare at all, they have bad faith interactions, they're super toxic, they interrupt the whole time. Why in the world am I gonna go where clearly I'm way more informed on the subject to be berated for free for 3 or 4 hours? Like, I'm just not doing it. Or like, even when I went to debate con, right? Like, it cost me a lot of money. It cost me money I don't have, and like what I realize is, dude, I'm honestly, I look at it, and I'm not like, I don't honestly feel bad about this or anything, because I give my time for free, but I feel like I'm doing what's right and stuff like that. But I think that I've realized there's like a middle ground where I really can't make the change I want to unless I take care of myself financially so that I can take care of my family, and so that I can do more. So like this whole, oh yeah, well, okay, I'll I'll go to Dallas and pay for all this food and a rental car and blah blah blah, and it cost me like hundreds of dollars just so I can, I'm doing an atheism debate. I think that it's good or whatever. Or like, I'll go do this debate for free for 3-4 hours.
Yeah, you're
It's just
projecting a little bit there. What's it? In my opinion, just a little bit. Like you're projecting that they're the ones messing up. You've just outgrown them. You got it, I think you recognize it's time to kind of find better, people who are better at the debate. It's not like their fault that they suck. You outgrew it.
I know what I'm saying is that, like, in a way, it's disrespectful to like set me up with some of these random people that are not in any way qualified to actually have the discussion with me. I say that as humbly as possible, right? But if I've researched it nonstop for 4 years and I'm naturally pretty good at debating, and then I bring all these people to view it and I get all these super chats, and like by far there are more super chats on mine than other ones, like, yeah, I'm just saying that like I shouldn't accept that. Like, it's not about the other people as much as like the platforms. Or what I'm saying is I've done it all for free for so long that it's just become expected. And if I somehow don't agree to it, I'm a bad guy. Where like all these people are like, "Hey, debate me, debate me, debate me." What's it scared to debate? It's like, no, I don't know who you are, bro. I you know what I'm saying? Like, um,
Yeah,
so
but so
yeah, I'm not really
right.
blaming on other people. I'm just saying like I undermined my own value, and at this point, it's like becoming a financial issue.
No, yeah, for sure. You recognize your value, yeah, for sure. Now it's like, what, this place doesn't pay me to do this. Yeah, I've outgrown this place, so, for sure. And you see, there's no value. The value is not there.
Yeah, because like it wakes other people up, but you're never gonna wake that person up. But if someone sits down for
You're
2
talking about
hours,
you're talking about the debate where you told him, five, I'm not coming back. Is that kind of what you're referencing? Like, hey, listen, I'm going to tell James that this is ridiculous. Moderation needs to step in. Yeah, it was ridiculous, that debate.
yeah, and just in general, if you look at almost all my recent debates, if you look at almost all my debates ever on there, I'm just saying I reached out to James and said like, I think I'm gonna have like some type of fee, and I already know it won't be much, like $50. $50 is not worth 4 hours of my time either, right? But like, I'm just saying I'll go somewhere for free when I know it's mutually beneficial. Meaning, like, if Fresh and Fit asked me to come on their show, I would obviously do it without asking for money, because that's a big audience that I haven't been in front of, and blah blah blah. But I'm just saying, I think I have to be more like that. as opposed to just being like, oh, let me just like spill my soul to the world for
Yeah.
free and hope I make
Yeah, well,
it.
you've heard the Jordan Peterson like kind of argument of why women don't get their pay because they kind of just accept and they don't. You need to show strength and stand up. Have you heard that whole kind of like breakdown of? It's more.
Yeah,
It's more
women
as a
don't get
weak.
paid more
Yeah.
for lots of reasons. But
Well,
yeah,
yeah,
like
for sure. But
I guess I guess what I'm saying is I looked at it like it was the right thing to do. And so I'm like, okay, I'll spend 5 hours making this PowerPoint and I'll go do a 3-hour stream explaining it. And really, sometimes it's taken me days. Like when I made that Ether presentation, it took me many days, like around the clock, to get all that information. And I didn't make any money on it. Like but I'm like, oh, well, I'm like getting the truth of there. I'm helping wake people up. I'm going through these debates of being like just berated for 4 hours because it's waking people up. And I get the emails that say, oh, you changed my life and blah blah. And I think that I was wrong. Meaning like you can do both, right? Like you can wake people up and also still like have a standard where what I'm saying like you make money or like only certain people are allowed to debate me and stuff like that.
just run it by him. Say, listen, dude, how much are you going to pay me to come on? No big deal. How much you got? What are we working?
And it's the bigger part is who I'm talking with, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like it can't be some random person who says that they have 17 pronouns and wants to make sexual references to me as a dude. Like that's what one of them was like. I'm like, who are you? I'm not doing this. So yeah. Anyway, I'm just saying, like, I'm kind of like trying to figure out the best way to do that. And what's going to happen, sadly, is a lot of the truthers, quote unquote, are going to start like attacking me for it. Like, oh, Austin's selling a course. Oh, Austin has consultations. Oh, Austin has an ad. Oh, and it's just like, whatever, bro. I don't even care anymore. That's the reason that Flat Earth isn't big, is because every time someone goes and tries to make like a quote unquote career out of content or whatever, they get like attacked by truthers. And it's
I was
like,
literally just going to tell you
what is wrong?
that like I don't identify whatsoever as a truther, right? Then it puts like you in a box, right? Now you have to be just the truth. Right now, like now there's standards for the truth. Like a truther doesn't charge, right? Like that's the whole thing. They got you in this like identity politics of trutherism. It's fucked up.
Yeah, I'm just saying for intents and purposes, the people in this community that have woken up to many of the lies or whatever. Yeah, it's whatever, bro. Like I'm just saying, I think that we were tricked. I think we were tricked with the word flat Earth, and I think we were tricked with how we make content. I think we were tricked with the RV truth approach, where it's like, if you get a super chat, you sold your soul to the devil, and you're actually a CIA agent, and it's like, dude, you're retarded, bro. So like
Dude,
at this point,
money is
I'm just
what
telling you, when
matters.
I roll out the new stuff I'm about to roll out, people are gonna get triggered because I'm gonna treat it like a business, and it's like whatever, bro. Like just
Dude, money is
you
what
do what
we
you get through.
agreed upon as a society to tell somebody else, I value what you're doing or saying or producing. It's a value system, right? And if that's all it is, it's not evil. It's a value system. I value you. I value your product. I value what you're saying. So, that's all it is, a value system. So if somebody says like, oh, you're doing it for money. Yeah, I'm doing it to gauge the value of what I'm doing. If you don't appreciate what I'm doing, then it's obviously I have to reevaluate what I'm doing. Yeah.
Well, it's just like if I put all my time I've put into content into uh, investing in real estate, I would be very wealthy. If I went back 4 or 5 years, and all that time I invested in researching and building my credit and like prioritizing finances and like investing and starting businesses, I would be very wealthy right now, as opposed to like being completely broke. So it's like, yeah, I have a family now. So it's like I don't care. Yeah, I just don't even care anymore. I don't
You
care
remember
anymore.
that? You remember that movie, The Matrix, right? That's an old ass movie. You don't have to keep on remaking The Matrix. You made it one time. You don't have to keep debating every day. You know what I mean? Like they've been referencing that movie for however old it is, 20 years old. I don't fucking know. You don't have to keep making it every day with new people.
Yeah,
You
for
made the
sure.
content. It's done.
And that's why
It
I really
always
want to
turns
start
out to
a
be
podcast.
the same debate. Like every debate on modern day debates goes exactly the same every time.
Not just with you, Witsit, but I mean, anyone that's a glober and a flat earther on there, it's always the same thing. And it's trash, and the moderator is always trash. Waste of time.
Yeah, it's always set up against the flat earther. All the super chats are insulting the flat earther. It's like just stupid. I mean, and it's not like beef with them. I mean, at least they actually house the debate, right? But
just that simple thing right there, like it's always the same. Like every super chat's for Witsit. Like okay, pay me. Like what the fuck are you doing? That's my super chat. Pay me.
and to be fair, look, I'm like he's offered me money before, and I've said like, no, I'm good, bro. I don't do it for that, which is just retarded, you know. So that was my fault. Is what I'm saying. I was hurting myself this whole time. Where I'm like, and I will say the creator's taking care of me, bro. You know, I haven't been homeless. You know what I'm saying? And like things always end up working out last minute. But I don't think the creator necessarily wants he gave me abilities and he would think about some of the most successful people in the scriptures. I know everyone doesn't believe in the scriptures, whatever. Like they were very successful. Like Solomon was very successful. Like David was a king, he was very successful. Like he wants you to use your wisdom and gifts to be able to get resources, because that's how you're able to provide for people, right, and protect them. And it's just kind of ignorant to I had like an aversion to money. Like I was like almost took pride in avoiding it. And it just was stupid, man. It was really stupid.
Well, it is. It's not that it's maybe it's stupid, right? But it's telling. Like you could analyze that situation and figure out what that actually means. But like what I was saying is like, just for instance, by avoiding the money so much, you're pretty much granting that money controls you, right? Like oh, I don't want it because I know that actually is like what owns me, you know. So I don't want it to own me. Like so, it's almost like you're admitting you don't have control in that situation. Oh, he's gone.
Well, yeah, like I said, I wouldn't do anything different, maybe, right? Because I had all the savings and I had this money in crypto that was on the verge of blowing up and stuff like that years ago, and then I just took everything out and just spent it on the tour. I'm completely broke, and then I just went around the country with literally no money, day to day, and that was cool. It was a really good experience for me, meaning that I really had to have faith, and it was cool. I wouldn't necessarily. I don't know, man. If I could go back to when I'm 25, dude, I would have definitely grabbed me up and been like, all right, dude, get your stuff together. You're 25. You just, start building your credit. If I go back to when I was 20 or 18, I would have been like, dude, here's the most important thing in your life is your credit. And anyone telling you that's not true, they don't have money, bro. Everyone I know that is worth millions of dollars, they don't buy anything in cash. They borrow against their own investments, right? And they I'm just saying, I think that for flat earth or any truth to really make a difference, we have to become powerful. And of course, in today's society and forever, quote unquote, money is power, whatever that is, right? Tangible value. And so we need to start teaching younger men that you need to bring value to the world so that you can make money. Because if you have some philanthropic or if you have any kind of intention to make positive change in the world, you're gonna have to have a power position to do that, right? Because imagine if I had $5 million right now. Do you think they'd be able to really censor flat earth if I had $5 million? They wouldn't, right? Because I would be able to glitch out the system. And yeah, that's where we're messing up, in my opinion, is we just sit here in a little corner and they keep us pigeonholed, and they don't care. Do you think they care about the fact that we can come on here and talk, or the fact that I have 300 people watching me? Of course they don't care, because there are people that have 100,000 live viewers that are just talking about depravity and degeneracy, and why would they care? So we have to I'm just saying, we have to recalibrate. I mean, I'm talking about myself personally. I had to that's kind of why I stepped away and kind of started realizing a lot of this, and then a lot of these debates are just they're almost demonic. They're demonic, so It's all good. I'm just saying, what going into the end of the year and next year is going to be much different. It's going to get pretty crazy.
But
Like I
bro,
have some really big plans.
the way that I see it is, and I wasn't even here for the whole, last 4 or 5 years of your life, but the 2 years that I've been watching, in the beginning, you were in training, you were studying, you were researching, you were debating on good faith. You weren't doing it for money. You're just doing it for the truth. Um, but there's something to be said for you personally keeping up with the times. And what I mean by that is the ball earth, delusion or illusion is crumbling fast. Like you're beyond debating where's the horizon and these remedial like arguments that have just been disproven with how much stuff's coming out. And so the veil's being lifted for the masses. Like so many people are looking into, all the deceptions, not just flat Earth. And I think it's smart and wise of you to take what you've learned. You are a powerful debater. You do have a lot of truth and wisdom and heart, and just plowing forward with your authenticity. And you just do whatever you want. Like you're envisioning this podcast and better cameras and whatever. Bring all this stuff in. Go forward as hard as you want and ignore the haters because they are going to be there. But I think you're on the right track. I mean, you're yielding to what's going on around you. You're not. You don't want to be stuck in that hole because you can't financially. You can't just keep doing what you're doing. But I think if you're just truly you, sharing what you've got, I think you're going to attract a whole lot more people soon.
I think really. Yeah, like right now, what I'm trying to do is figure out a way to fund like the podcast. Like, if I didn't have such bad credit, I could do it pretty easily, right? Like I created an LLC, and then you can get like business credit lines, but you have to personally guarantee or insure the business credit line when the business is new, right? And I can't do that because my credit's just trash. My credit is just complete trash, bro. So, and one thing that really hurt my credit, dude, was the whole free speech thing. And when I got in trouble, and then I got charged those fines, and then like just like out of pride, I'm like out of principle, I'm not paying this, and it defaulted. It defaulted. It's terrible, but yeah, 2 different defaults, right? Because there's 2 different cases and fines. And anyway, long story short, so right now I'm trying to figure that out. And I will say I am like very confident that and I'm kind of even on the fence, like, do I do it at my house or do I rent an office space or something? I don't know. But when you really start looking at the cost of like a professional podcast, even if it's just not huge and incredible, it's just like the bare minimum, it's very expensive. Like I'm trying to update my camera, and to get a good stream camera, to get the camera and the lens, like just the bare minimum of like a real deal camera, it's over $1,000. You know what I'm saying? For the camera and the lens, like easily. And I mean, and really the really good ones are like 3,000-4,000, and I'm not going to do that. And that's just for the stream camera. And then if you're going to have a podcast, then there are these different types of cameras, and you would want different angles. And so now you're talking about $1,500 multiple times. And then there's a different type of camera you would need to go do like on the street content, because it has to have stabilization and focus in a different way. And so just the cameras alone are very expensive, right? And now then you talk about like getting the legit microphones. They're $400 a piece, or you can get the smaller version for like $270 or whatever. Those are the Shure mics, and so you have 5. So you can have 5 people in podcasts. That's a lot of money. I mean, honestly, by the time you get the cord, the stand, and the mic, I mean it's $700 a mic or whatever. And then you have to talk about all the other stuff, right? Obviously, you need the computers. You need someone you have to cut someone in to be able to actually run the show. And then you need the table and the chairs. And if you rent the office space, you need that and blah, blah, blah. So podcasts are not cheap. And so I'm trying to figure I would go all in, right? If I could get a business credit line, I would go all in, bro. I would literally, I'm so confident in it that I'd put 50K on it. Easy, bro. Like on my own credit or whatever, right? Like I would put 50K in it, but I just can't really do that. So I guess I'm just trying to wait to figure out how that works or how it's going to work out. But yeah, we'll see, because I know that I could eventually do it, but it'll take like a year of like building the credit. So anyway, long story short, it's a big aspiration, but I think it'll work out. It'll be okay.
It sounds awesome, and I'll be lifting up the whole process. And you never know who you're going to impact and run across, and that the what's it called, the consultations that you're thinking about doing. I mean, give that a shot. I would just say be creative, and if something comes across your desk, be like, man, I'm gonna try this out, and try it out. If it doesn't work, scrap it. Just be open and creative, and just ignore the haters, because I think the path is gonna come. You're just in this little spot of patience, and finances are tight and stuff, but I think it's gonna work out.
Yeah, something else I think I'm gonna do. So yeah, like, because people want to ask me the consultation thing for a long time. So like, people are gonna get triggered about what I charge per hour too. Like, I don't care anymore. Because what I realize is the most valuable thing is my time, bro. Like right now, I'm actually waiting for an order to be fulfilled, so I'm on Discord and I'm about to go into the gym. So I'll probably stay on Discord, but I can't just sit on here and kill time anymore. Like, because what I'm saying, time is the only asset that goes away forever or whatever, right? And so I'm gonna do a consultation thing because people have asked me to for so long. And then I think I'm also gonna create a course to show people how to quote unquote debate, but not just like these intense real deal debates, just to have like even just a conversation with someone. Because if you talk about flat earth with anybody in your life, it turns into a debate. That's what immediately happens. And I just want to kind of create a course where people can kind of learn and how to like maneuver debates or exchange, not even like a real intense like legitimate debate, but like even just conversations like that, um so that they can kind of, I think that that's a huge skill set to have in general. If you're trying to get an investment in a way that turns into a debate, if you're trying to
Yeah.
negotiate in a way it turns into a debate, if you're trying to wake someone up, it turns into a debate, if you're trying to convince someone of something that they should do or that you wanted them to do, it turns into a debate. So I think I do have a gift at that, and I've really learned how to do that.
Mhm.
So I might make a little like pretty like cheap low ticket course for that if you wanted to learn, at least from my perspective, the best way to debate. Then I'll do the consultations, and then I'm really gonna go in on etheric state with a bunch of health supplements and stuff like that. And so
Mhm.
we'll see if it all works out. I don't know what's gonna happen, but I just know that I don't want the content. I want to do it because I feel like I'm supposed to do that. So I guess I'm trying to. I don't want to see it like just fall to the back. You know what I'm saying? Because if it has to, it has to. So I'm trying to find a way to avoid that, I guess.
Yeah. That course sounds good. Like if you were to impart just basic logic and fallacies and how to navigate, these two topics. I mean, because school never taught anybody these ways of going deeper. It was just rote memorization and no, you got that wrong. But if you can start guiding people in how to think or to be ahead of the curve on the fallacies, that's gonna be cool, man. I'd take the course just because it would be useful in all of life. But yeah, I'm about to get up and get my workout done too. But you enjoy your workout, enjoy your day, and just shake the haters off, man. Keep it high vibration. Don't worry about all the low crap, and it's gonna bloom. It really will,
Yeah, much love, brother.
for sure.
What's up, guys? Good morning.
Morning, platypus.
Hey, is barbecue good? Been thinking about him.
Yeah, he's feeling better. He found out that it's like not electrical, but it's nothing like heart failure or any kind of sort of crazy disease. It's just he's going through the process of getting all systems back on track. And honestly, like I said in the message to you, I think it's trauma, like trauma stored in his body that he's having to figure out how to get straight. But yeah, health wise, he's good. He's moving around fine. He's not really passing out anymore. Anyway, thanks for asking.
Oh no, my pleasure. I want to see him around more. You guys got some nice weekend plans?
I might go down to South Texas to see my mom. It's like a 5 or 6 hour drive, so that's a possibility because the kids get out today and they don't have school next week. So we might do that.
Sounds fun. Very good.
What about you? Anything exciting coming up?
I slaughtered 5 sheep yesterday. I got home at 1 in the morning. I just woke up like 20 minutes ago, and I gotta go to tan these hides. Cause the only help I'll have today tanning them, he's gonna show up in like an hour. So that's my whole weekend. 5 animal skins, and I'm working, but the hides are like a side thing.
Oh, that's cool.
Dude, my buddy was super chill. He was like, are there any like if there's any colors with green tags that you want to pull? Because we went to go pull the 5 sheep yesterday, and I was helping him catch them. And he's like, yeah, anything that you want to pull, like colors that you like, just go and grab them. And so I got this one, kind of a young buck with this really beautiful like brown and black coat. And oh man, I'm just super excited to turn him into a fucking hoodie. Excuse my language. I don't know. I'm like just woke up.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. I was going to say, are you trying to kind of tailor or refine your choice of words and like reduce cuss words or what?
Yes. I spent the day with a bunch of beautiful people, but they're like non-Christian, like polyamorous, fucking wackos. Love them just like everybody else, but they curse a lot, and I smoked more cigarettes than I would have yesterday, and I kind of got lost in the world. I don't know, it was weird. I was just trying to do a job, but I was also trying to get along with people,
Yeah, I hear you, dude. I used to, you know my story. I mean, I used to have a depraved mind. I like used perversion, like really perverted sexual kind of jokes, or if I could twist it towards the humorous or whatever, lightning speed. I would like catch people off guard with how fast I would turn it to that if somebody said something silly, in grade school and high school. And anyway, it took a while to deprogram my brain from just doing that. And then I understand people will argue like it's just words, like "Hey man, fucking shit" and all this stuff. It doesn't really have any power. And I'm like, yeah, I hear you. I hear you. But also, what about this? The ability to control your tongue or mind, like you being in control of what you want to say. Because if it's just habit, and then I would find myself like on a chairlift going snowboarding all day, and I wasn't really paying attention. And on the left side of the lift was like a I don't know, an 8-year-old boy or like a young person, and I was with my boys, and we were hanging, and I was just slinging obscenities, profanity, sexual content just flying out of my mouth. And then I'd be embarrassed. I'd be like, "Oh crap, I didn't know that person was there." The long story short, I'm 43 now, and the only time I cuss is if I like stub my toe or if I get real frustrated, and mostly it's in my mind. I've gotten to the point where it doesn't really come out of my mouth anymore, and it feels like working out. You get stronger, you let go of the crap words. Anyway, so you can do it. Just hang in there.
For sure. Thank you, though. It's good to hear some encouragement because it's rough. It's rough out there, man. But
Yeah, people. Go ahead.
What we say and what we think and what comes out of our mouths, it can really poison your soul.
I was gonna say that there's energy and vibration to everything, and I'm not just talking about cuss words, because the words themselves, I mean, there's sounds and there's vibrations to make them, but the heart and the mind behind them, like if they're just simple filler words, that's fine, whatever. But if you put a little bit of passion behind some of these colorful words, wouldn't it be more beautiful to talk eloquently without those words? Could you say what you're trying to say without those words? And I feel healthier. I mean, I've got 3 small kids though, 7, 5, and 3-year-old. Obviously, I'm not going to just sling profanities around them, so that helps. And then the last thought, which some people don't like, some people won't like this. I try to live my life now in a way where if every people group, every age group, every ethnicity is around me, like in the room, like within 12 feet of me, and how I carry myself, how I compose myself, what I say, even maybe what I think. Uh, I want to do all that where it wouldn't harm a 3-year-old or an 80-year-old Indian person, or if someone's a Buddhist or a Hindu, like I'm not gonna say things that are biting or sharp to them. I just want to be a gentle soul, a loving individual, high vibration, light, love. If somebody comes in my house at night, 3 a.m., they're not going to get that. They're going to get dealt with. But during the day, if they're not a threat, like I don't want to be putting harm on people.
No, dude, I hear you 100%. Like, it was really shocking to me when I realized, like, I kind of wasn't paying attention when I became a man. Like, I don't know how that happened. It happened when I wasn't paying attention. And one day I kind of realized, I was like, damn, dude, you're like, oh yeah, you think you're funny, but you're like cursing all the time. You're like not very merciful. Like your tongue is very sharp. Like you know how to like wound people with words. And I tried to turn it off, and it was very hard. I didn't fucking succeed, that's for sure. And yeah, just realizing like you can't just be a sweet person. It's like actually hard, and takes practice. So yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, dude, but you'll develop into it. The spirit will guide you. I'll give you one more example that will help you. I used to be like a hothead. I would get road rage. If somebody cut me off, I would be just triggered and just freaking fuming. And I didn't want to be that way anymore. So what I did, I prayed to the Father, asked for help. I was like, guide me through this. I don't know how to stop this. I just get so pissed all the time when I'm driving. And so the first goal was just to catch the anger on the way up. Almost like if you're putting your hand out flat near your heart and you're just going to stop it. I never could in the beginning. Like I would just try to make that motion, and none of it was physical. This is all spiritual speaking, but I would try to catch it and then it would blow through the roof. And then that attempt of just trying to tailor and change this reaction attitude slowly began to change to where I could catch it. And then it got to the point where it doesn't even like blow up anymore. Now I think, did they even see me? Maybe they didn't see me. Maybe they didn't mean to cut me off. Or what if they're going through some kind of tragic thing in their life and their brain's not even driving whatsoever, and I need to show them grace. So now I'm like, well, they didn't hit my car. I didn't get in a wreck. Maybe they didn't see me. It's all good. And all that happens instantly. We're used to the instant was evil and rage and anger. So, it took I had to show myself grace through that period. And what I'm saying is, as you're attempting to, lower the cuss words, give yourself grace. You know, when you're hungry, when you're tired, when you're frustrated, obviously you're not going to be able to do as well. But when you're well rested, you're going to be able to do better. And when you make mistakes, just get back on the horse, dude, because in 6 months, you're going to be a totally different individual. So just hang in there.
Yeah, I'm already different from who I was 6 months ago. It's freaking me out a little bit. Yeah, thank you for the words of encouragement. We don't have enough men like talking to each other about being productive members of society. You know, November's mental health, men's mental health awareness or some shit. I got dudes in my family that just said, "Fuck this, I'm out," killed themselves, and it's like, believe it or not, even just talking about cursing less, I think, is like detrimental. Or sorry, not detrimental. Is imperative. It's imperative that men speak about this kind of stuff. It's like I spent the whole day yesterday with a bunch of dudes that have like, you know, very how do I put this? Not like in a rude way, but it's like they're lost. I'm 33. What the fuck do you people know about my generation, right? What did we do? We played video games. We watched Who Wants to Be a Millionaire when we were kids. Like, what did my generation do? Like, we don't have anything. We were the first ones to get smartphones. Like, I don't know. There's a lost sense of Americana. There's a misplaced sense of purpose amongst the youth, and crazy.
It's so funny, dude, because I'm 43 and I didn't even have a pager, nothing. It was just play outside, play hard, go outside when the sun came up, don't even come home till dark, just going crazy. And then the pagers came on the scene, and then like the internet, and we had 33.5 or 33.3, I think is what it was, dial up, and then 56K modems. And then it all went downhill from there, you know, with like porn coming online and slow pictures downloading. And then nowadays, dude, any phone, any computer, they're just throwing nasty stuff at the youth. And I mean, we're talking about cussing a second ago, and really not cussing or not being vulgar is controlling your tongue, but really it's an image of like what's in your heart and what's in your mind. And the crazy thing is when you start talking about like the eyes, the heart and the eyes, because you know once you start, you know, when you have a wife and kids and you're trying to be an outstanding husband, you know, you got to try to control lust, which some men say doesn't matter, like look at whatever you want to look at. But for me, my prayer is that I only have eyes for my wife, and I had to do a lot of deprogramming with just you know, instantly. My problem was when I was younger, I would evaluate like my mind was depraved, dude. I don't really want to get into it just because it's the content YouTube. I mean, but being broken as a man and not having any self control over what your eyes do, it it can be depressing. And I'm so grateful now that I know how to bounce my eyes. Like if you see some trouble coming, better go over looking over here. And I'll finish with this. Kind of neat. When I was praying about cleaning up what my eyes looked at and how I treated women in my heart, a girl was running towards me one day. This was like, I don't know, 15 years ago, running down the road, and I thought, "Oh no, that might be a hot girl. Let me look. Let me look over here." And I looked to the left, and I looked like up into these trees, and I was like looking at the leaves, and it was neat because the Holy Spirit spoke to me in that moment and said, "JT, I find it interesting that you looked away from my creation and you distracted yourself with my creation." And I was like, wait a minute, you made women, you made trees, you made everything. So I need to respect, like, it showed me how to, like, not be as, not mesmerized. Cause I mean, it's okay to find somebody attractive. You know what I'm saying? It's okay to be like, wow, that girl's beautiful and I'm attracted to her. Even when you're in a relationship with somebody or married, you can be like, oh yeah, that person's ugly, that person I'm attracted to. But that's where it needs to stop. It doesn't need to be out of control. Anyway, I'm rambling, but to go from like a lust-filled, depraved mind to more of a whole, happy, content, joy-filled, grateful person that doesn't just lust all day long, dude, it feels like I went from mental illness to like stability.
No, dude, I'm picking up everything you're putting down. My last relationship ended because I was like, hey, I don't want to have sex anymore. like let's just get married. You know, we can do it in like 6 months. Let's just do it. You know, let's start going to church together. Because I was starting to feel fucking crazy, dude, for sure. And it didn't work out. You know, God took that person out of my life, and thank God for that, because I wouldn't be who I am today. But yeah, that was over half a decade ago, and I have been praising the Lord and going to church, and I haven't really struggled with the whole lust issues for a while. I will say, when the devil sees that you're doing a really good job and you're being an especially good boy, he will send like a fucking harem of women at you. It's exhausting.
Yeah, dude, I'll have to tell you my whole story one day because it takes time. But um, after all that crazy depravity stuff, I did 3.5 years off, like where I didn't date anybody, didn't look at anything online, like it just completely got off the porn, stopped looking around at everybody like I was a maniac, and became a totally different person. And then after 3.5 years, I was like, "Am I ready to date? This is crazy. Like, I feel like a totally different person." And within a week, I met, my wife, who I'm married to now. We've been married for 10 years. It's been beautiful. It's been awesome. It's so crazy because like the world tries to program young men into materialism and just like lust, like just feed whatever your flesh wants, give it to it. And it's like, well, no, wait a minute. That's the weak way. Like, what are you going to gain? What kind of strength are you going to gain by just giving your heart, mind, and flesh anything it wants? And I say, not a lot. You're not going to bring things into your life that have lasting joy and lasting contentment. But dude, if I can tell you how dark my mind and heart was and where I was, like what I was doing with drugs and in the world, and where I am today, like anybody that's listening to our conversation, there's hope for anybody because now it's like I'm not controlled by the world or by my flesh, and that's it's like a miracle.
Yo, I agree with you, Boston, clearly. But platypus, bro, I'm so happy that you're like trying to tame your tongue because I think I brought it up one time to you, but I'm not gonna keep bringing it up. You know what I'm saying? That's not me. I'll bring it up once, twice, and then leave it at that. But bro, your tongue is like one of the most important things to be able to tame because it's very unseemly for a believer to be using worldly language to be, respectful. But
Dude,
yeah, man, like trust me, it was very hard for me not only to let go of secular music, but to tame my tongue, bro. Because I had a very vulgar tongue prior to coming into Torah, bro. And the script in James it actually says that nobody can tame the tongue. Human beings have been able to tame all types of animals, right? And we can maneuver a ship with a little rudder, but we can't tame the tongue, bro. And the only way you can tame the tongue is through inspiration from the Holy Spirit, bro. Literally. I had to ask God to take it away from me, this vulgar language. It was the only way because I tried on my own. I tried my own, just try to tame my tongue and I couldn't. But then I just kept asking, please, please, and he took it away from me, bro. But it's a little work. It's a little bit at a time because he convicts you every time you cuss. You're like, oh man, it's like a stab, bro. You feel like a stab. Like, oh man, I just cussed. Oh man, and then it keeps doing that until you stop doing it altogether, bro.
I will say, Lion, that I remember vividly when you said that to me because I was fucking triggered. Darn it. Okay, because I was triggered, but it was beautiful because you didn't bring it up again, and that was the worst part. Where I was like, damn, he only told me once, and now I just think about it. Like almost every time I saw your profile pic, I was like, man, I need to watch my language. Like I got other people listening, and they're not gonna let that ish fly. You like talking about God, and then you have like a, if you haven't even made an effort to tame your tongue, and then you want to talk about the Almighty, it's kind of a red flag. So I will say, my hand goes off to you. That was good on you, man. I'm trying, dude. I'm trying hard.
Telling you, just show yourself grace. like you just then did. I mean, you just added it in as a filler. I'm not mad about it. I'm proud of you for even caring to try to change. I think about the fact that our body regenerates. Like, I don't think I have a single hair on my head or a single cell in my body that has done some of the things that my old dead self did. So you gain freedom too as time passes. So the longer you go between cuss words or the more you let go, you're going to look back and be like, oh man, I've arrived. But Lion, thanks for your inspirational words, dude, and just the light that you bring. I'll say it too, like Platypus. I was always like, man, this guy's got a lot of light in him, a lot of good. He's got the spirit moving through him. And then when you would just like do cussing like crazy, I'd be like, oh man, he's also got to grow. Like he's got to grow in this area because the tongue is powerful and it will try to rule you. And you shifting in towards this, like, I'm not going to let it control me anymore. That just pumped me up.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. I had an experience yesterday that was pretty amazing. It wasn't any one particular thing that happened to me. It was more of just like, we have our good days, our bad days, and our days that are not very memorable. But then every once in a while, we have a day where you're just like, whoa, this is such a nice day. I know not all of my days after this are going to be like this. I need to really just be thankful and be grateful for today, because there's going to be days that totally suck after this. I know it. Like, and after that kind of like wore off, I was just like, well, the next time I have one of these days where like I'm just the happiest guy around, who do I want to be? Do I want to be this guy that's still struggling with all this stuff? Or do I want to just be rock solid? Because, you know, how do I put this? Every time you try to get out, the world just pulls you back in. It's very, very sticky stuff, the world.
Hey, Lion, I don't know if you can talk. I was going to ask if you're working, and I forgot what it is that you do.
Yeah, don't quote me on this, but I feel like he's in construction.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, my dad was a like a custom and spec home builder for 36 years. So I grew up like being the cleanup crew guy and the whole process of home building, cleaning up, framing and whatever brick and shingles and all of it. I'd take a 16-foot trailer to the dump it, bring it back over, fill it up. It was a good lesson for a teenager.
Absolutely, man. I had zero super. I've never been grounded. I had zero supervision as a teenager. I wish that somebody would have forced me to like get a trade or something. I wasted so much time. My parents tried to ground me one time, and I just snuck out and got on a bus, and I didn't come home for 4 days, and they never tried that again. I was a
Man,
bad,
that's wild.
yeah, I was a bad kid.
Yeah, I never ran away, but um, going out at 3 in the morning on scooters, just middle of the night, just going out was pretty common. And we didn't live in the safest neighborhood. And my mom, she always would, get kind of freaked out if I wasn't there. So she always asked, she's like, "Hey, if you're gonna sneak out, just come let me know when you go, and come wake me up when you get back." And I always would. I would be like, "Hey, I'm sneaking out." It's like 2 in the morning. So crazy.
That's pretty. Yeah. You said that was your mom? That's a crazy mom. Good mom. Don't mean it in a bad way at all.
But she knew I was gonna do it anyway, so she would rather, I don't know, I guess no. I don't know. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, I hear that. Do you live in a pretty rural area, or are you in like a city?
I'm in East Texas. It's a pretty small town. I mean, I wouldn't say small. Like the whole surrounding area is 100 or 150,000 people.
Right on.
But when I leave my house, if I go right, I'm immediately into just like farmland and like big acreage type places. And if I turn left, I just go straight into industrial and just malls and bunch of crap.
Every time, like I hadn't left the city for like 2 months until yesterday. Every time I leave and I go into nature, I notice something happens, and it has like a head change effect on me. And I swear it has to do. Well, you're in nature; it's beautiful, but a lot of it, I think, or at least a big part of it, is the lines that define objects in a city are pretty much all right angles. You just got squares everywhere, concrete, glass, metal. It's all very rigid on the eyes. And when you go out into nature, all the lines that define nature, they're all free flowing. They're all, they're just beautiful. You rarely see straight lines and right angles in nature. And I think that does something to your brain, man, because I literally halfway through the day, I just got really quiet. And people were like asking me, like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "I'm actually really good. I just don't even know what's happening." Yeah, it was weird.
Yeah, dude, there's definite studies that have been done with like kids that like stay indoors all the time and just play games all the time, what it does to their actual eyes. And like
the need for the eye to have different colors and different focal lengths and like outdoor and nature. Like just nature and outdoors is good for the human body as a whole, especially the eyes. Fresh air, get out there, move your body, circulate your blood. But yeah, man, nature can definitely reset you.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm like super blessed right now. My job is to basically be a gardener and just run this garden with very little instruction. And it's nice just like staring at plants for hours, doing stuff with dirt. Did I tell you I worked for Hollywood for 10 years, like through my 20s?
I heard some of that before you mentioned it.
Yeah. I still don't even know all like the effect, like the negative effects of having done that, but long hours, just basically trying to create deception, you know, even if it's for just like, you know, a deodorant commercial, like everything you're doing is like an effect or a trick, or, you know, the whole thing is just, it's programming. It's weird.
Good morning, Andy.
Dude, it is. What's happening?
I was just saying good morning. You popped in. I'm about to have to go in a minute. My kids are doing some sort of feast / presentation, so I'm heading
Oh.
up there to see what's going on. But we've had a chill morning. No real topic, just visiting, talking.
What time is it there? Like 6, 7 in the morning or something?
9:19 for me.
Oh. I don't want to dox you, but which side?
Yeah, it's in the morning. I'm in Central Time.
Which bit? You're in the southern. Well, obviously, you're in the southern bit.
What?
I'm assuming.
Yeah,
In America.
East Texas.
Nice, yeah.
Yeah, it's 63 degrees, sunny, and it's a nice day.
Yeah, I missed a lot morning, unfortunately. So apparently, sun was out. So there you go. That's what happens when you're on American time.
Andy, are you?
Where are you at?
Yeah, where are you at?
I'm in England, in middle England. It's called the Midlands.
And so what time is it there?
It's 3:20 or 15:20, if you like.
Okay, 6 hours ahead.
Yeah, get yourself in snacks. I'm working on snacks. Bless him. Don't worry, snacks. I'm not going to bother you anymore. I promise.
Andy, do you have conversations with your countrymen and talk about like American stuff, and you'll be like, no, well, I speak to Americans on the regular. Like,
No.
I know, no, not at all. Okay.
There's just no point, because there's very few people that actually know what's going on, whether it be IRL or spiritually, or they're not interested in it anyway. So there's no point even bothering. I mean, like I said, you can really tell who's receptive to a thing, and then you can be like, maybe plant a seed, maybe, but beyond that, no. That's why I can talk to you guys, and you're like, oh yeah, they get it. You already know what I'm when I'm going down that road. You'll be like, oh yeah, we know where he's going with that. You've heard it all before, so yeah. But yeah, people in the UK, they like, oh, they're nice people, whatever. I don't want to be shitty about it. It's the thing is, the funny thing is, when I've looked into history, it seems like there were a lot of people that were sent here who were shunned, ironically, for the Australians. That's why I want to tell every Australian when I meet them. They sent all wrong uns here to this island. Because mining goes back a long way, especially in Cornwall and Wales. So the Bagavants, the thieves, cutthroats, and Bagavants, as my granddad would have said, were all sent here. Yeah.
Know that.
Anyway, yeah, I mean, it's weird. History is very, I don't know, convoluted. It's very, like I keep saying, I don't think I'll ever piece it all together. I'm not exactly sure where it started either, whether it were over here or over the east. I don't know. Even the top-notch historians don't. They argue among. They're not sure, you know.
Oh yeah. Are you a evolution subscriber?
Oh no, evolution? No. What the fuck? No.
Well, like yeah, I don't think we're shape shifting either.
No, I I mean, if I saw some really compelling evidence, that might sway me one way or But no, I mean, on its face, it doesn't make any sense to me at all. So, as I say, you get if you. It sounds a bit weird, I know, but I at the minute anyway subscribe to this idea that this place was sang into existence. You know, a little bit like the Bible says. You know, first was the word, that kind of thing. From the point of view of cymatics, that makes sense. But I mean, it could change. I don't know.
That checks out for me. I don't have an issue with that whatsoever. I mean, I have a theory about music. I think music was created with the intent to do something very sacred. When you hear a really good song and you get goosebumps, me personally, it's because like it just hit a nerve, it hit a memory. There's a word in Portuguese that doesn't have a very good English translation called saudade, and how do I describe it? It's like knowing that you loved something and that it's gone and there's nothing you can do to get it back is saudade. You know, everybody has a saudade about something, and music like affects that. And if on a spiritual level, everyone has a saudade, like this. Not necessarily that they can never get back, but they kind of realize there's like a forgotten side of ourselves, you know. And I think it has to do with love. And I think that sometimes really, really good music and a musician that's really pouring their heart and soul into their piece, it'll like come out this mystery and it fills us. I don't know. Music is very powerful. I can just start crying if I like hear a song that's beautiful enough.
Yeah. I'll be listening to 80s because it's Friday. Yeah, it is Friday. I have to check.
Dude, my week is all messed up too. I heard that yesterday. I heard it was Thursday, and I was like, "What?" I don't even know what day I thought it was. That's how messed up I was.
Well, I indoctrinated myself with the power of now, and it really stuck. It really took hold.
Power of Now. Is that Eckhart Tolle? Am I getting that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I've had a lot of people recommend that book to me.
Hey, SE, did you watch any of those videos I posted yesterday? I don't know if you're listening, but anyways, carry on, Flatty. Sorry.
No, you're good, man. What's up, Die Slow? Happy Friday.
Yo, happy Friday, man. kind of a Thursday for me, but I got to work Saturday, so.
Yeah, I'm working through the weekend as well. Solidarity. I hear you.
I'm seeing a lot of that Candice Owens.
You know, that's funny. I haven't seen anything of her, but you're like the second or third time in 24 hours I've heard somebody bring her up. What's she doing? What's going on?
She seems to be falling out with her boss, Ben Shapiro.
Wait, that's her boss?
I mean, basically, I think.
I don't really. I mean, I don't follow a lot of the political commentators of the day, but I remember Candace. She did some good stuff. She did that whole expose on BLM. That was pretty wild.
Did she say it was a Marxist movement?
Yeah. She showed like court documents for like payouts and like lawsuits and stuff, and like I think like property documents for like real estate, and like one of these BLM people bought a house like I don't remember how expensive it was, probably in the millions, because I know they bought it in Topanga Canyon, which I used to like. I kind of grew up going there a lot. Anyways, he was spreading some truth. I was down.
Yeah, feminism itself is a Marxist movement, isn't it? When you look at it, really designed to destroy the traditional family, and you know, it's kind of interesting how they've done that. It's very clever, because it were really watching Owen Benjamin that sort of taught me that a woman truly blossoms when she knows a place. And that sounds terrible, I can imagine, to any female listening, but you have to go into it a little bit more. And I'd highly recommend watching Owen Benjamin for that reason, because like I was down for the, you know, we're all equal, burn your bras and we'll split the check. That's what you know what I'm saying? And I've always hated hierarchy, so I always was fighting against it. But then you realize, no, there is a hierarchy, and you sort of just accept it. You realize, oh yeah, there is.
Yeah, man.
I was talking to this girl once on here, and she was being funny. She wasn't being racist. She was being funny. But I was telling her that, and she said, and because I no, do it saying the hierarchy of God, you know, God, man, woman, child, beast, basically, animal. And she went, you missed one on the out. She missed one on the end. I'm like, what's that? She went, black people. She was just taking the piss. She wasn't being serious. Yeah, she was funny.
It's funny you just said that, because I've always been like, oh yeah, women are not funny. But lately I've been getting it's like thrown in my face, dude. I was flipping through Instagram, and this woman, she's walking down the street, and she's just filming this sidewalk. It's like early in the morning. She's in Canada. It's cold out, and she sees this dude on his hands and knees welding like the corner of something into the corner of a building, and she's like, find me a woman. She's like, it's 0 degrees, a November morning here in Canada. Find me a woman that's willing to do this. And like, I don't know. It was funny. I laughed.
Well, this girl, she was a little troll. Totally. You know, that Loggy tells me that he assures me they're all like that now. You know, because she was only like 22 or something like that. And she I can't remember. I just remember talking to her and I liked her on 24/7. I think we were talking the chill thing, and she was like, "Oh yeah, come over to this server." You know, in the messages, she's like, "Come over to this server," and so I went over, and it was all like, well, there was two different ones. The first one was like faddies. I don't know how to say. They were like really big people and like people obsessed with this big. I don't know. I don't really understand the fetish of it, but you get the idea. And then the next one was like women who I'm not sure if it were even women, but it were basically people who have these like slaves, like like a fucking automaton, you know, like they basically Sims. I don't even know if that's the right terminology. The you know, for the fetish, whatever it was. But she was basically taking the piss. She took a screenshot of my name and then like sent it to me in that server. I was like, I'm out. And she's going, what are you talking about? I'm like, look, you get the whole point of friendship is you build it on trust, relationship, you know, and you're basically taking the piss. But she was funny.
I feel like you already told us this story.
Did I? Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I don't understand, like, what was the whole point to screenshotting your name into another channel?
Because they were like, you know, like, you know, it were like LBGT, whatever that is, and all
Oh,
that
I
stuff.
get it.
You know what I mean?
Right.
But they were also obsessed with faddies or something like that. Like all the chat was like big, huge people or something. I don't really know what the thing is. And she found it ever so funny, you know. And I was like, okay. I just wanted to talk to him and help him, you know. But then I was like, they've got this little thing going here. It's interesting because I was telling the the slave people. I don't know what that fetish is. If anybody does, you're welcome to chirp in. You know, I was saying to her, this girl, this lady, who apparently had a slave for a while. I was like, look at it this way. I literally talked to him for about 5 minutes, less than that. But I was saying, I'm doing an Alan Watts bit. That's what I was doing because I heard him say it, and it's true. If I had a love potion to give to someone, and she suddenly just was, you know, head over heels in love with me and followed my every order, that sounds good on, you know, the face of it, but is it? I mean, sure, it'd be good for a month or two, but it'd get boring pretty quickly, wouldn't it? Because you want someone who's going to challenge you a little bit, don't you? Ultimately, someone that just follows your every whim, you know, that's not going to be. It's going to get boring, in my opinion. But that was their whole thing, so I don't know. I was kind of undermining the whole the modus operandi. Mm.
As Chemo used to say, Kimmo, he used to say, "Where's the party at?"
Where's the what?
Where's the party at?
All right. Where is the party at?
Is that Andy?
Yeah, count me out. I'll be somewhere else. It's not too
Yeah,
loud. It's too loud for me. I'm old. I'm old now, so
Did,
I've
did you have
noticed.
did you
Yeah,
have
go on.
did you have some mad rain on about Tuesday? Because we had some mad rain in London. Did you have any mad rain out there this week?
I think so. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. I know we did a couple of weeks ago when it were that storm Deirdre or whatever the fuck they call them.
Yeah. And all of a sudden, last week. But then again, it might just travel south over a few days and end up in London. But it was quite a lot of water just in one city. I mean, over a course of like an
Yeah.
hour or 2 hours, the water, the roads that don't normally have water on them had water on them. But obviously, that's just a normal thing. That's it. Party's over. Yeah.
Yeah,
Cool, man.
I had because I had an order that because I ordered sauerkraut. I should make it because it's very easy to make, but whatever. I ordered it from Scotland, and the package was all fucked up, and one of the jars was smashed. And the first order didn't even arrive, so I can't even imagine how that must have been smashed to pieces. This is the second order. So I left the people who delivered it a terrible review, and I felt really guilty afterwards because, yeah, I don't. It was down to the weather, I suspect. I don't think it was their fault. So,
How do you
you
make
know,
how do you make sauerkraut? I know it's a fermentation process, but I'm not convinced it's that fermenting.
yeah, it's just cabbage, isn't it? It's just you get some cabbage and some salt and some pressure and some time. That's
So
all, really.
right. So you basically you bleed it
Yeah.
out by squeezing it. So you salt it because I'm a chef. So
Oh.
when I taste sauerkraut in a jar, it tastes fucking shit. So I'm like, can I make something taste that shit? Cool, man. Well then, I know how to make it now.
This tastes like sweaty socks. I'm not bothered about this.
I know, but if you make it fresh, then you're going to get it. You're not going to get the if you make it fresh, it's not going to taste like something that's been in a jar for 6 months, is it? Or is it?
I mean, it's an acquired taste, and it smells odd. People get one whiff on it, and they're like, "Nope." But
Didn't
it's
we? Didn't we used to call Germans krauts? I've just thought of that. Is that true? Yeah.
That's true.
And possibly based on the cabbage. Or something like, because years ago they used to play cabbage cricket or something like that. They used to the la-di-da high class people used to play cricket naked with the cabbage indoors or something. It's an English thing. I thought maybe you might know a bit more about cabbage cricket than me, hence why we call them krauts.
I don't know. I suddenly started thinking about that Cabbage Patch thing that Mind Unveiled channel is talking about a lot, where they get all these babies out of this cabbage patch. I don't know if you've seen that. That's very odd. But apparently when they put the Germans in the gulag. They only had sauerkraut to survive on, and we tend to need a lot of everything, a bit of this and a bit of that. So it's a testimony to anything you could survive on, just that one thing. I always say eggs. Eggs would be another one, or avocado. They've got a bit of everything. So, but the one I have it's like super greens. It's got spirulina in it, and it's got a bit of broccoli, and it's really good with fish and stuff like that. So, I eat like fish 4 or 5 times a week, and then I have beef a couple of times a week as well. Goes well with the beef as well, actually.
It's so when it sounded quite expensive, that sriracha and the other stuff, because the sriracha is it's a green powder, and it's just hydrated certain green I don't know, green leaves or something maybe.
Yeah, spirulina.
Yeah. Yeah. I've never really worked with it. We probably used it more for a food coloring or something, just to. But yeah, another fancy fucking thing to go on the menu, that people just don't know what the fuck it tastes like. But
That's
yeah,
awesome.
I mean,
You're a chef in London, then?
I'm a chef. Yeah, I'm a chef. But I do contract catering, so I'm daytime hours, weekends off. Lovely. But
I
was
thought you
wondering.
meant like the Ramsay style with the commies, and the.
Yeah, I did that. I was like that years ago. Used to cook for the Arsenal, but not directly. They just used to come and board with us, where they used to train.
Oh.
Yeah, but you saying you're eating a lot of fish. Do you ever fear that you're gonna actually get? Or depends what type of fish, I guess, in ways. But like mercury, ever thought about that?
Yeah, I have actually. It does seem to be a thing, doesn't it?
I'd be more concerned.
I would
with
only
parasites.
make. Well, I was only putting two together. The North Atlantic and all that, and that's where they seem to say. I mean, I'm not a factual person, but they seem to say that there's a higher concentration of mercury in the northern waters. So, being a fish lover, yeah, I don't know. Depends what fish you eat, I guess.
Yeah, I have thought about that, and I've got a big chunk of mercury in my mouth as well. So, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, thermometer. You're sick, aren't you?
No, I'm just
What?
saying I've got the old amalgam fillings, So I've been thinking about getting them taken out.
So fillings are made out of, or old fillings are made out of mercury.
Yeah, they use mercury to mold the metals together.
No shit, I never knew that. No shit.
Oh, right.
Wow, because it makes sense.
That's why
because
we
it's
call
quite
Andy the Mad Hatter.
So that's probably a way of having. But wow, I never knew that.
Yeah, I mean the thing is though, I will say this: I don't think there's many.
What tastes like?
Sorry, I roboted a little bit, but I've had this in my mouth for 30 years, I would say, and I don't think maybe a bit more actually, but I don't think there's many modern fillings that last that long. But yeah, I do think I should get it taken out, and because it's sort of turning the tooth black as well now, so it's not good.
You should get a grill, Andy.
When I first started looking into all that, I did consider getting some pliers and ripping it out myself, just like rip the whole tooth out. But then I was like, nah, I'm not doing that.
Let's do it, man. We'll make it a live stream event.
So I remember I listened to that David Wolf guy years ago, and he was like, the only damage done to my teeth was by dentists. So I'm like, yeah, that makes sense, because then you got to go back. They're not daft, these industries. There's no money in the cure, you know. Anyway, I'm gonna make a cuppa. BRB.
That's what the Mad Hatter would say. Gonna go get some more tea.
You know, if you can hear me, you talk about a Mad Hatter, and I always think that the likes of Alice in Wonderland isn't just could possibly be not just a random story, but actually a story that's been carried on through generations, and presented in a normal, nice way. But actually, it was the way of the past. You had people that were mad because of the things they were eating or whatever. Everybody had to dress a certain way because of their view of the world. Some people thought it looked like a club. The other one said a spade, you know, whatever.
Is he breaking up or is it me?
Yeah, he was breaking up. Hey, Slow, are you affected at all by the 10 freeway being shut down?
Didn't know it was shut down. I'm heading towards the 10 right now. I know there's a shit ton of traffic on the 405 currently.
Yeah, I just got off the 405 actually. Fuck that noise. That's yeah. I guess, dude, the 405 is backed up all the way south to the 105. Like I couldn't even like. It was ridiculous. I just got off. I said, "Fuck it, I'm gonna go down to the beach and make my way across town down the coast." Because yeah, I guess there was some big fire under the 10, like close to downtown, and the fire like melted steel beams. I'm not even making that up. Like the steel guardrails like got melted.
I heard
So
about that. Yeah,
yeah,
I
like
heard that happened like a couple days ago or something, or like last week or something.
yeah. Did we get dude on? Like what's going on? Or did
I
don't know.
I mean, I know there's like a shit ton of homeless encampments that are always having like fire outbreaks. So I don't know if it's something involving that. I know like in that area, under a lot of those freeway ramps and stuff, there'll be like, I don't know, yards, like storage yards and shit. Like people use those typically for like parking lots or just storage. So maybe there was some kind of chemical spill or something that started on fire. I don't know. I mean, I'm just speculating. I have no idea.
Yeah, no, it could have been a number of things. I was kind of joking around with the dues, but no, I'm just like any angry people I encounter in Los Angeles right now. I'm like, oh, they must have been on the 10 earlier. Like, okay, just give them some slack. Because I mean, people are grumpy enough in this city. You don't need to make the traffic worse. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of let up here I just passed the Getty Center, so I don't know. We'll see what happens. I'm still about 3 miles away from the 10, so.
Do you make your own hours for work?
No. Why do you ask?
I don't remember why I asked.
Dr. Vernon Coleman's on the Israel Gaza train. His latest video, Vernon Coleman, why Israel really invaded Gaza. Oh.
Because they discovered $153 billion worth of oil in Gaza. That's what it's all about.
Ooh, I wonder if he'll go into that then.
Did they really?
Last one. Yeah.
Yep.
Gas as well.
Breaking up, buddy.
So the Palestinians are freaking loaded, is what you're telling me. And then instead of, go ahead. Sorry.
They were. Yeah, they were. It just basically they just got jacked by Israel, and like everything's already being divvied up, and there's some kind of involvement with the Brits or like some kind of British oil company. I don't know. I posted some videos yesterday on it.
Natural gas, if you can hear me. Natural gas is another thing they've discovered.
Yep. They kind of run hand in hand. Yeah, how crazy is that, huh? They like essentially shove these guys in some desolate corner that nobody wants of the world, all to discover that it's vast in resource. And so I don't know. Now it seems more cost efficient just to exterminate these people in order to gain the profits, or should we say ethnic cleanse.
Wait, is this not totally crazy? Like, Israel got itself, or the Jews got Israel because of the Holocaust, and, never again. And here they are just trying to wipe a people out. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. What is going on?
I know, right? Out of all people, right? Like, they tout the whole coexisting and just that whole liberal narrative, and then here they are just, I don't know. It's fucking crazy, dude.
It is nuts.
But this is the thing, though. If you start with a child and you give them this supremacist sort of ideology, then they can dehumanize people, can't they? And this is why they laugh in. It's not only that they don't feel remorse, they don't feel the empathy. They're actually laughing at killing children. It's pretty great. People are wondering, they're looking at that and they're going, how can they even do that? Well, that's why. Because they've been told since children that...
We had some rally over here in the States, and everybody was chanting, don't stop bombing Gaza. Like, no ceasefire. Yeah. Like, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah.
Insane.
So, yeah. This is why, when I first came onto these servers, I was like literally just saying to people, just call me the ideology guy, because I'm just here to warn you how dangerous ideology is, of any flavor. So, but this is to me is the most dangerous, where it's supremacist in nature, and it's you know these people are like, well, they lower, they don't even. It's an insult to animals to call them animals. That's I've heard one rabbi say that. So, you know, and when they told that as children, have you seen that video that's doing the rounds? I assume it's quite an old one.
I don't think I've seen it.
Where
But,
they're just telling, they're asking the school kids, they're talking to them. They look about 9, something like that, around that age, and they're asking them what they think of the Palestinians and etc. etc. And they go into the script, the whole thing. You know, they're going to be our slaves soon, and we're going to build this temple, and etc. etc. And it's like, oh my god, what the fuck? What? How do you? I don't even know how you do undo all that.
It's never been done.
I don't know, man.
Maybe a heavy hit of psilocybin. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a good one, dude.
If they put psilocybin in the water supply in Israel, dude, they would just launch nukes. I think they'd be tripping too hard. I don't see how that kind of, like, those types of people could have a good trip. Like, once it hits, they're like trying to think about their bank account and like bombing their neighbors, but like the mushrooms are like too powerful and unhinged, so they're just like, all right, launch the nukes. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not 100% nukes are real, but that aside,
you know what I mean. I'm not saying that. It's almost like a saying, you know, just destruction. You know, that's what I mean.
I mean, maybe they are. I might just be ignorant on the topic. If they're not real, it's certainly a good, you know, like the energy of fear that's put over, that they love to put over to society, to the zeitgeist, whatever you want to call it, the you know, because someone who's in fear is easy to control. They're not going to make good decisions and so on.
So true. The worst decision of my life probably made out of fear.
So I guess there's 2 million people in Gaza. I want to say half of which are children, and there's already been 5,000 people killed, over 5,000, which exceeds all of the U.S. soldiers that has died in the Afghanistan war that's still currently being occupied. So it just seems like there's just a lot of I don't know, man. I don't even know what words to put to this.
That made me sick.
I would ask. Sorry, just a quick one. I would ask the question and look into the history of the people in Gaza and find out how many people have been displaced in the past. Displaced, relocated out the country. In the UK, my wife's in education. The amount of times that she's come across people that don't talk about where they come from, they're refugees from somewhere, they don't say anything. How many people can be displaced for the narrative and the news and the media to report that so many people live in Gaza when maybe 90% of Gaza had already been emptied? It was just more of a political stunt, and that people have been relocated with better lives and an income and a job and prosperity, you know, for humanitarian reasons. Would that not make more sense than, you know? And the people that have died, yes, the people have died, but I'm just trying to be true and think, how would we do it and sort it out as nations, as people talking. We'd try and find a way beforehand, because I'm not being skeptical or anything like that. I'm not that type of person, but definitely during the pandemic, we had an opportunity for construction companies to gather so much debt, and they were, because they need to buy the materials to build all the buildings. The UK, man, there's a new building in every corner now. It's like, where all this money come from? And all of a sudden, they're being filled full of people, and you're like, but where did these people come from? And that's my thing on it. So, thank you.
Yeah, you roboted at the end there, but we got the gist of it, and I thought that, funnily enough, I've thought about that myself. And you basically just outlined it nicely, exactly as I thought of it. I thought, yeah, that did make sense, by the way. So, because I mean, when you're seeing people like that in the Midlands in England, then you're like, oh shit, you know what I mean? Because that's you'd expect it in London and the major cities, but when you're in the sticks, so to speak, you're like, okay. So, but I just kind of see people as people, but it is on the surface level, I guess. It's also a shame that English culture, people go, "What's that?" Because they got no idea. That will be a thing of the past. So, I mean, if you go to Birmingham, it's basically, it looks like Bangladesh. So, and there's nothing wrong with Bangladesh in India. But there you go.
Wild. Yeah, I've never been to Europe, and I fear that, or not fear, but I'm pretty sure a lot of what I want to see in Europe has been erased. Like, I want to
Yeah.
see European culture in Europe,
Yeah,
in abundance.
It's
And
sad, isn't it? You know, that's yeah. I'm
Did
not
I
being
just hear
horrible.
Andy say there's nothing wrong with Bangladesh?
In India.
In India, yeah. No, I'm just saying that I don't want to see Bangladesh in Birmingham. That's what I. That's
Go
what
to Poland. I recommend it.
what does that mean, tactical French guy?
Oh, someone was saying they wanted to go to Europe and see the Europe as it is.
Oh, right. Okay.
I will 100% go to Poland. You guys are awesome out there. I know about you guys. I know about the Polish people. Very, very cool people.
We don't have majority of the LGBTQ agendas. We don't have the trans people things, so it's quite cool in here.
It's quite nice. We don't have a bunch of freaks running around telling us how to live. It's really cool.
Although if you like guns, we don't have those.
Guns? Is that what you said? You say guns or girls? Did anyone hear him?
Vernon Coleman's talking about the oil, so yeah, you're right, Dicelo.
What's that?
This video I'm sharing, Vernon Coleman is talking about the oil.
Yeah, but but again, look into the British collusion involvement.
Half $1 trillion worth of gas and oil waiting to be extracted, as you said. That's just Gaza.
Right.
Oh my
But
God.
like I said, there's some British company involved in it all. And I don't know, I'll have to watch the video again, or maybe I can even stream it or something if you guys are interested. But I don't know, you guys interested? It's fairly short. It kind of summarizes the narrative of what's going on, separate from what the news is portraying. Yeah, no, maybe so.
I guess I'm not very informed on this, so yeah, one more video would be cool.
Okay.
I'm down. I'm driving, so as long as I can listen and still get the
Yeah, you
gist.
can listen. Yeah, you can listen.
By the way, hi Bacon.
Oh, bom dia, Bacon. Como vai?
Yeah, Bacon's here.
Hey, what's up?
What's going on?
Not much. I'm playing with some, Larry Shubio.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he took some star sites to me, and I'm trying to get where he took it from.
Doxing using stars.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he gave me with that intention, so. I mean, he didn't take it
Alright.
from his house. I don't think so.
I'm gonna share my screen right now. You guys can check it out real quick.
With the Earth spinning, on a different note, with the Earth spinning and all the mining that we've done over the centuries, and we've moved
Alright.
sand.
Forget it.
Sorry.
Nothing. Go ahead, man.
So I was saying, with the Earth spinning, on a different note, with the Earth spinning and all the mining that we've done and displacing of elements and soils and all the different things that we've done have changed the balance of the ball, whatever. Its trajectory would surely change due to.
Yeah, I mentioned that point before. I mentioned that point before. We went over the numbers, and supposedly they said it would be insignificant to the mass of the Earth.
Yeah, but the water, the movement of the water, surely there must be all single. There's going to be a jolt. So if you move, if you take all the sand out of the Netherlands and you give it all to America, then that would change a different trajectory. But if nothing ever changes, then yes, it's probably so minuscule. But if we were hollow, if we of some sort, very cavernous, not porous, maybe might be a better word, Luther. If we're that type of thing there, then those imbalances could change very easy because we're not as heavy or as dense as we make out. You know, we've got liquids inside the middle, but they might be so aerated that they don't actually carry a lot of mass. Therefore, anyway.
Dice Flow, can you just go? I was listening to your stream, and they said that whose father has the $1.5 billion? Netanyahu's dad? Or I missed that. What up, Blaze? Good morning. I know you got your Gaza shirt on.
Good morning. I did yesterday.
Yeah.
No, I had
That
free.
must be actually pretty freaky. I don't know that. I
No,
was just
I
joking.
know. I have two: free Palestine, and then one's free Gaza with handcuffs up.
Right on, right on. How you doing this morning?
I'm great. How are you guys doing?
I'm ecstatic. I'm on my way to work, and I got a short little bit of work this morning, and then I get to work on tanning 5 sheep hides that I harvested yesterday.
Are you videoing this? Are you documenting it? That would be great to see.
Yeah, I actually am thinking about doing that today. So we'll see what happens. I'm gonna have somebody with me who's tanning for their first time, and yeah, hopefully, I can make it like a learning experience for both of us, and be able to get some good footage so it can be a learning experience for somebody else.
Yeah. And so what does that do? It just gets it ready for like clothing or something or
Yeah, pretty much. We slaughtered and skinned them yesterday, and then
oh man.
I put them in put them in put them in my trunk and drove them home, salted them up, and put them in a walk-in refrigerator in plastic bags. And then today I'm gonna wash them a lot, soak them for a little while, flesh them, which is just removing all the membrane and any flesh from the flesh side of the pelt. Then tan for a few days, just using egg yolk. I didn't feel like cracking skulls today. I would have to like break open 5 sheep heads, and I'm just like not into it right now. Someday. That's for like brain tanning. And then we smoke them over a fire, which kind of like finishes it, and then they'll be ready to turn into clothing or rugs or whatever.
Wow, that's crazy. I mean, you don't hear about people doing that these days. That's a skill.
I'm trying to develop it. If you told me a month ago that I'd be like elbows deep in a lamb carcass, like trying to get the skins, I'd be like, are you high? But no, I'm having a lot of fun. I didn't believe, like, it's a long process, and if you do it right, the outcome is everybody looks good in fur. I'll just say that. Everyone.
So, but how does this make you feel spiritually? Like, I know this is what they did in the past, just we're so far removed from actually killing anything besides a bug.
I feel really good, actually. So the butchery outfit that is supplying the hides belongs to my very good friend. We go to church together. We pray over every animal. All the meat, some of it gets donated to the church for charity, and then some of it gets sold to restaurants. And we were just throwing the hides away. So now it's like complete, like the bones, the meat, and the hide. Everything is, well, except for the brains, and like some of the intestines are not being used, but like pretty much everything is being used. The animals, they're not like fed some bullshit GMO feed. They're grazed up in the mountains for fire prevention. So they just go and graze all this wild California brush that otherwise would get hit with dew weapons. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I hear you about the whole killing thing, but I just think a lot about God giving us dominion over the animals and the plants.
Sure.
And I'm not nobody's like rushing like, oh, I want to kill the next one. It's all calm, and we're like reverent. We're not like praying to the animals or anything like that, but we're just like, thank you, Lord Jesus, for everything.
That's beautiful. I saw something the other day. It was called lamb mowing, LAMB, like a lamb, and he takes lambs over to people's yards and lets them graze there for a couple hours, and instead of using a lawnmower. And I was like, that is really cute.
Yeah, that's pretty much what he does with his animals. That's how he feeds them. He does fire preventative grazing. And you think about that, it's like that area grazed, which is, a lot of these areas are really hard, and like sheeps, they're like goats. They can get to like pretty difficult areas. That's just one less place that a firefighter is going to have to put their life, to like try and stop a fire. So it's pretty cool.
Super cool. So you guys were watching Jimmy Dore video?
Yeah, Dyslow had it on. I was
I
it
think I
got
saw it last
interrupted.
night.
Can you give me the gist?
If I can remember, I see so many.
So and so's dad has a 1.5 billion-dollar contract or something like that, or 150. I don't remember what the number was. A big number. contract for the oil in Palestine?
It's $500 billion. It's British Petroleum has a $500 million contract with Israel for the Gaza oil. Rashi, I can't even say his last name. Some weird
Yeah,
last name.
he's in the UK. Yeah, I didn't see that one. I saw something else. He had Griswold on or something. Yeah, but that's a huge thing because they're stealing resources. It's what people do. It's what the principalities do, right?
By the way,
Hey.
Bacon, have I sent you the video that a Japanese astronomer recorded of something hitting Jupiter?
Blaze, have you thought about?
No.
Sorry.
No, yeah, I'll send it to you.
Yeah, send that to you. So you guys send. Blaze, what do you think about this whole country being like a sacrifice,
Oh, you're breaking up.
a whole burnt offering?
You're breaking up for me.
Something about burnt offering. I had that bit.
Yeah, I heard that part. Hmm.
I pinged you in the message.
What do you think about this? Am I good now?
Yeah.
Sweet. I was going to say, what do you think about this whole conflict in Gaza just being a whole burnt offering, like a sacrifice?
I think you just need to look at Ezekiel 35 and 36 and Edom, the evil. I think people are getting punished, and that's I pray for peace and that he ends the punishment soon because it seems like it's laid out. It even says Edom, which was the Edomites, which is the evil twin, Esau, right? And I think one of the books that got taken out talks about Esau's descendants were really mad that he gave his birthright away because they want that land. It was theirs. And when you look at an old ancient map where Edom is, it's like in the mountains, right? So just look at, I would invite you to look at Ezekiel 35 and 36. And, it leads up to Ezekiel 38 and 39, Gog and Magog. There was a land that was stolen. There's an identity of a particular tribe, but moreover, they've like washed out the other tribes, the other 12, 10, 11 tribes. Like when people say, like believers are like, oh, Israel, right? They think, oh, it's just the Jews. I tell people I keep the Sabbath, or, oh, are you Jewish? I'm like, no. But it's like, we are doing such a bad job of not explaining that there's 12, kind of 13 tribes, and Judah's one tribe. And it's a very important tribe. It's the tribe that Messiah, is through. But like, I was saying the other day, and Father, I can emphatically say Father does not accept human sacrifices. So I should have started with that, Platypus.
Oh, I didn't mean a sacrifice to him. I meant a sacrifice to the father of lies. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, you mean like that stuff? Oh, but when you
okay, sorry, let me elaborate.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that it's very possible that what we're seeing is exactly the prelude to what is described in Ezekiel and in the rest of the Bible. I also think it's very possible that the rulers of this world have an idea of what the end times are supposed to feel like and what types of things people are supposed to be seeing, and that they are constantly trying to put on a play, put on a show for us to get Christians to have their faith shook, to make it look like this is the end, oh, this is the mark, that was the trumpet, and then we start I don't know, I'm only saying that because I totally fell for that during the pandemic. I was like, this is the mark, this is it, mark your calendars, we know the day and the hour pretty much. I got lost in the sauce, as Witsit likes to say. And I'm just wondering if that's like a possibility for what's happening right now, where they're creating the situation, problem, reaction, solution, or however it goes. And I don't know. What do you?
I don't know about that because in Revelation 17:17, it talks about how Father put it in their hearts to fulfill like what he wanted. And then, when we have Messiah talking about and in the front of the book earlier about how he blinded their eyes, So I'm not sure about that because I I don't know. I think people are deceived. And because in my opinion, the world leaders, they don't know the Bible like some of us, right? They know what they're told as well, just like a lot of Christianity, a lot of other religions. They're told what to believe because honestly, not many people like I went to a church a couple years ago with my buddy and nobody had a Bible. Actually, I saw one little old lady that had a Bible out of like probably 600 people, probably 500 people. Yeah, one person I saw had a Bible. So, what does that tell you? It tells me that people are just going there trusting the shepherd and, not doing their own research, right? They don't have the spirit of truth yet.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. If I'm going to be persistent in my, it's like not something I'm fully believing in or at all. I don't really believe in it at all. I'm just saying it's a possibility.
Yeah.
The people that are in charge are taking instruction from demonic entities, if not Satan himself. And I would say that Satan, I definitely don't know scripture better than Satan. I feel like he's been there for the whole thing, So I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah, but we give him a lot of credit. But I mean, like if he like Messiah slipped through his hands, right? Like he thought he had him at killing him.
Well, he thought he had him when he had Herod go kill all the babies.
Yeah.
It's like Satan knew he was coming, but he didn't know when and he didn't know where. So like there was real world action though to like actively try and stop Christ. And so why wouldn't there be real world action to like just make Christians stumbles? I don't know.
No, absolutely to make people stumble. Yeah, well, but it's not that difficult because they don't know the word. So they'll just believe whatever you want. Darby, wasn't he the one that invented the rapture? Like that whole rapture, you're going to get raptured out of here before the tribulation when Messiah says clearly after the tribulation, and you read it to other people. I studied with a bunch of people and they still didn't get it. They still just believed in the rapture. We're going to get raptured out of here before the tribulation. That is a dangerous doctrine. And I think that there's a lot of fear going on. And I think that's a big thing, And I was just thinking this morning that the tribulation is needed because I think you guys have heard me talk about this. Like, I understand why people aren't in the Bible, right? It took me my heart breaking over Pizzagate. It broke my spirit. So, with the coming tribulation, it's going to bring a lot of people to their knees. And to me, that's last call for people to like call out for help. Like, and then you just pay attention to what happens, and you pray about everything. I mean, like deception is going to be left and right. It's like a tennis match. It's going to be everywhere. And I'm not saying I'm immune to it by any means.
Oh yeah. No, I hear you. Every day I'm kind of like, what am I going to realize that I've like been doing that was so wrong today? I don't know. It is wild.
And for the last almost 6 weeks, I've been really paying attention to what's happening over there because those people stole an identity of 12, 13 tribes and deceived the whole world into thinking it's just one tribe. And it's really funny, like you guys have all heard that that verse in Revelation. There's two. Those who say they are pews, and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan. I mean, that's pretty wild. Because they're posers. Like I think North said, they're imposters. And then it's giving people a bad taste in their mouth, right? So, like SC says, like, you follow this, like here's the deal. Andy, are you here? I watched that video with you guys yesterday. But then I
Yeah.
only I went back and watched the whole thing. And see, this is the biggest thing in my opinion. The Bible is a Hebrew Bible for a particular people in a particular time that's telling you what's to come. And they're saying, hey, you can come and be grafted in with us. But it's a Hebrew Bible. Christianity, this guy was really hilarious. I'm just going to be forthright. Time is short. I don't care. I'm just going to be forthright. That guy in that video, Andy, he's like Christianity and paganism. I'm sorry. Christianity is pagan because Christianity is all about Jesus, 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 the Trinity, the the three in one God, and they're all the same. That's not what the Hebrew Bible says. There's one God of the Hebrew Bible who has a son through whichever way he got him, and the son points to the father. The son is a Hebrew from the line of Judah, not Jewish. He wasn't Jewish. He was from the line of Judah. Like it would have been like a Judite, right? He came for the lost tribes of Israel. He says that. I only came for the lost tribes of Israel, right? The other 10 tribes that are out in the nation. And the Bible's always been about the stranger. If they want to come in and get grafted in and follow the instructions of God, you are more than welcome. If not, great, no problem. You're from one of the other nations. We're supposed to be nice to you. We're supposed to be nice to everybody, God did kill a bunch of people that were like hybrids and things like that. So, but it's a Hebrew Bible, right? And then the deceiver got in, and the word is so crazy because you can make a whole doctrine off a couple of verses, right? And you could be done with it. And we have the Jesuits coming in to the United States to counter the Reformation, right? The protests for the Catholic Church. So we have all these Jesuits infiltrating seminaries, teaching bad doctrines. They're teaching, innocent people to be bad shepherds. And then they say, hey, you want to come and join the Freemasons? Like, you see how maniacal and how beautifully planned this is?
From which religion, though?
Well, I mean, I'm talking about the Bible. The Bible is emphatically a Hebrew Bible. God says he is the God of the Hebrews, right? He took them, he's set Father Abraham apart and told him it's going to be his inheritance. You're going to have you're going to be the father of many nations. And your essentially your children are going to be like the sand of the sea, right? So these are people that want to believe and follow the Hebrew Bible, right? Hebrew simply means crossed over. Father Abraham was from Chaldee, right? He was a pagan, essentially.
Hebrew?
Say what?
Oh, they said Hebrew.
So essentially, Father Abraham crossed over to follow the God of the Hebrews, right? Because God took an inheritance, a people for himself since his watchers, his angels came down and they left their first estates because they were supposed to teach man government and teach us, how to follow the instructions of God. But they betrayed him. And they found the daughters of man beautiful, and they took them as wives, and they had giants in those days, and God didn't make anything above or below for the giants. So when the giants died, or killed each other, whatever, the flood and everything. Those are the demons that we have. They roam around and they're never
This is
satiated.
this is some Lord of the Rings shit.
Right? I'm telling you, Hollywood totally hijacks, The Wall. Like, what was that show that everybody loved on HBO? Where it was like basically like porn.
Game of Thrones.
Game of Thorns.
Yeah, Game of Thrones, right? Where do they get that wall from? I mean, everything they take from the Bible. It's like it's unbelievable from the sidelines when you read and study the scriptures. It's like, wow, they totally got this from here because Solomon says there's nothing new under the sun. Like what was, what
Solomon
will
said it,
be.
right. I have to remember that.
Yeah. Yep. And
I always,
Ecclesiastes.
when people ask where's the ice wall, I always say that. It's in Game of Thrones. What are you on about?
Whoever said that this is some Lord of the Rings stuff, J.R.R. Tolkien was a Christian and himself said that the Lord of the Rings, of course, is fundamentally religious and Christian, unconsciously so at first, but consciously in the revision.
Wow.
I wonder if that ring was the ring of Solomon that they were talking about. You know how Solomon had that ring that he was able to control, I guess, demons with and have them, I don't know, build stuff and
Yeah, no, I mean, if you read the Silmarillion, or I forget how it is, it's like the origin stories for the whole Lord of the Rings universe. I mean, I'm not trying to, downplay his work as an author, but it's literally just the New Testament. It's like you have this just one God that is Lord of all other gods, creates everything through song. He has this, cohort of angels that are all supposed to do specific tasks. It's literally just like Enochian literature with elves.
You know what? That's a really good point. Have you ever read the demon thing, Dicelo? That is basically, that kind of makes sense because look at the Freemasons. They love King Solomon and they had those two pillars, Boaz and Joachim. I don't know what those pillars mean from the temple. Like they got
Was that the
names.
one that the dude with the long hair, not Hercules, but who was the
Samson?
strong guy? Samson. That were those the pillars that he tore down, or no?
No, that wasn't even no. That didn't come for
Oh, my bad. My bad.
years later. No. Hey, but it's great that you know that. I know we're talking about this a lot, you guys, and I can't say that I'm sorry. I could say that I'm sorry for interrupting, whatever you guys were talking about earlier. I just think this is a really powerful time in the world because listen, they aren't going to just like, come in and then change everything. They're doing it right now. I live in kind of like a small area, outskirts of a busy city or whatever. You remember those lights you guys have that they were putting up the last 3 years? And a lot of them were like the blue lights or the black lights and everything like that. Well, there's this video I came across that those lights, they're putting cameras on them. They're putting cameras on the lights right now. These new lights came in my neighborhood in July, and now they're here again. The power company adding these lights. I'm gonna post a video about this, so pay attention.
Are you talking about the traffic lights?
No.
Okay.
These
You know
lights,
about
street
the
lights.
cameras on the traffic lights, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So who has access to those?
The sensors in each traffic signal?
No. There's like cameras on the traffic lights themselves. They're
I'd
not
say
sensors. They're not like mitigating traffic in any way because that's all done under the ground. But
Well, that's not
who
true.
has?
But
Yeah, they got sensors, pressure sensors, under the asphalt. That's
yeah,
what
no, but
triggers.
what I'm saying is it's not all mitigated into the ground. They have sensors on the poles too.
Oh, maybe, but they got cameras, like video cameras. So who has access to those cameras? Does anybody know?
I don't know, the government?
Well, you would think, right? Like you would think, like like maybe the police department, if there was like maybe some kind of situation, right? They could access those.
Oh, yeah.
But
I mean
no, I got into a hit and run accident on my motorcycle, and they were essentially trying to say that it was my fault So I said, I've got plenty of witnesses. Like you got that camera right there that you could access and go watch exactly what took place. And the police department essentially told me that no, they don't have access to those cameras, which I thought was like really bizarre. So,
I think
anyways,
that's something they're saying, but they just don't want to use it as a get involved in disputes, possibly. You know, of course
I
they
would
have
hope
access
so.
to it. Yeah, of course
Yeah,
they
I
do.
would hope so.
It's up
But
there.
yeah. Anyways, go ahead about the cameras that you were talking about. Sorry to
I posted the video.
disrupt.
It's really short. But this is how they're doing it. And I think that World War III is coming to us because per the Bible, nobody goes to help Israel. And it's that we're waiting. I'm waiting. My eye is on Saudi Arabia. And they always call them like the crypto Jews and everything. And so my eye is on Saudi Arabia, and because it seems like the king of the South is the last king to join the alliance, essentially. And that's from like Book of Daniel, I believe. So, when Essie asked North and I, "Is this it? Is this it?" We don't know.
What?
Just like was the poke, was that it? I mean, there was no way I thought that was it, because if you're just like a little child, you're giving a child, no. No. Go ahead.
Did you watch the video I posted a little bit ago about the $500 billion worth of oil reserve in Gaza?
Oh yeah, no, I knew about that. Yeah, it's called Leviathan. How isn't that interesting? That's a biblical Leviathan. Isn't that supposed to be like a sea serpent that we're
Yeah.
supposed to eat maybe at the end of the time, end of the age?
Well, the point that I was making is that aren't we like largely beholden to Saudi Arabia for their oil preserves?
But why are we giving ours away if we have our own?
No, but I'm saying like as it goes currently, like isn't Saudi Arabia like a huge exporter of oil to the US?
Yeah, it seems like it. Yeah.
So wouldn't it be like a conflict of interest if now all of a sudden British Petroleum and Israel got a huge oil supply that's separate from the US? Like
But it's
wouldn't that
more
be
than
an
that.
issue?
They want to compete. They want to add another. They want to compete with the Suez Canal and the Ben Gurion, I think, like that. They literally want to like carve a path in, because I think that the Suez can only have one ship at a time. They want to make it to where you can have two ships. So one sec. I mean, have you heard about that? Have you heard about that? Because that's huge. So when I started learning about that recently in the last month, then I was like, all right, maybe this isn't World War III yet, because if they're going to all this trouble, then they're not going to get destroyed. So that has me thinking that they're just being maniacs there right now and genociding a people for 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 money, for gain. Look it up. I think it's called the Ben Gurion Canal or something like that, and they want to compete with the Suez. Yep, which makes a lot of money. But I think that's what they were talking about. 9 trillion, no, 9 in that video with Jimmy Dore. If it was the one I saw last night, he was talking about like huge money in that. Like, I thought he said $9 trillion, but that is a lot of money.
Yeah, about the oil?
Yeah, but he didn't talk about the Suez Canal and Ben Gurion. He didn't talk about that. They just talked about the gas pipeline. But look that up. There's only so much time. And as a believer, there's only so much stuff that I want to get pulled into. And it's important to me that I know what's happening, but I can't let it control everything I do. I have a buddy of mine that he's kind of a new believer and everything because of the shape of the earth. And, he just is not obsessed with it, but I was like, that's there to pull you into the spiritual realm, in my opinion. But not everybody does it at the same time, whatever.
I just read a pretty ridiculous headline I'd like to share. It says, hold on, where'd it go? Gen Z TikTokers. Sorry, of course a phone call comes in immediately. Gen Z TikTokers send bin Laden's 2002 letter to America viral. Terror Chief's 9/11 justification wins support amongst pro-Palestine youngsters who claim their eyes have been opened after finding it on a Guardian website. And it's just kind of funny, like, oh, you mean you taught a bunch of young people to hate America and hate everything America stands for, and now they're identifying with a letter written by Osama bin Laden? Whoa.
Yeah, but
I would have never seen that one coming.
are we supposed to take allegiance? Because this is a corporation. So, I mean, the United States, like, we all know that it's a corporation. Should our allegiance really be with the United States? Is their allegiance with us? They just keep stealing our money and giving it to other countries and saying we need to bring democracy and instill central banks. And
Did you cut out? Did she cut out? You still there? I don't know if I cut out or.
no, I forgot to plug in my computer. I thought I did, and that just went. But
so, what was the question? Where should our allegiance be?
We in the Bible tells us we should take no oath. Like, sure, help each other, but at the end of the day, this is a corporation, correct?
100%.
Who's a corporation?
The United States.
Oh, I thought you meant the church.
No. Even though the United States is a corporation, in my travels, I've never seen a land that I think has actually received a blessing from God at some point. Whether that blessing has run out and we're just kind of feeling the after effects or it's still upon us, I don't know. But there's just some. It's not American government or America the corporation that makes America so great. I think it's the God-fearing Christians that make America so great. And I'm not talking about the ones that are like, Zionist or crazy. I'm just talking about the people that work hard and will stand up for the right thing.
Well, that would be nice, but you see how many Israel supporters that are going to Washington, and they're being protected, and they're yelling, "No ceasefire!" No, like, you're a believer. You should be like, nobody should be killed. It's maniacal. It's and most churches are Zionists because they believe Zionism, in my opinion, would not. And this is not me saying it. I looked into it. Zionism, in my opinion, would not exist without dispensationalism. Dispensationalism is like God changed for this era was this, and for this, and then for this, and then they have it separate. They don't have any distinction about the two house split and that there's 12, 13 tribes. Sure, cursory they know it, but it's all about the Jews, all about that one tribe, alleged one tribe, which was called Judah. And I don't know what the ish part is, but I find that very interesting. So I don't know what to say to that. I mean, I think that the United States was created with those good intentions, But I mean, what happened and why did we kill so many Indians and take their land? And, I don't have it all figured out.
I don't either. I have a lot of ideas on that, but I'm not.
I mean,
really...
I guess don't we have a track record of stealing land? And this is what we're doing. Why do we have so many bases in the Middle East? Like, I mean, obviously we've conquered, performed coups, and now our people are over there and stuff. But it's like, why? Who made us police? I do think that there was good intentions that we came here and that we were fleeing for religious liberties. I don't think our founding fathers really believed in Messiah, and it's like they talk about God, but it's like, which God? Right? They don't talk about Messiah. When you look at some documents and stuff, they talk about God, right? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not with the founding fathers or any of that stuff. When I think about the creation of America, I think about people fleeing religious persecution, coming to a new world, and I don't think it was necessarily just like we just slaughtered everybody. And I think there was a long time where we were living in peace with the peaceful tribes, and we were having conflicts with the tribes that were conflicting. And I don't know. Like you said, I don't have it all figured out either. But I was told by a First Nations person that their tribe believes that Jesus Christ, during his time on Earth, visited North America and like came to those tribes, which kind of blew my mind. So I every time I think I understand something, I realize I've like put God in a box and I don't understand something. So I don't know.
But
Was that First Nations person a Mormon, perchance?
No, not even close.
How long would that take?
It would take a very long time. It wouldn't take long at all if North America is actually the Holy Land, and we've been duped, but we just don't know.
Yeah.
It's also God. He walked on water. He could probably teleport. I have no idea. Like I said, what you were saying earlier, Christians. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, this is kind of what I was talking about. Like, Jesus isn't God. He's the Son of God. And have you ever noticed like the second commandment is very clear. You shall not make anything above or below, anything that's in heaven or below. And, like, he doesn't want, Messiah would never want worship like that, right? Why is there so many statues and stained glass pictures of a white looking hippie dude with blue eyes? That looks like the Pope son. I forget what his name was. But that's idol worship. We don't know what Messiah looked like. So I'm not gonna, since you brought the he could be from over here. Okay, right? I don't know. But whatever he looks like, we're not supposed to know.
Well, he probably looked Middle Eastern.
But I was just leaving that, since he, Platypus might think that, we don't know where the Holy Land is. That could be this.
We kind of think of, we can't think of then now. We can't say, well, these people are there now, so it's probably them. I think that's, I'm not sure that's right, personally. But Blaze, how am I not a son of God as well?
Well, we are.
Oh, great. So everyone,
if you
sons and daughters of God.
If you believe and you follow him, we're all his creatures. If you believe, because I'm not going to even get into that. I don't want to mess people up, but I want to stick on this. Platypus, I want to, Messiah is now most certainly God above. He's the Son of God, and he is a God. Was he a God when he walked here? I don't think so. Me personally. But that it doesn't matter, right? If I believe that or not or whatever, all I have to believe is that he is the Son of God. But why do we have so many pictures of somebody when we're told clearly not to make anything above or below? Is Messiah above? Yeah. right? Platypus.
Sorry, I had.
I'll speak on that.
Yeah, go ahead. I have a lot to say on this.
Just
I
real
have.
quick, no, because
Yeah.
Yeshua is God. He is Elohim. He's part of the Godhead.
Well, Godhead means divinity. So there's no like panel.
He's part of Elohim. So the plurality of Elohim includes him and the Father.
He's not in a trinity.
I can jump in unless you wanted to say more.
Please.
So yeah, I go to Orthodox Christian church these days. That's where on my spiritual walk. I do have icons in my room that, and I can explain it. I can explain to you why I don't think it's idolatry. So I have a picture of my grandfather, and I believe we can pray for the dead. I believe that we can pray that we pray to God through Christ, that our family members and our loved ones who've passed away, or anyone who's passed away, that their souls are not suffering. And if they didn't know Christ, you can try to ease that suffering. Remember the story of Lazarus, right? The rich man and the poor man. He was like, God, if you could just let me go back so I could tell my brothers, not to end up where he ended up, where the rich man ended up. And or I don't know if it was God that was talking to him. I can't remember who it was, but they're basically like, look, if they're not going to believe, somebody resurrected, like they're definitely not going to believe you. And he's like, all right, well, just go and like tell them where I am, just at least tell them where I'm at. And so I know this is kind of long-winded. Forgive me. Similar to a way where I would just like look at a picture of my grandfather and just like I want to have him in my mind and pray for him. I like to look at a picture of Jesus and ask Jesus to talk to God and pray for me. If I look at an image of Christ and I think to myself about him on the cross and his struggle, and I ask in my heart for forgiveness daily, constantly, unceasingly in prayer to him, did I accidentally do an idolatry? I don't think so. I know that if the icon falls over, it can't pick itself back up. It's it could be destroyed and it won't matter to me. It's just kind of like, to me, it's just like, okay, we're all one family. He is my father. Like I can have pictures of my family, right? And I don't pray to the icon. I look at it. I direct my consciousness towards what the icon is depicting. But I don't know. I don't want to go on too much further. I hope I explained myself well.
Yeah. What do you think the idols were in the front of the book back?
They were material objects in which people would not only worship and bow down to, but would perform pretty insane acts around, like what I understand Moses encountered when he came down from the mountain and everybody was worshiping the golden calf. It's not that they were all just like bowing, they were like feasting and having, indulging in carnal desires and like offering human sacrifice stuff, and I think that's pretty clear cut idolatry.
You don't think images are idolatry? Because
They
how do
can
you
be if you
know?
worship them. He's saying that he
Well,
doesn't worship them.
but even
Yeah.
having that in your mind, I understand that part, but even having that in your mind, because we don't know what he looks like. We are given something that, our forefathers and probably some nefarious people have given us this image, knowing that we're not supposed to have an image.
I saw the Shroud of Turin for the first time in my life. Have you ever seen that? I saw it like just. Do you think that's legit?
Can I take a pass on that?
Yeah, of course. I have no idea.
I don't.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I have no idea whether it's legit or not.
I mean, he looks like an old man. And Messiah, God's very clear. He didn't want them to worship him like the other nations, and that they had statues of gold. All right. I mean, are there statues of like Messiah? Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, they're not gold. They had statues of silver. They had, and so what my interpretation of God wanting, he didn't want them worshiping him like the nations worship their. I mean, how often have you read in the Bible where he was like, "Yeah, all right, you want to worship these idols? You're calling out to me. Why don't you have those call on the idols that you made? The ones that have eyes but they can't see, the ones that have ears but they can't hear, the ones that can't talk. Why don't you have those idols that you made go and save you?" I mean, I think that's hilarious. But like in the end, doesn't it talk about an image of the beast as well? I mean, no one's going to willingly just start, you know, worshiping a statue or whatever. Wouldn't it maybe be of something that we already knew? I know about. I don't know, but Book of Daniel talks about like everybody was supposed to bow down to this image, the statue, and Daniel wouldn't. I'm just saying we need to be very careful and read the front of the book to find out like what we're supposed to do at the end of the age. That's all we can do.
I 100% hear you.
And I mean, what better way to deceive people is from we inherited our father's lies. Like what do you think idol worship is?
I think it is worship or veneration of any creation and not the creator. And that's usually accompanied with ritualistic indulgences, be them like intoxicants, sexual desires, feasting, anything like that. To very specifically creation and yeah. I think a union, like a holy union, a man and a woman coming together and making vows, because a man and a woman, it takes two to get married, but it takes a man and a woman and God, to stay married and to have a family, in my opinion. And I think that's, I mean, yes, there is sex involved there, and it's almost like if a man and a woman are like they're Christ followers and they're like, all right, we need to be fruitful and multiply, like that. In a way, I could see a pagan arguing, oh, well, we all like to go get drunk and bang in the woods and pray to the trees, and you go bang in front with the cross hanging on the wall, in the other room or whatever. It's like, I could see them trying to make that. But the thing is like, we worship the creator of everything, not a creation, which I think is a pretty big theme, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to come up with a good way on how I could say that it's not idol worship. And that's the best I got, is that I worship the creator of everything, the Lord of spirits.
Do you
Yeah.
have you ever researched God's proper name in a search engine? And they took out God's proper name over like 6,800 times and replaced it with Lord in the front of the book. And
No.
you know about the letter J, right? It was the last letter added to the English language about 500 years ago, and there's no letter J in, like, what is it? Latin, Hebrew, Greek, Arabic, I think, something like that. Did you know
Yeah.
that?
Didn't they call him Yeshua Mashiach?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's
because
generally the name that I think of in my head. I say Jesus because everybody knows who I'm talking about.
I hear
But
you. And
um,
I just say Messiah because, that's what his role was when he walked this earth. But my point was that why would they take out God's proper name over 6,800 times in the front of the book and replace it with Lord? Would they want to maybe confuse people like when Messiah came for the back of the book and everything? Because like Jesus' name, you just said it was you know, Yahshua, Yehoshua, you know, some people call him Yeshua, means salvation, Yah is salvation. But the front of the book, his name is Yahweh, Yahuwah. That's clearly, you know, there's 2 proper names, right? And the rest are titles. I'm just saying it's a maniacal, great plan. And so why wouldn't we think that they've deceived us a long time ago? You know? And when you read the front of the book, it's like, yeah, it says he's one. And I think when Messiah says, you know, the Father and I are one, he clearly explains it later because he wants us to be one with them too, one in spirit, one in purpose, one in agreement. You know, it was hard for me being a new believer and finding this stuff out too. It was a, you know, I was kind of attached to that name Jesus, you know. So
When I think about this particular topic, there's 2 verses that come to mind. One of them is Genesis 6:6. Are you familiar with it? I can read it for you.
I'm familiar with Genesis 6, giants.
And it repented the Lord that he had made man on earth, and it grieved him at his heart.
Mm-hmm.
That always messes me up. I get it.
Yeah, I
I
know,
get it.
right?
And so
Everybody ignores him.
yeah. But then you look at John, the next verse that comes to my mind, and I always hold these 2 right next to each other because this is for my, like, me personally. This is how I am trying to, like, understand it. But you got John 20:28, and it says, "And Thomas answered and said unto him, My Lord and my God." And that is in response to Christ saying, "Reach hither thy finger, and behold my hands, and reach hither thy hand, and thrust it into my side, and be not faithfulness, but believing." Right? You had him
Wasn't
in.
he just raised from the dead?
Yeah. He was literally like, "Dude, look at my wounds.
Yeah.
Reach hither thy finger, and behold my hands." He's like showing him the wounds. And Thomas is just like, "My Lord and my God." And that's how I try to come to it, where it's like, I'm so unbelieving that I would ask to see the wounds. Let me see the receipts, dude. You raised from the dead. I mean, I have such little faith. I am the world's weakest Christian. Sometimes is how it feels. And so I just think, like, okay, Creator loves me. There was a point at which he regret, it hurt him in his heart that he had made man. But fast forward through so much suffering, and you have Jesus, you know, in front of Thomas, and Thomas says, "My Lord and my God." So when I think about what do we call him, you know, how do we talk to him? It's just like, I just try to think of what Thomas said. It's just this complete surrender. Like, what can you do? You know, you've got it. I don't know.
But doesn't he also say that he's ascending to his God and our God?
Yes. Yes,
Yeah.
it does.
He wanted all the focus to be on the Father and his instructions.
Blaze,
I really don't.
I want to share something with you. Kind of just wild. Like, I didn't plan it to be this way. There's no way I could have. You remember when I went to go live in North Carolina and live on that farm?
Yes.
All right, right before that, and this was well before the Ukraine-Russia war had its most recent turn of events. I was really considering going to the Ukraine to fight on the Ukrainian side because I had some very bad ideas that had taken root in my heart. And I was simultaneously trying to go around calling myself a Christian. It was a bad look. Obviously, I want nothing to do with war, and that makes me like, my worst nightmare is that I would have got the things that I was trying to achieve when I was a younger man. That is my worst nightmare right now. And it turns out, if I had made it over to Ukraine and, like, stuck it out and, like, you know, become some sort of, like, killer. Well, right now in Ukraine, they're literally persecuting Orthodox Christians and, like, kicking them out of their churches and stuff. And I'm going to I'm going to Eastern Orthodox Christian Church. I am with the very people I would be kicking out of their monasteries. And
They're
it's
doing that in Israel too.
Exactly. I'm just saying, like, I'm at a point now where I'm like, whoa, if I had just taken another step, I would be the type of person that would persecute me. It's blowing my mind. It's blowing my mind. So when I do talk about Christianity, and by the way, this has been such an amazing conversation, so much love and understanding. And like, I want you to hear that whatever I'm saying is like the most watered down shadow of the truth that I am trying to understand and I'm trying to get to. And so I don't want to be the blind leading the blind. These are my ideas, and I don't want to push them on anybody else. I just want everyone to feel loved.
What are your
what are your ideas?
Just the ones that we've been kind of discussing over the last couple minutes.
Oh, right. Did it sound like your ideas?
Has been a great conversation. Thanks for listening, too, for sure. It's not like we get to go out and have these kind of conversations with our friends and family.
No.
We do.
Andy, I hope I don't annoy you. Sometimes I wonder, I'm like, man, I think I get on this guy's nerves. So if I am annoying, I know that I am, and I don't mean to be.
It's hard not to share your face sometimes, right?
I think anybody who doesn't fully speak from the heart slightly annoys me a little bit. I'd question whether you'd ever thought of anything on your own. But I don't mean that. I know that sounds terribly insulting. I don't mean it to. It's just that we're inundated with all this information, and then it sort of takes hold of a person. That's the point of it. That's what it was designed to do. So, yeah, these whatever they are, philosophies. To me, all great spirituality, the idea of it is to set you free, not to trap you into this more ideas upon ideas. And so, and this is why I often say it's not for everyone. The reason I keep saying it's not for everyone is because I understand that the human condition and how we cling to ideas. You know, this need we have. As it says in your book somewhere, something about building a foundation on stone rather than on sand. But to me, in order to think for yourself, you've got to be free. You've got to be set free of all of it. That's the way I see it, anyway. And the only way to do that is to strip the person back completely. And the only way to do that is it cannot be, because it was made in time, wasn't it? The person's made in time, so that's why it's got to be recognized within oneself that it's always now. It's always now. And when you realize that at a very deep level, then you see that to me is the ultimate relationship with the creator, the prime mover, the whatever you want to call it. There's something or other, which I realize is not a very satisfying thing, you know. But I think as soon as when we get into trouble is when we start with all these ideas, and I don't think we can fully understand that personally.
Would you consider something? You've stated it a couple times about we're supposed to be free, and see, it's like I guess we have different interpretations of being free, because in the sense that I used to think was free before my spiritual transformation, my biblical spiritual transformation, would have been like I can do whatever I want. I was kind of new agey, blah blah blah, right? And then now,
well, you can't do what you want, though, Blaze. Let me be clear, because there's a cause and effect to this place. There's a flow, and you need to get into that flow. Because if you don't, then you're going to get punished. So it's not a case of I'm going to do what I want.
Well, it's more like you could choose to do the things that make you happy, right? Go to the beach, go shopping, go, you know what I'm saying? Like that, right? So would you consider that, in the grand scheme of the Hebrew Bible, it's talking about being set apart, right? Because Greek, it's been Hellenized. The word now is holy. And so we people that want to the instructions for the Hebrew Bible say that you're supposed to be set apart from this world. So the freedom comes from being free from sin that's going to lead to the second death, right? Because everybody's going to die. So I have it that I'm free from sin, and that's going to, so I hope I'm not going to be in the second death. So do you understand what I'm saying? Like, I'm because I set a day apart doesn't mean I'm tied down. It means I get to rest, and it means I don't have to work. And because I celebrate some biblical feasts, don't mean that I'm tied down and I don't have freedom, right? Because people celebrate all kinds of holidays that aren't in the Bible, the Hebrew Bible, right? So I guess it's kind of like my distinction is freedom from what, right? And my distinction is freedom for me for the second death. Like I'm going to be freed from the second death.
Yeah, I don't see how anything could be set apart from God. It doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. Everything's like I see myself as a fraction of that, of the greater whole. So I could never be set apart from it. And if you're going to be freed, you need to be freed from time. And another way of putting it, which I know you'll really hate, is to be free from hope, or as I like to call it, hopium. Because that's more time. That's just future. That's may or may not be.
Yeah, we just have different opinions on the freedom and what's going to happen. Because my book tells us what's going to happen. Is it right? No, it's a belief, right? Correct? It's a belief. I am well aware of that. I choose to believe that.
I have something to say about the freedom thing. And Andy, I'm not offended at all, and I honestly appreciate the honesty. And you're right. I don't have very many thoughts that are of my own. And in fact, I don't even know if I could claim any single one as being original to me. Being said,
that's a tricky business for anybody, dude. So I'm not just directing that. I'm just because when you look around, I mean, that's a whole thing that needs to be unpacked. That's not a quick conversation. That
no. I just didn't want you to think I felt a certain type of way, and I hope you get from my response like my enthusiasm towards yours, which is that I have just personally I have a tremendous sense of guilt for the way that I've lived my life, and I can't deny it, and it's very spiritual. It's like it can really get me down, and I realized that I was a slave to this guilt, and the only way that I've been able to find any sort of remission is by trying to lead a better life through following the teachings of Christ. That's what worked for me. That's all I can say. It's worked. I don't know. Fuck, man. Sitting here smoking this like
it
9.
Seems like a noble. Yeah, it seems like a noble thing. This is why I usually end up defending it, because I look for the. This is a weird way of putting it, but is there such a thing as good propaganda? and if there is, I think that's it. I really do. I also like the. I can't remember who said it. Somebody said something like, "Yeah, Christianity is a good idea if only somebody would try it," which always that made me laugh. But yeah, I think if you're striving for that, then I think that's an impossible thing, first of all. But I think that it's a noble aspiration. Let's put it that way.
Well, I agree, though. I think it is impossible for me alone to make up for all the bad shit that I've done and all the people that I've hurt. I don't think I can do it on my own. I do think that we have like spiritual help, you know, and I think there is something to be said about trying to do something that seems impossible, you know? Like, yeah, I'm not ever going to be perfect, not in this world, but I'm going to try. I don't know. I'm trying. I am
It's
trying.
about being righteous. It's about being righteous.
Yeah, I think
the right
yeah,
thing.
if you're gonna like, I'd prefer that. This is why I say I usually end up defending it, because if you're going to